Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, released in December of 2024, retailing for $69.99, available on PC, Xbox, and coming to PlayStation as of the time of recording. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle takes place between the events of Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade. The game starts with a dream sequence that serves as a tutorial. It's a recreation of the iconic Idol and Boulder scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Upon waking from this, we see Indy at Marshall College, and it just so happens there's a break-in happening right now. A giant Catholic monk has come to steal a cat mummy. And the giant actually succeeds, thus kicking off a globe-trotting adventure for Indy. Before the game's over, you'll see Vatican City, and get to encounter Benito Mussolini. You'll find yourself in Egypt, conveniently next to all the landmarks the average person is aware of. You'll find yourself in the Himalayan mountains, dealing with a World War II German battleship that's on top of one of these mountains somehow. A brief trip to Shanghai, and then you'll find yourself in Siam. And because of these exotic locales, you get to encounter all three of the major Axis powers from World War II. Gameplay-wise, there's basically two parts here. There are parts where you are Indy and you have to sneak around places. Sometimes you can find costumes to make that easier. Sometimes you just have to stay in the shadows. Enemies don't spot you right away, though. They give you a moment to kind of be like, hey, is that guy sneaking around there? Oh no, he ducked behind something, we're good. If you do screw up the stealth, you get to have a fist fight with the enemy. Sometimes you can find one-handed and two-handed weapons to make this easier. Sometimes you have access to a gun. But if you fire a gun, you're usually just gonna alert all the other people in the area, so you usually don't want to use a gun. The other part of gameplay is when you're dealing with an archaeological site. During these parts, you're doing a lot of puzzle solving, but not very difficult puzzle solving. It's a lot of place this here, do these things in a particular order. Even if you manage to avoid the very overt clues, you're not gonna have trouble with these puzzles. And I don't take this as a negative in the game, actually. But be careful, because much like in the Indiana Jones movies, if you screw up a puzzle, it could be lethal. There are boss fights throughout this game. In all of them, you are fighting a giant. Sometimes they're people. In one case, it's a snake, but mostly, you're doing this with your fists. And in the later ones, you have a handicap of some kind. They go on too long, and are not fun. Really, I'm not sure why this game needed boss fights, as the combat is easily the weakest element of this game. But what I've described so far is simply the main story of the game. In most of the areas you find yourself in, there is a lot of extra things to do if you're willing to track them down. These take the form of fight clubs, side missions where you rescue someone or find something, among other fairly mundane objectives. But these side missions are always bundled with some interesting cutscenes. And in fact, the cutscenes of this, in both the side missions and main story, are great. And honestly, if you just took the cutscenes from the main story and edited them together, you would probably have a pretty good Indiana Jones movie that would almost certainly be better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull or Dial of Destiny. So is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle worth your time and money? The gameplay is fairly simple, but in fairness does pretty much accurately reflect the Indiana Jones movies. The cutscenes are very well polished, as I mentioned. So yes, I do want to recommend Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. However, I don't know that I can recommend it for its full $70 price tag, as the main story is only going to run about 11 hours if you just purely do that. However, if you're a completionist and you're going to do every single thing that can be found in the game, you'll be closer to 30 hours. But even then, I think this is the kind of game that would be great at about a $40 price point. And of course, at times it does get a little hard to suspend disbelief. And this isn't necessarily due to the overt supernatural elements, as those are after all par for the course in an Indiana Jones story. But on the other hand, when you're climbing the Himalayan mountains to get to a battleship on top of one of them, it's a little hard to not laugh. I think this game could have been improved a bit by removing that completely, and then maybe doing something with the so-called Nephilim. The giant monk from the beginning apparently being one of them. Although not giant in a grand scale, just giant in that he seems somewhat taller than Indy. But then again, whenever you try to explain something, it usually gets less interesting as you get more concrete information. I'm also a little curious as to how Indy would know how to speak a hereto unknown language perfectly when he first figures out how to read it, as there's a world of difference between translating text and actually speaking those words. But of course, if he didn't, we wouldn't be able to do some magic teleportation with these ancient artifacts. And my issue here isn't the teleporting ancient artifacts. Not at all. It's more with him finding an unknown language that he's only reading and then knowing exactly how to pronounce it. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Quake 2, originally released in December of 1997, currently available on all modern platforms in its remastered form, released August of 2023, and retailing for $9.99. The remaster of Quake 2 has a lot of content, as you get Quake 2, Quake 2 64, the expansions from back in the day, The Reckoning, and Ground Zero, as well as a new expansion made for this re-release, Call of the Machine. And you might say some of these items are redundant, specifically having both Quake 2 and Quake 2 64. But for those of you not familiar with the Nintendo 64, you should realize games ported to it were often compromised in a number of ways, meaning the experience of playing Quake 2 64 will be a very different experience from playing original Quake 2. If you are familiar with the original Quake, you will notice that Quake 2 is a completely different animal. For one, it actually does have quite a bit of story to it. Two, you're not just trying to find the exit, you do have various mission objectives to accomplish. Lastly, you'll notice that any fantasy elements in the first game are completely gone here, going instead with a dark sci-fi. In fact, most of the enemies here look like a more grim-dark version of the Borg from Star Trek. And these differences are because this game did not actually start life as Quake 2. Back in the 90s, during its development, this was going to be a brand new IP. But instead it became a sequel to a beloved game, and that name change undoubtedly made it more successful. Before you start playing this remaster, you should realize that not everything has been changed. The game does not have frequent checkpoints. If you die without saving, the best you get is going back to the start of the level. So you'll want to get in the habit of saving. On the other hand, new things have been added. If you get lost, you can use the compass item that's always on you. It will give you a path of green arrows telling you exactly where your next objective is. However, if I'm completely honest, I don't see the point of this compass item, because in a game of this vintage, you should never be at a loss for where you're going. Because if you're going in a direction, and there are enemies in that direction, guess what? That's where you need to go. And I in no way mean that as a bad thing. Though I am a little curious if anyone playing this game does not figure that out within the first, 3 minutes. But hey, if you didn't figure that out, this compass item is here, and it has your back. The new campaign that was added, Call of the Machine, does feel faithful to the original expansions of Quake 2, and will hold the interest of any Quake 2 veteran. So, is this remaster of Quake 2 worth your time and money? Well, given the amount of content on offer, and its low price tag of $10, absolutely yes. If you have nostalgia for the first-person shooters of the 90s, it's obvious you should get this. If you are new to this style of first-person shooter, it will take you some time to get used to how these play. Specifically, getting in the habit of frequent saving. This version of Quake 2 is an interesting time capsule, as technically it does have a story of sorts, but very little of that intrudes onto gameplay at any point. Technically speaking, each of the mission objectives has something to do with the story, but when you're doing them, you're never thinking about how this is affecting anything other than getting you to the end of this level. Technically speaking, you're not just trying to find the exit, but at the same time you are just sort of jumping through hoops to get to the exit. Later first-person shooters would definitely expand upon this idea, having scenes with some dialogue that made you feel more included in the story, but those are not present here. So you're aware there's a story going on, but it seems kinda distant. Also, this game looked great back in '97. Nowadays, it could definitely stand to have a little more variety in its visuals, but I do understand the limitations of the time. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Pac-Man World Repack, released August of 2022. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $29.99. Pac-Man World Repack is a remake of the PlayStation 1 game, Pac-Man World, and this is not simply a visual overhaul. As many levels have been altered, Pac-Man now has a brief hover in his jump. There is an easy mode available, which adds platforms to certain areas, as well as extending your hover jump substantially. And a slot machine has been added at the end of every level. There are, of course, numerous other small tweaks, but those are the big ones that stand out to me. But anyway, we start the game, and the ghosts kidnap all of Pac-Man's family and friends. They do this because apparently they can't tell the difference between Pac people, or whatever you call what Pac-Man is. I'm not entirely sure. So Pac-Man is going to go through some platforming levels to save his friends and family, and then fight a villain that looks like a big mechanical version of Pac-Man. And here we have a mascot platformer that's very typical of the 90s, much in the vein of Crash Bandicoot, but far easier than Crash Bandicoot, as this was aimed at a younger audience at the time. And on the surface of this game, you might notice it doesn't bear much resemblance to the classic Pac-Man games, as it's a completely different genre, but it does have little things from the old Pac-Man arcade games. You still collect dots, and the dots serve as ammo for a very limited range attack. The bonus fruits and other items are here from the arcade game. They still give you points, and they also serve as keys to locked doors. There are more than just ghosts as enemies, and you can take care of the non-ghost enemies by throwing your pellets at them, or by slamming onto them. Ghosts, on the other hand, you can only take care of by eating a power pellet. The power pellet will make you invincible, will sometimes make temporary ground appear, allow you to destroy certain objects in the environment, and make you turn into a giant 3D version of the original arcade Pac-Man. Early on in the game, things will be very simple, as you might guess. Ghosts will be easy to take out with one power pellet. The fruit you need for doors will always be right by the door, and the odds of you actually losing a life are fairly slim. As you progress, things get much more difficult. Enemies become more aggressive. What you need to open any given door will be much further away, and usually you'll have to get it and then backtrack to the door. And of course, there'll be a lot more things that are hidden off the main path. As is common with mascot platformers, the levels are broken down into themed areas. In an unusual twist, they're not the usual themes you're used to seeing. The first world is themed vaguely around pirates, another themed around factories, ruins, space, the circus. These themes are quite different from the norm of this genre, and does give each set of levels a very distinct feel. Each set of levels also has a boss, and in all honesty, not being familiar with the original Pac-Man world, I had no idea what to expect from bosses, as after all, the original Pac-Man had no bosses, and they have quite a range here, and are all fought in unique ways. The first boss being a pirate ship that requires you to bounce cannonballs back at him. Another of the bosses changes the game into a rudimentary shoot-'em-up for a while. This made the bosses memorable and stand out from one another. However, there was one mechanic that was constantly frustrating for me. You can build up speed while stationary, and then launch yourself. This is used to make some platforms move. Sometimes it's used as an attack, but not always. But where it becomes a problem is you need to use it with these little ramps. This is essentially for doing long jumps. In my experience, this mechanic works terribly and is obscenely unreliable. The vast majority of my deaths in this game was caused by building up speed for these little ramps. I assume I'm doing something wrong, but this game isn't exactly complex, so I can't imagine what that actually was that I'm doing wrong. This was my sole frustration with a game that was otherwise fairly easy, fairly fun, and kind of a nice time killer. So is Pac-Man World Repack worth your time and money? Well, as someone who was completely unfamiliar with the original on the PlayStation, I had a good enough time with this to think, yeah, it's absolutely worth your time and money. This is definitely a 3D platformer from the 90s, and that may have made me wax a little nostalgic, but as I said, I never actually played the original. I only have two real complaints for this game, one being that I find the slot machine very tedious at the end of levels, and the other being the number of lives I lost to the running in place to launch off a ramp mechanic. And even that wasn't really a huge issue, as this game just hands you lives constantly. Although if you die too many times in a single level, it does start asking you, hey, you want to put easy mode on? And yeah, this is not the only game that pulls that kind of move, but it always is just a little insulting when it happens. I understand that easy mode is an option, and I will use it if I get frustrated enough. Stop asking in the meantime. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Final Fantasy V, originally released in December of '92 for the Super Famicom in Japan. It wouldn't see an official Western release until October of 1999, when it came to the PlayStation 1 and Final Fantasy Anthology. Of course, there were unofficial means to play it through fan translations long before that. The most recent version, and the one you're seeing in this video, is Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster, first released in November of 2021, and retailing for $17.99 on all modern platforms. In some ways, Final Fantasy V is a return to the style of 8-bit Final Fantasy games, where Final Fantasy IV had a fairly large cast of characters, all with very defined roles in the story and in combat. In Final Fantasy V, you have 4 characters. Well, technically 5 characters by the end, but the 5th one just completely replaces another character inheriting all their skills and levels, so effectively it's still just 4. And any of these 4 characters can fill any given role in combat you see fit through the use of the class system. And in addition to that, all 4 characters are together for almost the entire game, and even when one does do something in the story, they could easily have been replaced with one of the other characters to no real effect. And that's not to say there's not a good and interesting story to this game, it's just that our main characters are basically superfluous to it. Without going into a huge amount of detail, the story involves an immortal tree that wants to end its own existence and is quite happy to take the entire universe with him in that endeavor. And along the way, you'll see a lot of broken crystals, 2 different worlds that merge into one world, and you'll see every vehicle you step foot into destroyed almost immediately. The core of this game is, of course, the class system, which is a huge improvement over what we saw in Final Fantasy III. First improvement is that the game never forces you to play certain classes. Secondly, there is actually a point to mastering every class if you're so inclined, as every class you master will actually improve the default freelancer job, as well as the mime job you find much later. And thirdly, and most importantly in my opinion, you're actually able to hybridize the classes this time around. And what I mean by that is that every time you gain a level in a given class, you will get an ability that can be equipped to any other class. And that ability can take many forms, from stat bonuses, to attacks, to the ability to use specific equipment. Want your black mage to also have white magic? You can do that. Want everyone to be able to attack barehanded like a monk? You can do that, and so forth and so on. You can do whatever you want with the classes, and all it takes is enough grinding. This class system is amazingly flexible, but it's also very exploitable. It's solely because of this class system that Final Fantasy V may in fact be the easiest Final Fantasy game, as with the right combination of abilities, you can easily just walk all over every boss in this game. Early on, giving everyone the bare-fisted ability from Monk lets everyone attack like a monk. Later, you can combine abilities like Dual Wield and Rapid Fire to make it so everyone attacks 8 times a turn. And these aren't isolated either. There are dozens of other combinations that completely wreck any challenge in this game. So is Final Fantasy V worth your time and money? Well, speaking as someone who has purchased it multiple times on multiple platforms, and at higher price points than are currently available for the Pixel Remaster, yes, I'm going to absolutely say it is worth it for the current $18 they're asking. It might not be the deepest of the early Final Fantasies, and it certainly isn't the most challenging, but it does have a good sense of humor to it, and a fairly decent story. You can actually find yourself sympathizing with the lead villain here, Exdeath, as they're an immortal being that just wants to stop existing. Now, it's a little harder to sympathize with him when you consider he's willing to take the entire universe with him to do this, but still, you can get where he's coming from at least. There's also an ongoing, but minor narrative about technology versus magic throughout the game, as early on, the crystals that give you your various job classes only shatter because they're using machines to amplify and exploit their powers. And this is interesting as the crystals are at least implied to be magical objects. And they wouldn't have shattered had they just let them alone to do whatever it is they were supposed to be doing. So, to reiterate, I do recommend Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster at its $18 price tag. It would have been nice had this and other Pixel Remasters included various bonus content that other releases have had over the years, but at the very least, it has a low price point and is available on any platform you might be playing on. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Earthbound. Originally released in Japan as Mother 2 in August of '94. It would come to the States as Earthbound in June of '95, and is currently available today on the Nintendo Switch through the Nintendo Switch Online's $20 tier. Earthbound is a JRPG, and was originally released on the Super Nintendo, which was home to many great JRPGs. Earthbound set itself apart from its contemporaries by having a modern setting, having many sci-fi and even Lovecraftian elements laced throughout, and most uniquely for the time, it had an ever-present sense of humor. The game starts with a meteor crashing near the home of our protagonist, Ness. He and his childhood friend, Pokey, go to investigate this meteor, at which point a talking bee emerges from the meteor and explains that Ness is the chosen hero to fight an alien menace that threatens all of mankind. He then helps you fight off an alien robot, displaying impressive psychic abilities that Ness will develop in the future, and then is taken out of the picture by a middle-aged woman swatting at him, because the psychic powers he had were enough to fight a robot, but not quite up to protecting him from a hand. It's worth noting that this is where Ness starts out on his own to save the world. It is at this point that Ness starts out on his adventure to save the world. His friend Pokey does not come with him, but instead shows up repeatedly through the game as a recurring antagonist. But anyway, Ness is off. He has to go to 8 locations to record sounds that will in some way help save the world. Conveniently, the first of these locations is in his hometown, but he can't go directly there. And not being able to go directly to these locations is going to become a trend throughout the game. In this case, before he can get to the first location, he's going to need to stop the street gang that patrols his hometown. Later on, you might have to deal with a cult, do a trading sequence with monkeys, go inside of a man that has turned himself into a dungeon, help a band get out of a contract, and any number of other things that really make no sense out of context. Combat in this game has some interesting quirks to it, as despite being a 16-bit RPG, there are no random encounters. You see exactly what enemies you're going to be facing in each combat encounter before it happens, and the fact you can see your enemies beforehand does give you the chance to avoid combat if you're so inclined. In combat, you don't instantly lose your hit points or psychic points. They steadily roll down when you lose them. So if damage hasn't finished ticking down by the time combat is over, you don't end up taking all of that damage. This is useful, however it only really comes into play late in the game when you have hundreds of hit points. If you become strong enough, enemies will try to actively avoid you and run from you before combat starts. If you still pursue them, you can oftentimes beat them without having to engage in combat. You just instantly receive the experience. To go along with the modern setting, you don't cast spells in combat. Instead, 3 of your 4 characters have psychic powers. These are functionally the same as spells in other games, as you can heal, attack, affect different stats. The one character that is without psychic powers instead has various inventory items that basically fill the same roles. And that actually leads to one of the harder things to deal with in this game, the incredibly limited inventory. Each of your 4 characters only has 14 inventory slots, 4 of which will be taken up by their equipment, and some of which will be taken up by items you simply need to have with you. Ness, for example, always needs to have his ATM card with him, along with the sound stone to record at the 8 locations, and a map, and other items that serve limited functions but are necessary, like the pencil eraser. And the game frequently compounds your problem of inventory by giving you items that you seemingly need, but not very much. Like at one point, you get an item called the Bad Key Machine, which you're told will unlock locks. However, there's only actually 2 locks in the game it will unlock. And after it unlocks both of them, it doesn't disappear from your inventory. So you'll frequently need to call up a service to pick up items from you. There's some chance that the delivery person will not show up. And when they do show up, they can only take 3 items at a time. And even when they do show up, they take their sweet time, hence their name, Escargot Express. But that is all part of the humor and personality of the world, which this game is overflowing with. Every NPC and location has a lot of personality and quirky humor to it. But oddly, personality is almost completely absent from your 4 playable characters. Ness, Paula, Jeff, and Pooh, who all have distinct roles in combat, but out in the world, when dealing with NPCs, it's very rare for any of them to have a line of dialogue. And there is a mechanic in play for Ness, the main character, where he becomes homesick and needs to call his mother, but the other 3 characters don't seem to suffer from this at any point. Paula seemed to have a pretty good relationship with her parents. I'm sure she'd miss them at some point. Jeff seemed basically estranged from his father, but he seemed pretty close to his roommate at the boarding school. It just seems odd that they never need to make any phone calls. The same way that it seems odd that in a world brimming with humor and personality, you'd make your 4 protagonists the de facto straight men. So is Earthbound worth your time and money? Well, your only option to play it at this point is through a subscription service, which will cost $20 a year. Earthbound itself is a 30 to 40 hour game, so if you were to pay for 1 year of the online service, you would definitely be able to finish Earthbound in that time. And of course, that would give you access to any number of other games that are worth playing. But to shift focus back to specifically Earthbound, it is absolutely worth that $20 to experience this game, as Earthbound is still a fairly unique experience. In the 30 years since its release, it has become more popular and more influential, but despite that, there are still very few games that really are like Earthbound. A game that is oftentimes completely absurd, but always stays true to its own internal logic. By the end of it, you will have stopped an alien menace. But you'll still have questions. What exactly were Mr. Saturns? What did the Orange Kid do with the money I invested? Did the Runaway Five ever successfully negotiate a contract? And ultimately, you'll never have answers to these questions. But it's kinda like real life. You have these encounters with people and events, many of which don't make total sense. But that's just all part of the experience. So yes, I absolutely recommend Earthbound. And if it seems like an overwhelming experience, it is worth noting that Nintendo did release the original Player's Guide as a free PDF that you can download. The Player's Guide was originally bundled with the North American release of Earthbound, and much like the game itself, it's filled with weird humor, making it worth reading all by itself. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Carrion, released July of 2020. Retailing for $19.99 and available on all modern platforms. This is a horror game where you play as the monster. Specifically, you're playing a creature very similar to John Carpenter's The Thing. The game begins with you contained in some kind of facility. You break free and make your way through various areas where you slowly gain new abilities. And every so often you're treated to small sections where you play as a human character. These human sections are meant to be recordings that you're watching, or perceiving, I guess would be a better word. These sections are very slow and really break the pace of gameplay. Luckily, these sections make up only a small portion of gameplay. The majority of time, you're playing as a tentacle monster. You start out small, and as you gain new abilities, you can become bigger. There are in fact 3 levels of size you can be, each of which has their own unique abilities. And to get through certain areas, you will sometimes need to make yourself bigger and smaller. And that generally isn't an issue, as save points will restore your health, which also restore your size. And there are special pools darted around each area that allow you to leave some of your mass behind. And as long as you don't die between your visits to the pool, you can recollect that mass later. And from the earliest areas, you're going to notice problems you can't solve with your current skill set. And those problems you're not ready to deal with yet will yield secrets if you come back later. In fact, right at the end of the game tells you exactly how much is left in each area for you to find. However, the abilities you require aren't very well balanced in my opinion, as some are very specialized for a particular situation, and then others become your go-to option for just a huge number of situations. Specifically, once you get the ability to take over a person, because your huge, tentacled monster is kinda delicate, and just people with handguns can easily end you. But you take over a person with a gun, you can easily take care of all the other people with guns. And I truly think a lot of these areas were meant for you to deal with other abilities, but it's just easier and much more efficient to just take over one of them and to go in guns blazing. I think these combat encounters are meant to serve as boss fights of a kind, as increasingly as you get deeper into the game, you encounter rooms filled with soldiers and robots, and you can't get past that room to the next area until everything has been taken care of in that room. Luckily, when you take over a person with a gun, their gun is just as effective on other people and on most of the robots. So is Carrion worth your time and money? Well, it's a $20 game that's only good for 5 to 6 hours, really. And at this point, I don't think we'll be seeing any DLC for it. The PC version is very mod-friendly for adding player-made content, but on console platforms, you're pretty much stuck with your 6-hour game. The game is very enjoyable while it lasts, and I'm always a fan of playing as the monster. I personally think the game's a little too short for its $20 price tag, and I do recommend that if you are interested in this game, wait for a sale. They do come around every so often. Honestly, I think this game needed one more part right at the end. As the game ends with you escaping the facility you're being held in, I'd really like just one more level where it's you just causing chaos out in the world. But I could see where that might be just a little too much for the game engine they're using here. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Wonder Boy: The Dragon's Trap. Released April of 2017. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $19.99. Wonder Boy: The Dragon's Trap is a 2D, side-scrolling action RPG. It is itself a remake of the Master System game Wonder Boy 3: The Dragon's Trap, first released in September of '89. And this is a very faithful remake, reusing the maps, mechanics, and such from the original, while having beautifully updated graphics and music. But if you're curious to see what the original looked and sounded like, there are dedicated buttons to switch the graphics and sound over. A few things have been added to this version, including the ability to save and play as a female protagonist if you're so inclined. Also, the need to find charm stones in order to buy items at the shop has been removed. The game itself starts at the ending of Wonder Boy in Monster Land. You fight the final boss from that game, which looks suspiciously like Gigan from Godzilla. After defeating it, you find yourself cursed, turned into a lizard man that can breathe fire. Also, apparently a side effect of being a lizard man is that all of the equipment you had a moment ago that was very powerful just isn't very suited to a lizard man. And that actually becomes a reoccurring theme as you go through several different monster forms throughout this game, and not every piece of equipment is suited to every form. But anyway, you leave the monster's lair and find yourself in a little town. This place is the central hub for the rest of the game. So from here, you need to take whatever form you're in, Lizard Man, Mouse Man, Cat Man, Fish Man, etc., and figure out what is currently accessible to you in this current form. You then need to go to the area you have access to now, and defeat a dragon. Doing so will change you into a new form. You then go back to town and repeat the process. Eventually, you will get your human form back. Also, eventually, you won't be stuck in any one form. You will find rooms that let you cycle through your various forms. This is useful for going back to areas to find secrets, and sometimes you need a different ability than you had the first time around in an area. A big part of this game is the 2D combat. Most of your forms have a fairly limited attack range in and of themselves. This is compensated for by the items that are dropped by enemies. Some things, like fireballs, will hit things from a distance, arrows are fired upwards to deal with monsters above you, and most of these items, once you use them, they're gone, and you just have to grind more off of enemies. There is one exception, however, and that's the boomerang item. As long as you catch it, you don't lose it. So it's possible to lose it, but if you're careful, it won't be an issue. And as you get deeper into the game, the items start to become more and more a part of your combat style, as enemies take more and more damage, and are more and more dangerous. The only problem with this is that when you die, and you will, most assuredly, you lose all of your items. So you're then going to have to go to an early area and just grind through monster after monster till you work up a healthy collection again. You will also need to grind a lot of enemies to get money for equipment. As mentioned before, each piece of equipment is not suited to every form you have, and while that is annoying, it does at least make some logical sense. A piece of equipment that was good for a tiny mouse man is not going to be great for a fish man or a cat man. But this also means that later on, when you can change your form fairly freely, you're going to have to go in and change all of your equipment with every single form you need to use. And that does become rather tedious. So is Wonder Boy: The Dragon's Trap worth your time and money? I would say that yes it is. It is based on a game from 1989, and you can tell that as you play it. But it has been made somewhat easier than its original version, with the inclusion of things like autosaves. It's also worth playing because this style of game doesn't really exist anymore. The side-scrolling action RPG has almost completely been replaced by the Metroidvania at this point, and it can certainly be argued that that genre grew out of this one. It's still a shame to see that this kind of game has been almost completely forgotten. This game is fairly short, and could be difficult had it not been for the implementation of things like autosaves. This game has a lot of charm, and I love the ability to see and hear what the original version looked and sounded like. I personally wish more remakes would include a feature like that. So yes, for the $20 it costs, I absolutely recommend Wonder Boy: The Dragon's Trap. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. System Shock 2, originally released in August of 1999. It has only been available for PC platforms, though that does include Windows, Mac, and Linux. Supposedly, several console ports were planned, however, none of them made it to release. It is currently available through both GOG and Steam, retailing for $9.99. And these versions work perfectly on modern PC hardware. System Shock 2 is a hybrid first-person shooter role-playing game. And starting out, you get to choose which branch of the space military you belong to. The Marines, the Navy, or the OSA. The Marines are more focused on weapons, the Navy more on technical skills, and the OSA is focused on psychic abilities. Once you've selected your branch, you then get to decide what assignments you had over the next 3 years. Each year you get to pick from 3. And it's worth noting that these assignments don't just affect your skills and stats, but will sometimes give you the bonus of an item when you actually start the game proper. And your choices in character creation matter. This is not a game that is friendly to someone trying to play a generalist build. You need to decide fairly early on what you're going to specialize in. For example, if you take the Marines or Navy, it's likely you will never use any psychic abilities in the game, as acquiring them is very expensive. And the resource for leveling up your skills and stats is very, very finite. Once the game starts, you find yourself waking up from cryosleep. You are aboard the Von Braun, a spaceship that very bad things have happened on. Everyone you find is either no longer with us, or has been infected by some manner of alien parasite or disease. They're apparently unwilling hosts, as they frequently will apologize and tell you to run. You will be contacted by seemingly the only other survivor. They will tell you what the next thing you need to do is. And frequently, when that thing seems really easy, it will turn out there's some other huge barrier in your way that you need to overcome first. Perhaps you'll need to find a key, or find the way around a ruined part of the ship, pump the air vents full of a poison to remove a biologic barrier in the way. Every task usually has a few ways you can deal with it, and yes, some ways are easier than others, but if you're not specialized in one thing or another, none of them will be available to you. Because trying to be a generalist in this game will paint you into a corner. And depending on how you build your character, there are many different options available to you during gameplay. Of course, you have the option of violence. There are several different weapon skills in this game, depending what you're using. And you do need to have enough skill to use a particular weapon. And weapons do degrade with use, though you do have options for repairing them. And you can also modify weapons with the right skills. You can hack various pieces of technology, lockpick various containers and doors, and if you went the psychic route, you have all kinds of strange options. Though using psychic ability does drain its own meter, but psychic abilities don't degrade over time, meaning that they're a trade-off from using more traditional weapons. The ship itself is actually hostile towards you. Any turrets set up around the ship will fire upon you. Robots will attack you, or try to chase you down and explode. And if you're seen too long on a security camera, it will trigger an alert, and lots of things will come looking for you. You do get notified by a sound when you're seen by a security camera, and it's in your best interest to simply destroy security cameras. There is a pretty good story in play here, and it actually relates back to the first System Shock, and the game assumes you're somewhat familiar with that. Even if you aren't, the game tells you enough that you can understand what's going on. Though you'll definitely catch a lot more little things if you are familiar with the first game. And of course, System Shock 2 is famous for one particular twist. If you don't know what it is, I'm not going to spoil it here. But when it does happen, it does change one of the voices contacting you in the game. As early on, the person telling you what needs done is actually supportive of what you're doing.
Damn, something's blocking the shaft, and the elevator can't reach deck 4. I'm attempting to determine. I'm detecting massive quantities of some...
While the aliens you're dealing with are some kind of hive mind, and are contacting you with some kind of latent psychic ability. They will alternate between threatening you and trying to seduce you to their side, even at times showing you psychic vision.
Do you not trust the feelings of the flesh? Our biology yearns to join with yours. We welcome you to our nest. But you puzzle us. Why do...
But after the twist happens, even the voice telling you what to do is hostile towards you. So is System Shock 2 worth your time and money? Well, it is rightfully considered a PC gaming classic, and for years it was very hard to track down a copy of it, and it was also difficult to get it to play on more modern hardware. And now it's available on Steam at an extremely low price of only $10. And it's in a form that will have no trouble running on virtually any modern computer. This game also has a great deal of replay value, as depending on how exactly you build your character, your experience will be vastly different. This game has also inspired many other games. Deus Ex, BioShock, Dead Space, Prey, owe a great deal to System Shock 2. And that's only the tip of the iceberg for things that take inspiration from System Shock 2, and doesn't even get into games that have straight up ripped it off. While it is not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, the weapons degrade just a little too fast. On rare occasions you need very particular skills to progress, and depending on how you've built your character, and how closely you've been paying attention, you may not be able to actually get that skill. But if that does happen, it's really kind of your own fault. This game is also the second appearance of the greatest PC villain ever, Shodan, an evil AI that actually is responsible for both her current situation and the situation aboard the Von Braun throughout the game. And she'll rant and rave at you as she tells you what needs done, because you're a lesser being, an insect, but without your help she can't actually accomplish anything. And despite her assumed superiority, she has no way around that fact. So yes, I obviously do recommend System Shock 2. It's an amazing PC gaming experience that's available at a rock-bottom price, and it doesn't require any particularly impressive hardware to run. So it is an experience that any gamer both can and absolutely should have. And worst case scenario, if you're not really into System Shock 2, you can find a game pig inside the game and play many other games in there, like knockoff Minesweeper. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Dead Cells, originally released in August of 2018, available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $24.99. Dead Cells is a roguelike with some Metroidvania elements. You play a character that is forever exploring a series of levels, which will of course have different layouts each time you see them. And whenever you happen to reach your unfortunate end while exploring, you will end up right back at the start. As you go through levels, you will find yourself fighting various monsters. They drop two kinds of currency for you. money to use in shops and is sometimes used to open particular doors. They will also drop dead cells, the game's namesake. These are used between levels to permanently upgrade your character, and also to unlock new pieces of equipment. Although, for most of the equipment, you will also need to find the schematic for the piece of equipment, which is dropped off of enemies. In your early runs of the game, you will always have the choice of the same 3 items, 2 of which you can take at the beginning. The most basic sword, the most basic bow, and the most basic shield. You can spend your dead cells to make it so these are instead random weapons that you've unlocked. You then go to the level you're going to get tired of real quick, because it's the level you always start on. The good news is, there are multiple ways out of this level that lead to multiple different levels. And even more if you happen to have any of the DLC that's been released. And if you can get to an exit fast enough, you actually get a bonus between levels, in the form of a very nice piece of equipment, and some dead cells to make up for all the enemies you didn't fight, presumably getting to the exit so fast. Doing this, then immediately meeting your fate to start over is a good way to actually unlock things quickly. As you wander the levels, you might encounter several things. A reference to another game that will unlock a piece of equipment that's a reference to that game, a shopkeeper, or containers allowing you to upgrade one of your 3 stats. And your stats are color-coded: red for brutality, purple for tactics, and green for survival. Each one of these will give you more health, and each one of these will affect particular weapons at your disposal. Conveniently, all equipment is also color-coded. A piece of equipment with a red background receives a bonus from brutality. Same goes for a green background or a purple background. As with all roguelikes, you will eventually get tired of seeing the same levels over and over. However, this game does have multiple different paths to somewhat alleviate that, and you can sometimes get a bonus for going to a level that you don't go to as much as others. The bonus is in the form of more money dropped from enemies, along with more dead cells. Now, of course, in every level you will be dealing with a lot of enemies, and that will feel different depending on what weapons you have on your person, as weapons are extremely varied in this game. And truthfully, it's the variation in the weapons that's going to keep you coming back and keep the game from feeling too repetitive. Of course, once you've taken the upgrades to have random weapons available to you at the beginning, there will be inevitably times where you have gotten 3 weapons you simply don't like. Of course, that's not really much of an issue because you know exactly how you can start everything over again. So is Dead Cells worth your time and money? Well, it is endlessly replayable, and it's rare to have a game that's not a puzzle game that is truly endlessly playable. Personally, I've owned this game for several years, and I find that I play it in bursts. I will play it very intensely for a number of weeks, then I put it down and don't touch it for months on end. But then I get an itch and I start playing it again. Partially it is that it gets repetitive seeing the same levels, but it's more when you see the same boss over and over again, as bosses' movesets and patterns do not change. And because of that, there are some bosses that if you don't have the right pieces of equipment, you're probably not beating them. Of course, with enough time grinding cells, you can get a whole lot of health restores that will make any boss doable, even if your equipment is less than ideal. It's also worth noting that there's a lot of stuff hidden in this game, to the point that even after owning it for a couple of years, when I go through a burst of playing it, I still find new things. So yes, I do absolutely recommend Dead Cells, and I also recommend picking up the DLC for it, not necessarily all at the same time. I think it's a good game to play the base game for a bit, and when you want something a little different, pick up one of the DLC packs. And then repeat that process over the next few months. Unless, of course, you happen to find a deal on any of the digital storefronts where you get it all in one nice bundle at a low price. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Rogue Legacy 2, released April of 2022, available on all modern platforms, retailing for $24.99. Rogue's Legacy 2 is a rogues-like, as you might expect from its name. You play an entire family lineage trying to adventure within a castle. Each time one of them enters the castle, it will have a new layout. Within that castle, there are 6 zones and 6 bosses you have to overcome. After doing that, you get access to the final area and boss. That task may seem overwhelming, but the good news is, you don't have to do all of that in one go. Each time you overcome a boss or unlock something new, the boss will still be defeated in future runs, and the thing you unlocked will still be unlocked. And to keep things from being too repetitive, each new member of the family that ventures into the castle is different, and you do get to pick who goes in next. You only get to pick from 3, though as you progress in the game, you get the ability to re-roll these descendants. And depending on their class and traits, they can be wildly different in terms of gameplay, as their class will determine their weapon, and a number of other factors. And their traits can be a wild card. While some traits will actually have no effect on gameplay, others only cosmetic effects, and others will wildly change how you have to play that character. And of course, because you're picking from a limited number of descendants each time, you will run into situations where you don't particularly like the classes or traits of any of your descendants. But that's really not much of an issue, as you can make their run very quick. But you might not want to, as between each run inside the castle, you do have the option to improve things for all future descendants. And improving things requires the gold and other treasures dropped by the monsters therein. The improvements take the form of a grand castle slowly being built, with the first investment in any given skill slowly expanding and improving upon the castle. And generally, when you put the first point in any upgrade, it will unlock other upgrades next to it. These upgrades take many forms, mostly improving your stats, but they can also allow you to have more equipment or runes equipped, or unlock new classes for your descendants to be. In addition to this, you can also make equipment and runes to use during runs. First, you have to find the plans for any given piece of equipment, or find the rune within the dungeon. These will generally be in chests, some of which you will have to overcome a challenge to get inside of. You will then need to pay to get the piece of equipment made, or to have the rune unlocked. They are then permanently available for your characters to use. And depending on which class and which traits they have, you may want to use different equipment and different runes. You even have the option to set up which ones you're using for specific classes. And there are bonuses for using pieces of the same set of armor. But all of this happens outside of the castle you're exploring. Once you're inside, there are monsters. As you progress, you will have a teleporter available to you, so you can start in any given area if you so choose. As after you've beaten the first boss, there's little point in remaining in the first area, as the monsters here by far drop the least amount of gold. In fact, the more difficult an area is, the more gold and treasures are dropped. It is worth noting that traits characters have with negative effects generally increase the amount of money you gain, so it can be worthwhile to stay in the easier areas with these characters at clear disadvantages to farm easy money. In all areas, you will find treasure, some of which needs to be unlocked by means of a challenge. You can find relics in the dungeon to enhance your character, but many of them are a trade-off, and having too many of them will start affecting your total number of hit points. So it's not in your best interest to just pick up relics because they're there. Make sure they will actually be useful to you, or that you have enough resolve to actually pick one up without any problem. In most of the areas, you will find a new ability that will be key to actually unlocking the boss of that area. Once you acquire these, they are a permanent upgrade for all descendants. They are mostly movement abilities, double jumping, air dashing, etc. But it's worth noting that some of your descendants will have abilities that allow you to go without these items if you're so inclined. The ability Comet, for example, lets you fly around the screen briefly. so you can use it to get through areas you'd otherwise need a double jump or an air dash to get through. But that may not be a good idea depending what area you're actually getting to. So, is Rogue's Legacy 2 worth your time and money? Well, at a price of $25, there certainly is a lot of content here if you're really interested in unlocking everything, as just getting enough gold together to unlock all of the upgrades is a Herculean task in and of itself, and that doesn't count the difficulties of finding all of the schematics for equipment and all of the runes. And that not only requires gold, but other materials you find while adventuring. Plus, there's still the bosses to overcome, which are much more difficult in this game than they were in the original. So while there is an actual end goal to this particular roguelike, meaning it's not truly infinitely replayable, there is still so very much to do, and so very much grinding to do to unlock everything, that this game will take a long time. And, in fairness, it will be a fun time, as both the combat and platforming is quite enjoyable throughout, and the classes are different enough in each run that the combat can feel wildly different between different descendants, and some challenges are actually much easier to overcome with specific classes, with none of them being ideal for everything in the game. Of course, as you play the game, you'll undoubtedly find some classes are simply more suited to your particular playstyle, but even with a class that you prefer and are very comfortable with, you can find yourself in situations where that class is simply not suited to it. And that kind of thing happening is actually what will keep you coming back to Rogue's Legacy 2. It is of course a sequel to Rogue's Legacy, and it is an improvement upon the original in quite literally every way. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Rogue's Legacy 2 at its full $25 price tag. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Axiom Verge, first released in March of 2014. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $19.99. Axiom Verge is a sci-fi Metroidvania, taking much more inspiration from the Metroid side of that. You play as a scientist named Trace. After some manner of catastrophic accident happened in his lab, Trace is now waking up on an alien world. He is seemingly alone, except for a mysterious voice in his head. The voice informs him of a weapon in the next room, and now he has no choice but to explore. Through his exploration, he'll encounter a lot of wildlife, some more hostile than others. He will also encounter bosses, most of which have a strangely human-looking face on them, which is in stark contrast to the rest of their form. You also will discover the source of the voice in your head, a gigantic, feminine-looking, robotic head. You will encounter several of these, by the way, and they want your help, first to repair themselves, and then they want help to take down the person responsible for the current state of their world. And as you explore this world, you will find that things have clearly gone wrong somewhere, as you encounter no other people, but you can find piles of bodies in places. As you explore, you'll find many upgrades for your character. By the end, you'll have a truly vast and bizarre arsenal of weapons. You will also find standard upgrades like a high jump, or the ability to grapple the ceiling. But then you'll find things that are quite unique and rather strange. You will get the ability to go through solid walls. You will get the ability to spawn a little creature to go into small places where you won't fit. And eventually the ability to switch places with this little creature. There is also an item you get that plays with the faux retro style of the game. It's a beam that seemingly causes things to glitch. It can change your enemies and the terrain in certain situations. How exactly this will affect your enemies is unpredictable, and there's even some rare circumstances where it will make the situation worse. It can also be used to unlock hidden zones. These secret areas are optional, but will oftentimes contain useful upgrades for your health, your weapon range, power, etc. Interestingly, these appear in different locations every time you start a new game. You will do a lot of backtracking in this game, and there isn't really a fast travel system. There is this giant head you can ride. It will take you from one side of the world to the other, and does have access to most of the zones. It helps some, but it would still be nice to actually warp around the map. There are also secrets everywhere on the map, oftentimes found by using the more unusual abilities found in this game. Sometimes it'll be an upgrade to your character, or at least a piece of one. Oftentimes it will actually be a log relating to what actually happened here. However, at first you will not be able to read all of these. You will find a translator, but you need the right code in order to actually translate anything. As mentioned before, there is a wide variety of weapons in this game, and the weapons are by and large very situational. In fact, many of the bosses you encounter seem quite intimidating, but once you realize what the right weapon to use in the situation is, the bosses mostly become very easy. So if you're really having a hard time with a boss, try experimenting with weapons you don't usually use. So is Axiom Verge worth your time and money? Well, it is roughly a 10-hour experience for $20. It also has a very interesting story here, though not all of your questions will be answered by the end, even if you do a 100% run. While there are a ton of Metroidvanias available to play these days, Axiom Verge does set itself apart, having many unique weapons and unique abilities, making for an experience that does stand out from your standard Metroidvania. It's also interesting to note that this game was supposedly the effort of only one man, which may go to explain why the experience is very consistent throughout. There is also replay value here, as there is a randomizer mode. This allows you to change several settings to create a different experience from what you would find in the base game. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Axiom Verge, and it's definitely worth its $20 price tag. I would, however, add that it often goes on sale on all platforms. So, with a little patience, it's very easy to find this game for only $5. Though I would like to emphasize that it is very much worth the full price of $20. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster. Released April of 2023. Retailing for $17.99. Available on all modern platforms. This is of course a remaster of Final Fantasy IV, the first 16-bit Final Fantasy game. This originally came to the West, rebranded as Final Fantasy II, and the version we got back on the Super Nintendo was heavily cut down. It was much easier than its Japanese counterpart, and nearly all of the characters were missing various commands in battle. These issues were corrected in various ports over the years, including this one, thankfully. So the game starts out in what could be charitably called a cutscene. You are Cecil, a Dark Knight, commander of a fleet of airships. You're going to a town of mages to steal their crystal. Having accomplished their mission, both Cecil and the men under his command feel morally conflicted about what they've been doing. Once back home, Cecil takes his objections to the king and is punished for it. And that's when the game proper actually starts. You're going to deliver a ring to a little village up north. And you're not alone. You have your good friend Kane, the Dragoon, with you. And even at this early point, you'll notice that there's an attempt made to make each character unique in combat. Both can simply attack and use items, but Cecil can sacrifice some hit points to attack everything on screen. Very useful if you're going to grind. Kane, on the other hand, has the ability to jump. An attack that only hits one enemy, but hits them a bit harder than a standard attack, but does take longer to happen. Very useful for bosses. Once you actually deliver the ring, you'll see two things that this game is famous for. First, that pretty much terrible things follow Cecil everywhere he goes, and that characters leave and join your party constantly. Because after this point, Kane is gone, at least for now, but you now have Rydio with you. A summoner who at this point in the game can use both white and black magic, and throughout the game characters are going to be coming and going. And unfortunately, not all characters are created equal. In this instance, you're actually trading up, but there are times later in the game where that simply will not be the case. Like when you lose a caster to get a bard in his place, or basically any time Yang leaves your party. But while this coming and going of characters can be somewhat annoying, it's also somewhat freeing. You never need to worry about what party you're going to have, because the game is going to decide for you exactly what party you will have, and you don't get a say in it. This also means you don't need to worry about which characters you're using and not using, because your only option is to use and level the characters you have with you at this given moment. And I do think that the coming and going of characters was meant to serve the story, which was a fairly good story for a video game back in 1991. But at this point, the medium has definitely moved on, and at this point the story comes across as a little quaint, at least compared to more modern games in the genre. And because of this, there are some elements that are a bit hard to justify. Like a character that repeatedly betrays your party, but keeps getting more chances, which they're meant to have been longtime friends, but there still has to be a limit somewhere for this type of behavior. Also, mostly fairly late in the game, there is optional content to do, if you're so inclined. For example, there are several optional summons to get. Because of how characters are coming and going, even towards the end of the game, it's hard to know when is the best time to actually go for these optional things. When is your party actually best suited to do these things? Because the final party you have in the game is not actually great for getting those summons or some of the other things you can do. And without knowing what's to come, it's rather difficult to plan these things out. It's also a little difficult to keep suspending disbelief, as throughout the game, Cecil and whatever friends he has with them perpetually fail at virtually every turn, but the villains never choose to just finish them off. Repeatedly, they fail to protect a crystal, the villains come, take it, and then basically run off with a "I'll get you next time" gadget. And there's also Cecil's growth as a character. In the early parts of the game, he's trying to come to terms with that he's done many people great harm, and this comes to a head when he goes back to the City of Mages from the intro, where essentially the entire town hates him. And at this point, the town tells him that he needs to go to Mount Ordeals and give up his dark power. And he goes from being a Dark Knight to being a Paladin, which makes him lose the darkness attack, which is so useful, and it's instead replaced with not very good white magic. But when he comes back having done this, everyone in the town instantly forgives him for what he's done. And Cecil apparently completely stops feeling bad about any of it either. So basically, to forgive himself for committing mass slaughter, possibly genocide, all it took was a costume change. And not only does he forgive himself and stop growing as a character, everyone else seems to be on board with that plan too. Also, throughout the story, multiple characters sacrifice themselves in some way, which makes for an emotional beat in the story, which is then completely ruined when you find out they're actually perfectly fine. And it's more annoying as these characters don't rejoin you or anything when you find them, so the emotional weight of their sacrifice is completely undone for absolutely no reason. So is Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster worth your time and money? Well, it's less than $20 for a game that would have cost you $60 back on the Super Nintendo, or $40 on the Game Boy Advance or PSP, and while yes, it is missing some content from the GBA, and especially the PSP release, this is still a great baseline version of the game, that is infinitely more accessible than any other release of it at this point, as this is definitely superior to the American Super Nintendo version, as the difficulty has not been reduced and characters have not had their abilities taken away. In addition to that, it also has a much better translation than was seen on the Super Nintendo. It's also worth playing this particular entry because Final Fantasy IV is what finally crystallized what a lot of Final Fantasy would be going forward, as this was the first appearance of ATB in combat. That's the little bars that fill up with actions if you're confused. It may have been nice if you'd had more say in who was in your party, but at many points the story wouldn't work without having very particular characters with you at the time. So yes, for its price of $18, Final Fantasy IV The Pixel Remaster is absolutely worth it. And perhaps if you enjoy it, you can go and spend the time and money to look up the PSP version of Final Fantasy IV. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Slayer's X-Terminal Aftermath: Vengeance of the Slayer. First released June of 2023. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $16.99. And I won't be saying that title again because it is ridiculous. This game is a retro-style first-person shooter, very much intentionally going for the feel of Doom clones of the 90s. But honestly, it doesn't really feel like one that would have been officially released on store shelves. It feels more like a Doom WAD or mod that would have been made by someone on their own time, which is appropriate as the story of the game pretty much is exactly that.
When I was 16, I designed a computer game in this notebook, and it was awesome. But then, it got lost. Or was it?
But it doesn't really feel like a Doom WAD, it actually feels like a modification for another 90s first-person shooter. It's far more akin to Duke Nukem 3D and its build engine brethren, as we have a force of enemies that's a little hard to take seriously, and a very mouthy protagonist that is just trying so very hard to be cool, or at least that weird, edgy 90s kind of cool. But anyway, our game begins, and our character is a Slayer. There's an intentionally bad cutscene to explain everything. And throughout the game, you'll be greeted with lots of intentionally bad cutscenes. He and his friends are attacked by the Psycho Syndicate. Who these people are and why exactly they hate our hero is unclear, but they are apparently insane, possibly a cult, and have something to do with potatoes and feces, up to the point you actually do encounter feces monsters that apparently work for them. And once the game starts, you'll notice many things in the world seems like they could be based on real locations. Not exactly how something real would look, but as close as it could be gotten to in a 90s level editor kind of way. And later, you actually get to a level that's supposed to be a level of another game, which is again something very common to see in various mods back in the day. After you made mock-ups of all the real-life locations you could think of, you started just borrowing ideas wholesale from other games. Of course, in this case, it's not from a real other game, it's from some fictional game within this world. There is one thing here that does set it apart from actual 90s first-person shooters, and that is the fact you frequently need to backtrack in levels, and that new enemies will have spawned in when you go to do this. I assume their spawning is connected to when you pick up a key. As in every level, you are ultimately just trying to find the exit, and there are usually some locked doors on the way to that goal. There's also a unique mechanic at play here. You have health, and also armor, which is standard, but the armor doubles as ammo for some weapons. The armor is referred to as hack blood here. For example, your melee weapon, when you're at full armor, can fire a few shots, each of which will cost some of your armor. And later you get the Hackblood Talisman that allows you to throw explosions and fly to a limited extent. It goes through your Hackblood very quickly, but is quite powerful while doing so. The other weapons are somewhat different from the standard. You actually start out dual-wielding pistols. The shotgun equivalent is actually firing glass shards, so its ammo is actually picked up whenever you break a window in-game. The chain gun and rocket launcher are fairly standard, but you do get a weapon that fires explosive cans at people. These cans also summon rats to attack your enemies, which makes it ideal for fighting hordes of weak enemies. And hordes of enemies is something you'll encounter a lot. So is this game worth your time and money? I guess that depends. Do you have any nostalgia for the WADs and mods of the 90s? When there was an endless sea of them out there, all made by teenaged amateurs trying to recreate their hometowns and high schools? Or recreating things they saw in movies and other games? Because this entire game is just one huge meta joke on that time. And that's not to say that it's bad, it's actually a very competent first-person shooter. It's also interesting that most of the levels begin where the last level ended, usually letting you know with a sign that there is no going back. It doesn't happen for every single level, but it is interesting that it does happen. It adds more realism than you're used to seeing in a 2.5D shooter, and it makes for an interesting contrast against the hordes of identical enemies and feces monsters. So yes, at its price of $17, I do recommend this game. No, I'm not going to say the title again because it's simply too ridiculous for me. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. Released April of 2023. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $17.99. Final Fantasy VI is a Japanese role-playing game, and was the last of the series to come to the Super Nintendo. Though when it came to the West, it was retitled to Final Fantasy III due to not all of the games coming out in the West. 1994 was a very different time, but the game starts with a nice cutscene that truly makes the most out of Mode 7 graphics. 3 soldiers from the Empire are raiding this small town because an Esper was found here frozen in ice, and the Empire is big on getting Espers. And we know the Empire is evil because they're called the Empire, and this is a fantasy setting. Exactly what an Esper is will be explained later. You'll also notice that of these 3 soldiers, one of them looks different. That's the one that will actually turn out to be a main character. Her name's Terra. You'll also notice that the soldiers are raiding this town with steampunk mech suits. You might think these will be a big part of gameplay later. They will not be. They're kind of just a tease here. You fight through the town, they don't put up much resistance. Then you have a boss fight in the form of a giant snail. Don't attack when it's retracted into its shell. And then having found the Esper, things go wild. And before long, you wake up in a bed, and it turns out that Terra wasn't really a loyal Empire soldier. She was in fact being mind-controlled. She needs to sneak out of this little village that was just being raided by her, and she's going to do that with the help of our second character, Locke. He's a thief, and once you escape, he's gonna try to get her into the resistance of the Empire, known as the Returners. And she's going to do this by introducing her to a king that lives just south of this town. And the first half of this game is a struggle between the Empire and the Returners. But then in the second half, it becomes completely irrelevant. And to this day, it still seems very odd that the game spends so much time building up the conflict with the Empire, only to completely throw it away in the second half of the game. As at the midway point, a character, Kefka, who is an evil clown and general of the Empire, decides to betray his emperor and take power for himself. Doing so, he gets godlike power and reformats the world in his image. If you've ever read the Emperor Joker storyline in DC Comics, It's pretty much that. But this game originally came out about 10 years before that, give or take. Final Fantasy VI is notable for having the largest cast of playable characters in the series. A total of 14 if you include the 2 hidden characters, but it should be noted you do need to take special steps to get all of the characters in the second half of the game. As in the second half of the game, most of the characters are completely optional, and 2 of them can be unattainable completely if you don't do the right things in the first half of the game. And you might think having 14 characters that they would all blend together. But no. Truthfully, each of them has a unique skill, and each has a very defined personality and moments to shine within the story. And the skills characters have are very important, at least for about the first third of the game. After that point, magic becomes available to everyone, and their skills that was so defining for their gameplay in the first third now become completely irrelevant. And that is because of espers. Early on, all we know is that the Empire wants espers. At about a third of the way in, we discover that espers, when they die, turn into magicite, which are little rocks that will give anyone magic powers. Before this point, magic is quite rare, with only 2 characters having it. But once you find out about espers and magicite, every single character can have spells, and they are very overpowered compared to other Final Fantasy games. Each character can only have 1 piece of magicite on them at a time, and each of them teaches different spells at different rates, and each of them can be used as a summon while it's equipped. And some pieces of magicite will actually give you stat bonuses if you're leveling up while equipped with them, meaning you can adjust character stats with just a little bit of grinding. Which would be a nice idea, except only 1 stat in this game actually matters to any real extent. And it's the stat called Magic, which directly affects how powerful your spells are. This will mean that every boss towards the end of the game will just be each of your characters casting the most powerful spell they have. And due to how the Pixel Remaster implements auto battle, you'll only have to select each spell on each character once, and then you can just keep doing auto battle, as each character will just repeat the last command you put in for them. And it's because of this that every character, in combat at least, feels the same. And because magic is so overpowered to begin with, and so easy to make more powerful with a little stat manipulation, you're almost never going to use the special abilities of any characters. Why bother to use Edgar's tools or Sabin's blitzes when you can just cast a spell and do more damage? And that's a real shame because there are several characters whose skills were made better in the Pixel Remaster, only for the skills to still be completely irrelevant. So is Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster worth your time and money? Well, at a price of $18, absolutely yes it is. I remember paying $60 for this back on the Super Nintendo, and another $40 on the PS1, and 30 more on the GBA. And why did I do that? Because this game actually does have a great story and great character moments. The cast might be huge, but every single character really gets their own time to shine, and has a certain amount of depth to their character. Admittedly, some of them you have to look a little harder for it than others, but it is there. Yes, the combat in the game does become an absolute joke before you're even at the midway point, but this game isn't about the combat. The characters here are quite beloved. And for a long time, back in the 90s and early 2000s, you'd see absolute dissertations written by people on who the main character of Final Fantasy VI was. And realistically, it doesn't matter, because this isn't about any one character, it's about the ensemble. But it is interesting that 30 years on, we're still seeing people argue about it. So yes, for a price tag of less than $20, you should absolutely pick up Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. There are several changes that have been made, and most of them are for the better. However, there is one change that I do take issue with. And it's not a deal breaker, it was just annoying when I saw it happening. The famous opera scene has been altered in this version, now having actual singers, having some quick-time event elements added, and changing the visuals to things that would not have been possible back on the Super Nintendo. This is in no way a deal breaker, but I thought the whole point of the Pixel remasters was to preserve these games, and what they did to the opera scene is certainly not preservation. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection, released November of 2023. Retailing for $29.99, available on all modern platforms. This is a collection of 7 games, licensed from the original Jurassic Park movies, featuring games from the Game Boy, the NES, the Super Nintendo, and the Genesis. These are licensed games from the 90s, so they aren't exactly super faithful to the source material. This was standard for licensed games at the time, and in many ways they are limited in how faithful they could be by the hardware they were made for. You have essentially 2 different style of games here. You have games with a top-down perspective, and games that are side-scrolling. Though, it is worth noting that one of the games does have first-person sections. And they are just as good as any first-person shooter was back on the Super Nintendo. While these games are of decent quality, they are also far more difficult than what you might be used to if you're a modern gamer. But don't let that deter you, as you can of course save state and rewind in this collection. This collection is only the 7 games. There is no bonus gallery, no design documents, no concept art, no commentary. What you get is 1 NES game, 2 Game Boy titles, 2 Genesis titles, and 1 Super Nintendo game, which is a little light considering the $30 price tag. But there is some decent variety for these 7 games, as you have top-down shooters, side-scrolling shooters, one game that is trying to feel like a cinematic platformer and not quite making it, and 1 solitary game where you can actually play as a dinosaur. So is Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection worth your time and money? At $30 for 7 games? Absolutely not. And in fairness, all of these games are fairly decent. But for $30, you do expect a little more from a collection. But if you have nostalgia for these games, you probably already have other means to play these. This kind of stripped-down basic collection should really have a lower price point of $15 or maybe $20 at the absolute most. I only have a copy of this game because I happened to find a physical version of the release that was on a clearance rack at Target for $10. It is the PS5 version, if you're curious. This collection feels like a cash grab. They've made several modern Jurassic Park movies of various quality, and this game collection is meant to grab the attention of Dad after taking the kids to see the newer movies, to show the kids what they played back in the day, after seeing the first Jurassic Park movie. So, unless you find this collection extremely cheap the way I did, it's best to just avoid this one. So that's going to be a hard pass on Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, released November of 2024. Retailing for $59.99. Available on all modern platforms. This is, of course, based on the original Dragon Quest III, which was a title on the 8-bit NES. And this is not the first remake that Dragon Quest III has received over the years. As the game starts, you take a personality test. The result of this will affect your main character's stat growth as he or she levels. You then find yourself waking up and about to undergo a journey. You're the son of a great hero named Ortega. You're going to travel the world and try to find out what happened to your father. And take care of problems in virtually every city you come across. After all, this is an RPG. Before you leave your hometown, though, you need to recruit 3 more adventurers to come with you. They aren't old friends or anything, you just go to the local bar and pick 3 up. By default, you'll get a warrior, a mage, and a priest. You can also choose to make your own party, 1 character at a time. And you're not limited to only having 3, you can have as many characters as you'd like, but only 3 can come with you at any given time. And much like you, each of them will have an assigned personality that will affect their stat growth. The personalities are an interesting but somewhat flawed mechanic, as there are 45 different personalities a character might have, but exactly how they influence your stat growth is not directly stated anywhere in-game. So is it better for a warrior to be a bodybuilder or a meathead? Genius is probably good for a spellcaster. But what are clown or slippery devil good for? It is clear that some of these personalities are better for some classes than others, but which personalities go with which classes, and how much better one is than another, you're going to have to go and look up yourself online. And characters are in no way stuck with just having one personality. You can find books that will give various personalities to characters, and some pieces of equipment will completely change a character's personality. And stat growth is quite important due to how the class system works in this game. After you've been adventuring a while, finding clues to your father Ortega, you'll stumble across a location called All Trades Abbey. At this locale, you can change your character's classes. Unfortunately, your main character cannot change his class. He or she will always be the hero. But your other 3 characters in tow can change their classes however you'd like. However, there are some caveats to that. When you change a character's class, their stats are all cut in half, and they are now level 1. But because you started with a higher level character that had their stats cut in half, they will be a much more powerful level 1 than they were at the beginning of the game. At least as long as you gained some levels while in a class. You should definitely not change into another class till you've reached at least level 20. And honestly, higher would be better. But you do keep any skills or spells you learned as your old class. So if you turned a priest into a thief, the thief would have all the spells the priest learned before becoming a thief. And when you change from being a thief into something else, you'll still have all of the priest spells and whatever skills you learned while thieving about. But it is important to note that you always go back to level 1, and whatever your stats were before the class change are cut in half. That doesn't change if you're going back to a class you've already had. So if you were, say, a level 20 warrior, and then changed to a martial artist, and afterward decided that no, you want to go back to warrior, you will still start at level 1 when you're a warrior the second time. So you definitely want to make sure you've gotten everything you wanted from a class before you change to another. There are times you may need a specific class to do things in the game. At one point, to advance the story, you will need to have a merchant. This will make that character leave your party for an extended period. So it's more worthwhile to simply create a merchant for that purpose than to miss out on the levels you'd have while they're gone with a character you're going to keep in your party. You may also want to create specific characters if you're intending to do the monster arena. As to do the monster arena, you need to recruit monsters. And you do that by finding monsters in towns, dungeons, and whatnot. All you have to do is talk to the monsters to get them to join you. Some you can just boldly approach, but some need to be snuck up on or other things, and either a thief or a monster wrangler will be required for that. And doing the monster arena is in your best interest, as you get both items and money for doing so. And money, especially early on in this game, is a little hard to come by. So much so that without doing serious grinding, you're not going to upgrade every single piece of equipment in every town. There usually are upgrades available in every town shop, but the amount of money you get from combat will necessitate hours of grinding to actually afford everything in every town. Showing its roots as a 8-bit remake, this game is difficult at times. And at times there are even sudden spikes in difficulty, telling you that you either need new equipment or to gain a few levels. However, this does come to a head towards the end of the game. As you're doing the last several dungeons of the game, you'll encounter groups of enemies where more than one enemy will have instant death attacks you need to deal with. And not just singular instant death attacks. Some of them will have group versions of that, and while the group version is not likely to kill everyone in your party, when 3 enemies in a row all use it, odds are pretty good that 3 of the 4 are going to be dead. And there is no absolute defense against this. There are pieces of equipment that make this attack less likely to succeed, but there's nothing to make the chance 0. And the last few areas become battles of attrition for this exact reason, as after virtually every random encounter, you're going to need to resurrect at least one of your characters, and that means resources spent on the resurrection and on healing them afterwards. So is Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake worth your time and money? Well, it definitely shows its origins as an 8-bit RPG. It does add quite a bit over its original incarnation, with having everything about Ortega being new, and of course the monster arena, and the auto-battle system is the same in other modern Dragon Quest games, where your characters can fight wisely, or go all out, or what have you. It does have the option to scale back the difficulty. The default setting will have this be quite a bit harder than most other modern RPGs. But honestly, anyone familiar with the 8-bit source material should be expecting that. If you are completely new to Dragon Quest, I definitely recommend playing it on easier settings. But the issue is if you should buy this game or not, and if you're familiar with and appreciate the RPGs of the 8 and 16-bit eras, this is a great game for you. I personally loved my time with this game, even when I was dealing with the groups of enemies with instant death attacks on virtually every mob. So yes, I absolutely do recommend this remake of Dragon Quest III. There's a great deal of content on offer, and even some pretty good replay value, as playing with a different group of classes at the beginning will give you a wildly different experience. And there's also a good deal of post-game content after you've finished a run of this game. So yes, I absolutely do recommend this game, but know that you're going to be in for a challenge. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Ikaruga, originally released in arcades in December of 2001. It has been ported many times over the years, and is still available on all modern platforms, retailing for $9.99 on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms, and $14.99 on the Nintendo Switch. That Switch tax, what you gonna do? Ikaruga is a vertical shooter. In particular, it is a bullet hell shooter. It may, in fact, be the pinnacle example of that subgenre. It does, however, have a fairly unique gimmick. All of the bullets you need to avoid are one of 2 colors. They are either white with a blue outline, or black with a red outline. And your own ship also fires in those 2 colors, and this is the gimmick part. You are immune to the same color of shots that you yourself are firing. So, hypothetically, it would be possible to play through this game without ever having your ship take a single hit. I was not able to achieve that. In fact, I couldn't get anywhere near the end of this game without turning free play on. As this was originally an arcade game, this game gives you the options for how many lives and how many credits you have. Playing through the game in free play mode takes just under 40 minutes. Being good enough to actually play through this game without free play mode turned on, I imagine takes years upon years of practice. And that's not a fault against the game. This is clearly a fine example of a vertical shooter. I am just neither that good at the game, nor that dedicated to getting good at the game. Although there is some satisfaction to using less lives in a playthrough, and of course seeing your rank be better after each level. Not that my number of lives or ranks improved all that much, but it did improve slightly. So is Ikaruga worth your time and money? For the $10 it costs on PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam, absolutely yes. Even the $15 that Nintendo's asking for on Switch is not unreasonable. This is essentially the definitive example of a bullet hell shooter, which is an incredibly hard genre by and large, but it gives you the option from the very beginning to play through the entire game without having to worry about a game over from not being good. In fact, the level of challenge for a given playthrough is entirely at your control. Now, the footage certainly shows that I was never very good at using the game's mechanics to actually avoid shots, but I believe that is a me issue and not a flaw within the game, as there are people far better at this game who have uploaded playthroughs that'll show you what a true master of this game can do. I personally have owned this game on Steam since 2015, and I've played it on and off over the years. It's a short, but nice experience that I'm looking to have every 8 months or so. I'm not huge into shoot-'em-ups by and large, but every once in a while, I do get that itch. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Ikaruga. It's an absolute steal for $10, and perfectly reasonable at $15. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Atom Fall, released March of 2025. Available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms. Retailing for $49.99 on PC, and $59.99 on PlayStation and Xbox platforms. Developed by Rebellion, most known for their Sniper Elite series, Atom Fall is a big departure from their previous work, as it is an open-world game taking place in the shadow of some kind of horrible catastrophe in England. In the late 50s, something the locals refer to as an atom plant had some kind of terrible disaster, so an area was quarantined off around this atom plant. And the people in the quarantine zone have not taken things very well. Some are living miserably under martial law. Some have become bandits. Some have reverted to a kind of medieval lifestyle. And still others are struck with a mysterious ailment, and it should be fairly obvious that whatever disaster happened has something to do with this mysterious ailment. And probably the odd glowing plant life you see here and there. Though I won't spoil exactly what's going on here. The game is broken up into several large areas, rather than having one continuous area. And within each of these areas, there are caves and bunkers and what have you to explore, as exploration is a big part of this game. In fact, your character grows stronger from finding certain things, rather than from combat. Meaning that whenever possible, combat should be avoided. But that, of course, is not always possible. If you're looking to improve your character, you will need to find training stimulants. They are often found in barred cases, though they can sometimes be found other places. Each improvement has a set number of stimulants that are required. Early on, you'll notice there's many upgrades that you can't see yet. That is because you need to unlock them with things like training manuals, which can be found out in the world, or sometimes bartered with NPCs for. But fair warning, anything you see that can be bartered for, you can find out in the world if you look hard enough. And it is true bartering, as there is no money equivalent in this world. Even though we're in a quarantined part of England, so one would think pounds would still have some value there. But weirdly, it never comes up. But what does come up are lots of NPCs that have lots of ideas of how to escape the quarantine.
Really? Well, you're not the first amnesiac I've seen since things went awry.
Of power signals, especially useful for bypassing old security systems.
For all the weight that carries now.
All of which will assure you that they have the only plan to get out, and that you can completely trust them. But contrary to that, there is a mysterious voice on the various phones you find that will tell you not to trust any of these people.
This is the operator. Do you
Who exactly that is, and how they're making the phones work when everyone you mention it to tells you the phones haven't worked in years in the quarantine, is something that doesn't seem to have an actual answer anywhere in the game. And there are times when you could potentially answer a phone near an NPC, but they don't comment on how odd that is. As you explore, you will find a lot of random junk that you can pick up. If it's not consumable or a bullet, it's something that's used in the game's crafting. Early on, you can make bandages to heal yourself. As you play, you can find recipes that will allow you to make poison antidotes, treatments for radiation, and other various useful items. If you find the right manual and train the right skill, you can even upgrade firearms through crafting, as most of what you find will be rusty, which lowers their power, accuracy, range. But taking two rusty versions of a gun and a few other items, gun oil, etc., you can create a stock version of that gun, which is a vast improvement. And with two stock versions of a gun, you can actually upgrade to a pristine version, which at the very least will do more damage and sometimes other things. Early on, you will probably not use guns that much, as ammo is scarce at the beginning. But as you delve deeper into certain places, ammo becomes more commonplace. And you'll need it, as most enemies do respawn when you move between the zones, which is another fine reason to avoid combat to begin with. I think the enemies respawning is to compensate for the fact there is no fast travel in this game. And without having the enemies respawn, travel would get very boring very quickly. Early on in the game, you might think this is a more realistic take on something like Fallout, or maybe the Metro series. And it certainly does seem that way in the first zone you're in. But upon leaving that zone, you'll very quickly run into more fantastical elements, like the giant robots, or glowing zombie-like monsters, which does make it clear that the science fiction here is just as loose as the Fallout series, just not as quite in your face with it. There is one recurring thing that happens in the game that is frustrating and annoying every time it happens. There are nests of insects and rats in various places. When you get near one of these nests, they spawn dozens of creatures. Sometimes you can actually see the nests and destroy them to stop the creatures spawning. Other times, the nest is nowhere to be found, so your only hope is to just keep bashing the rats, or bees, or what have you, till they stop spawning. This got very old very quick, and was the only part of the game I truly dreaded interacting with. So is Atomfall worth your time and money? Well, if you're a fan of the open-world sci-fi genre, absolutely yes. It's an interesting take on the formula, as it's far less in your face with humor and fantastic science than you get in something like Fallout or The Outer Worlds, while at the same time managing to avoid the ever-present misery that permeates the world of the Metro series. And there is actually some replay value to this, as there's several ways you can actually make it through this game, depending which NPCs you decide to trust and help. As this is not a game where you can do everything on one save file, you will definitely need to play through several times if you're really looking to experience everything that's on offer. It also has a very different feeling to it than other games in this genre, as the game reminds you that this is taking place in England. Every NPC has an English accent, and there is often English slang peppered throughout, the majority of which can be taken from context, but you are playing a character that's supposed to have no memory, so when you look up what a slang word means online, it sort of makes you relate to the character a little bit. Now, of course, this is a very recent release, and is of course selling at full price everywhere, be that $50 on computer or $60 on console. But it's also a relatively niche release, so that makes me think this will drop in price fairly rapidly if you give it a few months. But before waiting to do that, no, it is very much worth the full price tag it's at right now. And, at the time of this review anyway, it is available on Xbox Game Pass, which is exactly how I personally played through it. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Blizzard Arcade Collection, released February of 2021. Retailing for $19.99 and available on all modern platforms. This is a collection of 5 games from Blizzard, all of which saw release in the 90s on various platforms, some of which actually include the alternate versions, though strangely not all of them. The games on offer include RPM Racing, The Lost Vikings, The Lost Vikings 2, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn. So, you have 2 racing games, 2 puzzle platformers, and 1 cinematic platformer. You will notice that none of the licensed games Blizzard worked on for DC are here. You will also notice that early games from their bigger franchises like Warcraft and Diablo are also not here. But it's not just what's not included that's strange, but also what actually is. RPM Racing and Rock and Roll Racing are very similar games, but RPM was much earlier and rougher, and honestly, simply not good. Rock and Roll Racing takes a lot of the ideas and smooths them out, and makes a fantastic racer, with a great soundtrack. So did we really need RPM Racing to be here? And for both Rock and Roll Racing and the first Lost Vikings, we have multiple versions of these games. You can play the Super Nintendo or Genesis version of either game, but they also have a definitive version that's much better than either of those. Blackthorn is similar, as you have the Super Nintendo version, a version called the 32-bit version, and then the definitive version. And I don't see what the point of this is, except to be intentional nostalgia bait for people. As if I'm really looking to play any of these games, I'd rather just play the enhanced definitive version. But I'd understand if they did this for all games where this would be applicable. But Lost Vikings 2, that had a Super Nintendo release, as well as a PlayStation and Saturn release, only has the Super Nintendo version on offer here. So where are the other versions of Lost Vikings 2 and its definitive version? And it's this unequal treatment of the games in this collection that make it feel kind of lazy. But that is exactly what I've come to expect from Blizzard in the last 2 decades, so I can't say that I'm surprised. So is the Blizzard Arcade Collection worth your time and money? Possibly. If you have a great deal of nostalgia for any of the games in this collection, the $20 price tag is not too much for any one of these games if you have fond memories and wish to relive them. I was a huge fan of The Lost Vikings on the Super Nintendo, and Rock and Roll Racing. And yes, for a few minutes I was entertained to see them here. But at this point, neither of those games really held my attention. Both puzzle platforming and racing have progressed since these days. And while I was aware of the game Blackthorn, I had never played it until picking up this collection. And I have simply never developed a taste for the cinematic platformer. I might have gotten a kick out of Lost Vikings 2, had they included the PlayStation version that I actually played back in the day. But instead we just get the Super Nintendo version, because apparently Lost Vikings 2 and RPM Racing simply didn't deserve definitive versions. In fact, the only definitive version that's in here that I really think is worth anything is Rock and Roll Racing, because it replaces the Genesis and Super Nintendo's attempts at songs with the actual songs. And really, I think they should have just released that by itself without the rest of this collection, even if it were still the same $20. Although in such a case, it would need to be expanded with more songs, more tracks, more cars, and more power-ups. And in general need much more work and polish than the so-called definitive version in this collection got. But hard work and polish are something that Blizzard forgot a long time ago. So for the most part, I think this collection is something to just pass on. Maybe if you can get a good deal on it for $10 or less, but the full $20, don't waste your time unless you are a truly hardcore fan of one of the games on offer here. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Balatro, released February of 2024. Available on all modern consoles, PCs, and cell phones, retailing for $9.99 on cell phones and $14.99 everywhere else. Balatro is a game where you make poker hands of up to 5 cards. Each poker hand has a set value and multiplier. Each card has a set value added to the hand's value. Of course, that is oversimplifying things to an insane degree. This is a deck-building roguelite in a very literal sense, and there are many different decks to start playing with, all of which affect the game in some way. Most of them have a traditional 52 cards, but there are some that are missing particular cards, such as having no face cards to begin with. Other decks might increase the number of discards you have, or affect how you get money, and will lead to very different experiences when you use them. And each of these decks has various levels of difficulty. The conditions for the difficulties are always the same, no matter the deck, but not all decks are equally prepared to deal with every condition. Beyond that, by default you can have 2 consumable cards and 5 jokers to affect things. There are of course ways to both increase and decrease the number of consumables and jokers. Consumables come in several forms. Planet cards, which increase the value of different hands. Tarot cards, which can affect a set number of playing cards in a number of ways, such as giving them bonus points or multiplier, changing their suit, or even destroy cards. Lastly, and most rarely, you have spectral cards. These are like tarot cards, but with much bigger effects. They might destroy one random card, but replace it with several others, upgrade all of your hand's values, randomly generate cards, including the Joker cards, and in general, using them is kind of a risk versus reward situation. And last, we have the 5 Joker slots. And there are jokers that affect literally every aspect of this game. Some add to the value of cards, or add multipliers. Some multiply the multipliers. Those are valuable. Some affect how you earn money, or will make different consumable cards appear under the right conditions. There is a total of 150 different jokers. You have to unlock them in various ways. The game will tell you exactly how you unlock different jokers, but sometimes the conditions are simply ridiculous, like having to discard a royal flush. But all of this will affect every round and every ante, and each ante is broken up into 3 blinds, each of these requiring progressively bigger scores in order to progress. You'll do a small blind, and then a big blind, and finally a boss blind. The big and small simply require you to have a set number of chips scored. The boss blind will have some kind of condition associated with it. It might devalue all the cards of a given suit, not allow you to repeat hand types, or force you to use only one hand type, and a dozen other things, all of which are intended to make things harder for you, hence the name Boss Blind. But the good news is, between each of the blinds, you get to go to the shop. Here, you can buy jokers and consumable cards, or just add cards to your deck. As you aren't forced to have only 52, you can have as many cards as you want. By default, there will be 2 things to buy. They could be jokers, consumable cards, what have you. There will also, by default, be 2 packs you can buy. The packs are a specific kind of cards. Standard playing cards, jokers, planets, tarot, etc. And you get to pick one of those cards to keep. And sometimes 2 if it's a mega pack. And if there's nothing you want in the pack you just paid for, you can skip and not take anything. And I referenced money earlier. Obviously this shop is where you spend it. By default, each blind gives you a certain amount of money, and any hands you had left to play give you bonus money by default. And if you have a lot of money on you, you actually earn interest, and thus more money. But early on, you'll probably want to save your money. As the more useful something is, generally speaking, the more expensive it's going to be. And if you're really desperate for help, you can do rerolls of the shop to see if you'll get something that'll help you. But like everything else here, it's kind of a gamble. Noticing a theme yet? There's one other item that's available in the shop. And that is a voucher. The voucher only changes after a boss blind is defeated, and vouchers will make a change to the current run. They might give you an extra hand or discard to play, make everything in the shop cheaper for the rest of the run, make certain items more likely to show up in the shop. Vouchers are relatively expensive, but they are usually worth it. But at the end of the day, all of this is just in service of this being a game where you make poker hands. Making a high card hand is worth the least. A royal flush is worth the most. But what makes this different from a usual poker simulator is how you can actually manipulate your deck. As, with a little luck, you could make your entire deck one suit, guaranteeing a flush every single round. Or you could manipulate your deck to have a lot of gimmick cards in it. Steel and gold cards both have effects that take place as long as those cards are in your hand and not actually played. Or you could go about destroying a lot of cards in your deck, making it so there's only particular hands you're even able to create. And everyone who plays will have their own strategy for how they will win. And much like in real life when you play poker, not all of these plans will work. So is Balatro worth your time and money? Well, there is a certain thrill to discarding some cards and then getting just what you need for that perfect hand. And that feeling keeps you coming back to this game, as it is a $15 game, which is cheaper than the vast majority of games on the market, and I've also played over 100 hours of it in the last week. So yes, it's impossible for me to say that Balatro is not worth the $15 they're asking for it. And while it seems simple on the surface that you're simply making different poker hands, the different conditions that the decks and difficulty levels give you make you change entirely how you play. And it's also amazing how much the right joker in your possession can completely change how you're doing in the game. I've had runs where I thought they were going to end on the second ante, and then just the right joker came into the shop, and suddenly I was on easy street until ante 7 or 8. And then there's a certain point you get to in the game where you start being able to unlock having extra jokers and all kinds of other bizarre things happen. And you get to a point where just playing a single pair somehow gets you 100,000 chips. But because there's so many variables at play, you can never go in with a guarantee something like that's going to happen. Because this is a game built around a deck of cards, and random chance is always a huge element. Which is exactly why Balatro is worth your time and money. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, released April 22nd of 2025. Available on PlayStation, Xbox, and Windows platforms. Retailing for $49.99. The original Oblivion came out way back in 2006, and while it did receive many pieces of DLC, until now it never got a major re-release, which does make it stand in very stark contrast to its sequel, Skyrim, which at this point has received so many re-releases that it's kind of a running joke for people. But enough about that. What exactly has been brought to the table for Oblivion in this remaster? Well, for the most part, this is sort of a warts and all remaster, as it has been graphically overhauled and is a very beautiful game to look at now. But most of what you remember from playing Oblivion, assuming you did almost 20 years ago, is still here. If you are in a building in a city, and you are alone, and you pick up an item, therefore stealing it, a guard will still spawn to harass you. Ever since playing the original, I have been unclear on exactly how the guard is aware you have done anything. But I bring this up because the things that happened in Oblivion like that will still happen in this remaster. So, if you've played the original, you will absolutely feel right at home, as nearly all of the quirky elements that defined the original are still very much here. And those quirks cut in both directions. It's great that you can do alchemy wherever you're at without needing to find an alchemy table. As long as you have a mortar and pestle in your inventory anyway. Same goes with enchanting and spellcrafting. Though sadly Oblivion lacks a crafting system for equipment. Bit of a shame they didn't import that from Skyrim, but I understand they wanted this to actually still feel like Oblivion. Speaking of things I wish they could have imported from Skyrim, the lockpicking is back from '06. When I played the original, I never got a hang of exactly how lockpicking worked. Here we are 20 years later, and having played the remaster, I still couldn't tell you how lockpicking's supposed to work in this. Thankfully, there is an option for your character to simply auto-attempt it without your involvement. That is how I picked every lock in my playthrough. And I understand there are a lot of people that truly enjoyed the lockpicking in Oblivion and its remaster. I am clearly missing something, and no longer wish to spend any time trying to figure it out. But what is actually going on in the story of Oblivion? Well, it starts out with your character in a prison cell. The Emperor shows up, as played by Patrick Stewart. He feels that your destinies are intertwined, so while the Emperor's trying to make his escape, you get to make your own escape. Though he does ask you to find his heir. And I mean, fair enough, he did help you get out of prison. And so the game is concerned with two things. Finding the heir and helping him ascend to his throne. And also, there's a problem with gates to hell opening all over the kingdom. So you need to close those gates to hell and hopefully find out why they keep opening and put a stop to that too. And of course, between you being a prisoner and actually accomplishing any of what I've just described, there's a whole lot of other things you can do that is wholly optional for the most part. You can go explore random things that are on the map. Abandoned castles, caves, dungeons, etc. You can join any number of organizations, like the Thieves Guild, or the Assassin's Guild, or take up being a mage. None of it's mandatory, but a lot of it's very interesting. So is Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion Remastered worth your time and money? By and large, yes it is. It's been nearly 2 decades since the original, and if you remember playing the original, it's probably time to go back and re-examine it a little bit, and this remaster's a great way to do that. If on the other hand, you've never played the original, but you're very familiar with the various releases of Skyrim, Oblivion is a great alternative to simply playing Skyrim again. As in a lot of ways, Oblivion was sort of a beta for Skyrim. But more than that, it also is sort of an awkward middle child between Morrowind and Skyrim, as it has the combat more reminiscent of Skyrim, but a skill system that's still more like Morrowind, as you still have major and minor skills, and you still have to either pick or make your own class at the beginning. And whatever you choose at the beginning, you're pretty much stuck with for your playthrough, which does necessitate you choosing very carefully. And that's not meant as a negative statement, as it does force you to play into your strengths that you chose at the beginning. And you don't have a safety net of being able to choose a different stone to get different skill bonuses. So yes, I absolutely recommend Oblivion Remastered. Regardless if you've played the original or not, this game is worth taking a look at in the year 2025. However, at least if you're playing on PC, you can still get your hands on the original version of Oblivion. Sure, this remaster looks very pretty, and comes with all of the DLC, but for $20 you can get the original version on Steam with all of its DLC. And the original version is a very mod-friendly game, so it's not all that hard to mod in some better graphics, and any number of other things that might just improve the experience a little bit. And you'd end up saving yourself $30 over this brand new version. Now admittedly, there's still reasons you might want to get the new remaster, and the remaster on PC is also fairly mod-friendly. But the mod community's been at work for 20 years on the original, versus less than a month on this one. So which do you think has more mod support at this point? And sure, the mod support will come to the new version with time, but it's just something to think about. You can also play the original version of Oblivion on an Xbox console, but the Xbox version is not exactly mod-friendly, so do with that information what you will. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Doom: The Dark Ages, released March of 2025. Available on PlayStation, Xbox, and Windows platforms. Retailing for $69.99. Doom: The Dark Ages is the most recent in the long-running Doom franchise, and actually serves as a prequel to Doom 2016. The Night Sentinels, that have an odd mix of medieval and sci-fi technology, are in a war with Hell. It seems their only effective weapon in this war is in fact the Doomslayer, who is being kept on a very short leash by the Makers, as the Night Sentinels apparently very much need the Doomslayer, but do not trust him. And I'm sure this is breeding no resentment on the part of the Doomslayer. Hell itself is led by this, Walmart knockoff of a Cenobite. Almost everything in this game has a great design, and then we have this as our main antagonist. I really don't understand what the thinking was. But anyway, he's here to conquer the Night Sentinels, and he deeply resents the Doomslayer because the forces of Hell apparently fear the Doomslayer more than they fear him. You can already tell this motivation will be his undoing. But before things are said and done, we'll do a lot of things. We'll fight in some castles, we'll fight in some more technologically advanced areas, we'll take a few trips to Hell, we will end up in a Lovecraftian water world, awaken Cthulhu, get in a giant robot, and ride a dragon. And a lot of that stuff was not things I expected from a Doom game. Speaking of unexpected from a Doom game, we actually have several types of levels this time around. We, of course, have the more linear style of levels you might associate with Doom 2016 and modern FPSs in general. You also have much more open levels, with multiple objectives that you can tackle in your own order, at least to an extent. Then you have the giant robot levels. For the most part, these are just sort of a break. The mechanics are fairly simple, and these levels are very straightforward. And then you have levels where you get to ride a dragon. You are playing a very oversimplified version of Panzer Dragoon. And then of course there are levels that mix and match these various elements, like riding the dragon around to small linear sections. And that's probably for the best, as neither the giant robot or dragon riding sections have very much to them. They're a nice break in terms of gameplay, but they are best in moderation. What we're all really here for is the actual combat, and it requires you to keep mobile and keep firing. But there are some new mechanics in play. For example, you have a shield. You can block things with it, and more importantly, with the right timing, you can parry things with it, which of course sends the attack right back at whoever sent it. You can also raise your shield and then body slam into your enemies. And lastly, you can be like Captain America and throw your mighty shield. This will completely eliminate the fodder enemies, and can be used to stun the larger enemies, or destroy the armor on some of the larger enemies. Throwing the shield is also important for some of the puzzles you encounter throughout the levels. The shield is a pretty major part of this game, as the parry mechanic actually gets expanded, as at a certain point you start finding runes for your shield. These make it so when you parry an attack, another effect happens. Ground fissures opening up, energy daggers tracking down enemies, an auto gun firing, or lightning coming down from the sky. Also, your options for melee are bigger this time around, as not only can you body check with your shield, you can punch, which is fast. Or you can use a mace, which is stronger and a bit slower. And then you get one more mace weapon, which is much, much slower and much, much stronger. I personally found the middle option to be the most effective. But really, Doom isn't about your fists, or about your shield. Doom is about your guns. And new guns are trickled into you over the course of the story. You start out and you just have a shotgun. But very shortly, you'll get your hands on something that fires a little quicker than a shotgun. And before long, you'll get your first energy weapon. And then one that uses skulls as ammo somehow. And then eventually something that fires a big ball and chain. And you'll find alternates for each category. Like you'll find a double-barrel shotgun, which is my personal favorite weapon. You'll find the equivalent of a sniper weapon. And of course, explosives. And every single one of these weapons has a situation where they are useful. And absolutely none of them feel like a chore to use. Every weapon in this game is a delight to be using. However, as I said, I did find myself mostly relying on the double barrel or super shotgun as the game terms it. But depending on your style of play, you may find the other weapons more appealing. And in between all the combatant weapons, you can also find various collectibles around the map. Like the other modern Doom games, you can find toys that the Doomslayer apparently collects. You can also find weapon skins, if cosmetics are really your thing. And you can find codex entries if you're actually one of the people that deeply cares about the lore and story of Doom. Also dotted around the map is money, because all of your equipment can be upgraded. You can make your fists, your shield, and your guns all better. What's better than a shotgun? A shotgun that lights things on fire. And when you fully upgrade one of your weapons, you then unlock a challenge. Complete that challenge and you get a weapon skin. That's gold. There are also challenges for essentially every level in the game. Most of them you will accomplish by just playing the level thoroughly. And thankfully, the platforming sections that plagued Doom Eternal are not present here. There are secrets that require a certain level of platforming. Being secrets, they are optional, so you're never forced to do any terrible first-person platforming. This fact alone makes Doom the Dark Ages far better than its predecessor. So is Doom the Dark Ages worth your time and money? Well, $70 is quite a bit of money. But yes, this is one of those rare games that's actually worth the full $70. The combat is the main reason you're here, and it's incredibly satisfying. There are some puzzles in every level. None of them are hugely difficult, but none of them are so easy as to be pointless. And surprisingly, the levels are far more varied than I thought they would be. As you start out with that faux techno-medieval setting, which you do get to see both winter and spring variations of, then find yourself in a more hellish environment, and then you find yourself in a Lovecraftian setting, which did legitimately take me by surprise. I do think they could have taken that Lovecraftian setting a little further, because there's parts where you're actually deep underwater, and I think something would have been gained by having some kind of massive creature just right outside of where you can go. Like it be swimming and slowly circling around the area you're swimming in. It would have added a little tension even if it was a false tension. But my only real complaint is the main villain. And it all comes down to his design. It's just, everything in this game looks so interesting and well made. And then this is supposed to be our villain. I know I harped on this earlier, but seriously, it's like if Canon Films would have made Legend. But I digress. And I wholeheartedly recommend Doom the Dark Ages. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Retro Classics, available on Xbox and PC. Released May of 2025. It is not actually available to buy. It is only available through the Microsoft Game Pass subscription. At the time of this recording, Retro Classics is a collection of 50 games, including games from the Atari 2600, DOS PC, Amiga, Super Nintendo, and PlayStation 1. And yes, there is something very surreal about playing a Super Nintendo or PlayStation 1 game on an Xbox. At the moment, the majority of this collection is Atari 2600 games. This is highly similar to Nintendo's Switch Online offerings, as it is a collection of retro games that is not available to buy. but rather is simply included with your subscription. And like Nintendo Switch Online, there are also periodic challenges. These challenges give you points. You can then exchange them to make your avatar fancier. And this is included in all tiers of Game Pass, from the cheapest at $10 a month, to the ultimate version at $20 a month. And this collection will supposedly be expanded over time, though exactly by how much and how often it is to be expanded, we don't know yet. Most of what's on offer here comes from Activision, meaning that many of the 2600 games that are on offer here are ones not found in most other 2600 collections. And in case anyone is unaware, Activision did make some of the finest 2600 games that ever hit the market, and it is wonderful to see them represented in this collection. What actually brought my attention to this collection was a news article saying that MechWarrior 1 and 2 were available in Retro Classics. And technically speaking, that's true. Unfortunately, the versions that are on offer here are the Super Nintendo version of MechWarrior 1, being the only Super Nintendo game in this collection, and the PlayStation 1 version of MechWarrior 2, again being the only PlayStation 1 game available in this collection, at least at the time of this recording. And truthfully, these versions aren't entirely bad, especially when you consider the limitations of the platforms they were originally made for. But I went in hoping to see the PC version of MechWarrior 2, and that simply isn't what's on offer here. And a lot of what is on offer here I think serves as mostly a curiosity to the modern gamer. As I remember playing the 2600, and I'm very happy to see a lot of these Activision games here. But would a teenager care about any of these 2600 games? I am also disappointed with the Amiga games that are here, as all of them are point-and-click adventure games, which are fine as they scratch a very particular itch, but the Amiga had some truly great shoot-'em-ups and platformers, none of which are available on here, at least not yet. And I sincerely hope the promises of expanding the library here will fix that. So is Retro Classics worth your time and money? Well, if you're already subscribed to a tier of Game Pass for one reason or another, then yeah, you should go ahead and check this out. But Retro Classics is not strong enough on its own to be a reason to get Game Pass. At least, not at the moment. We do need to see how the promises of expansion actually play out, or if they happen at all. So yes, if you have Game Pass, absolutely check out Retro Classics, because there are some great games on offer here that are a little hard to find other places. But if you're going to subscribe to Game Pass just to play Retro Classics, there's better ways you could spend that money, even at the basic $10 tier. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Sunset Overdrive, originally released as an exclusive for Xbox One in October of 2014. In November of 2018, it came to PC. On either platform, it retails for $19.99, and this may follow in the footsteps of other formerly exclusive games on Xbox and find its way onto Nintendo and Sony platforms. Time will tell. Sunset Overdrive is an over-the-top, open-world game, very much in the vein of Saints Row 4, notable for being the only game developed by Insomniac to be an exclusive for Xbox. The setting is over-the-top, wacky, and very self-aware, frequently trying very hard to be funny, and sometimes actually managing to succeed. The game starts with you creating your character. Once done, you'll see your character working a depressing, dead-end job. It's launch night for a brand new beverage, called Overdrive, and as you try to clean up the trash generated from the launch party for this, things start to go wrong. Because drinking an Overdrive actually causes people to turn into hideous tumor monsters. You, sensing the danger, decide to try to run from this. This effectively starts the game's tutorial, where with no real explanation we find out that you, as a regular person, can jump to an extreme degree, grind indefinitely on virtually anything, and can even run along walls, at least for a bit. We also get our first weapon during this, the Flaming Compensator, as there are many different guns in this game. And while there are a few realistic guns, most of them are like the Flaming Compensator, with their name and design very much meant to be a joke. In this case, you have a shotgun that fires incendiary rounds, which is highly effective against the tumor monster zombies you'll be fighting. And speaking of fighting, it's a little different than you might expect. This is not a game where you want to stand still for any length of time. You need to be grinding, or bouncing, or doing something while firing, because the game rewards style. And you might think this would make shooting things hard, as it would make aiming difficult, and it certainly can, but the game doesn't expect you to be very accurate. Even if you're not really aiming at an enemy, if you see it has a red circle on it, that means when you fire, it's going to hit that enemy. And while that sounds great on paper, in practice it takes a little getting used to. Anyway, once you've learned all the basics, and the tutorial is over, you get to your apartment to try and ride out this horrible turn of events. But apparently you weren't really stocked up for a long stay, so the game proper has to actually start. And when it does, you'll find out that most of what you do is do quests for various groups of people. The first group of people will be some stereotypical survivalists. Then you will find another group that's made up of stereotypical spoiled rich kids. Then a group of scouts that all look a little too old to still be in the scouts. And then a group of people that are still taking LARPing very, very seriously in what is essentially a zombie apocalypse. It doesn't particularly matter which group you're helping at any given moment. Think of the most obvious jokes to make about this particular group of stereotypes, and the game will make them repeatedly. But, in fairness, the game seems to be aware of what it's doing, and never tries to pretend that any of it is clever. And the actual quests that you go on are very different from one another. And really, the missions themselves end up being more memorable than the NPCs that gave them to you, as there are a number of different goals that the quests have. And not all of the quests are centered around the overdrive drinking tumor monsters, as you also need to deal with groups of scavengers, which are just regular humans but with guns. And later in the game, you have to deal with robots. The robots are made by the same company that made the beverage that caused this whole situation. And yes, the end of this game has you taking out that company, because shocker of shockers, the company was evil. A twist that I'm sure no one predicted. But to deal with all of this, you have guns. Most of which don't actually fire bullets, and are made out of random junk, with jokey names. And each of them have different levels of effectiveness against the various creatures you encounter. So ones that are highly effective against the tumor monsters are not necessarily going to be very good against the robots. But you can carry 8 weapons at a time, so it's easy to have a weapon for each type of enemy on you. In addition to weapons, you also have amps. Amps are power-ups that you can equip to yourself, and also to each of your weapons. You get amps by turning in collectibles that are all over the map. Sneakers, toilet paper, neon signs, etc. And amps power up things in various ways. They can make you master a weapon faster, or make it more effective, or have a special status effect, or increase the damage that all guns do when you're bouncing or grinding. But amps are not active all the time. All amps have a style level at which they activate. So if you're not playing stylishly enough, you're not going to benefit from all of your amps. So get good at bouncing and grinding. I did have one issue, specifically while trying to get collectibles to buy amps. Sometimes you need to get to something beneath your character, but you pretty much have to jump to end grinding. And then when you're trying to get under where you were, sometimes the game kind of almost magnets you on to what you were grinding on again, thus making collecting that neon sign or toilet paper very frustrating. And I know this tendency to kind of stick you onto things is to help aid in the grinding and bouncing and whatnot, and truthfully is very beneficial in combat. It just became very frustrating when trying to just roam about getting collectibles. So is Sunset Overdrive worth your time and money? Well, at a low price of $20, it's certainly worth picking up on either Xbox or PC. And actually, is a better deal on PC because the PC version has all the DLC included, where you have to buy that all separately over on the Xbox. The shooting is fairly satisfying, and grinding along power lines and bouncing off of virtually anything has a charm to it, as well as it being a bit rewarding when you really master your transversal powers so you can efficiently get around Sunset City. The game at times is trying a little too hard to make you laugh, and it really gets into meta humor as it goes on. And yeah, it's cute the first time the game references that it's a game, but on time number 40, you're just rolling your eyes. The game is strongest when the cutscenes end and you can actually get to the action, and the action manages to stay fresh, as you need to deal with different enemy types in very different ways, and the guns have a lot of variety in how they handle, with none of them feeling as if they're useless. So yes, I do recommend Sunset Overdrive. And I am hopeful that it will be one of the games Microsoft decides to take to Nintendo and Sony. I realize this title is somewhat more niche than something like Halo, but I still think there would be an audience for it on a Nintendo or Sony platform. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Double Dragon 4, released January of 2017. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $6.99. And this is called Double Dragon 4 because it's very much meant to be a follow-up to the NES trilogy of Double Dragon games. But it still makes for a very silly name, as there was a Double Dragon 5 back on the Super Nintendo, despite there not being a Double Dragon 4 at the time. And it goes far out of its way to take anything that it can from those earlier games. This includes the sprites, the way enemies behave, and even the special moves that you can do. The story also has the feeling of the 8-bit games, as yet again you are Billy and Jimmy Lee trying to rescue a captured woman. And after each level you'll get a little text blurb, and sometimes a cutscene to explain exactly what's going on. Not that the story is really complex enough to require much explanation. In addition to the main story, there is also a tower mode, and a 2-player fighting game mode, similar to what was available in the very first Double Dragon on NES. Playing through both the story mode and tower mode will unlock new characters for the fighting game mode. Playing the actual fighting game mode will just make you wish you were playing an actual fighting game. And that's kind of the whole problem with Double Dragon 4. It's trying so hard to make you remember the NES Double Dragon games that it does virtually nothing to stand out on its own, as you have the same moveset, and all the enemies behave the way they would have over 30 years ago. In addition to that, they've not just taken the warmly remembered and nostalgic parts of the Double Dragon games. The terrible platforming from Double Dragon 2 was included for some reason, which is an element that everyone collectively would like to forget. Much like the occasions where you can end up stun-locked, which happen rarely, but they still happen. And all of this would have been fine 30 plus years ago. But these days, the beat-em-up genre has moved on quite a bit. And topping that off is that story mode only takes about 45 minutes to complete. And after you've completed it once, there is no reason to ever play it again. Tower mode is an interesting idea, but gets repetitive very fast. And the fighting game mode was a fun novelty back on the first Double Dragon, but these days there's real actual fighting games you could be playing, so it serves little purpose here. So is Double Dragon 4 worth your time and money? Even at its minuscule price of $7? No. No, it is not. This is a game obsessed with capturing a retro experience. So, I would suggest if you want a retro experience, go play the first 3 Double Dragons on NES, as this game does nothing to improve upon those games, and in some ways actually makes it worse, as it actually managed to have even worse platforming at parts. So if you're looking for a beat-em-up to play, seek elsewhere. And if you absolutely must play a Double Dragon game, might I suggest looking up Double Dragon Neon, as there is quite literally no fun on offer in Double Dragon 4. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Doom Eternal, released March of 2020. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $39.99. Doom Eternal is the sequel to Doom 2016. It is, however, not a direct sequel. In the world of Doom, slightly more than a decade has passed. And in that time, Earth has apparently been invaded by Hell, and evidently Hell was very successful in its invasion. But while this was going on, the Doomslayer got himself a spaceship, and has taken it upon himself to cleanse the Earth of Hell's forces. And apparently his plan for cleansing is one demon at a time. And the basic level structure is thus. You teleport down somewhere to do something. The game will explain what you're there to do, but what you're actually there to do does not matter, as once the level starts, you will go through wiping out hordes upon hordes of demons. And the actual wiping out of demons is quite similar to Doom 2016, except ammo is even more scarce, thus forcing you to use every weapon in your inventory, and forcing you to become very familiar with using the chainsaw to restore your ammo. And unfortunately your chainsaw doesn't work on every demon, so you mostly only get to chainsaw the things that aren't actually threats. Unless you've already done a lot of damage to one of the bigger things that actually are threats anyway. But this does make combat feel intense and quite frantic, and you never want to stand still. And they've added several new toys to your combat inventory. You have a flamethrower, and enemies that are on fire drop armor, which is nice. You have grenades, both of the frag and ice variety, and thankfully they do not share a timer. Also, after doing a couple of glory kills, your melee attack gets powered up, which is nice for when you're in a tight situation. All of these are great additions. But they are additions, and remembering that you have them at first is rather difficult. As for basically the first half of the game, I'd get through combat encounters and think, oh, I should have used this, this, and this. But by the time I thought about it, it was too late. And sure, there's going to be another combat encounter shortly, but there's another addition to this game that wasn't quite as good as what was added to combat. Between the excellent combat encounters, you're going to have to do a lot of first-person platforming. First-person platforming is always terrible. And what's on offer here is absolutely not an exception. And sometimes there's a little break in the platforming, and you might think, okay, I got through half of this. This is a little break, hopefully this was a checkpoint, only to start on the next bit of platforming, fail, and realize you have to go all the way back to the start of this whole section. And if you're interested in getting all the collectibles in the game, action figures, albums, upgrade items, oh my! Frequently these items will be hidden behind elaborate platforming sections, which made me give up on collecting them after a certain point. Also dotted around levels are 2 kinds of combat challenges. One kind gives you a rather strict time limit to deal with a small group of demons that spawn in. If you fail, you don't get anything you used during the fight back. Then there is a second kind where you find a key and unlock a combat encounter. These don't have a time limit, but they are very intense encounters. They teleport you to an area that has armor and ammo and everything in it, along with all the demons you need to face. And if you fail and need to try again, everything's restocked in that little area, so these aren't as punishing as the time limit ones, by and large. Both types of these reward you with weapon points. Weapon points are spent to upgrade your weapons once you have found a mod for your weapon. And once you fully upgrade one of your mods, you unlock a challenge. Weapon mods are one of the many things scattered around levels. Each weapon has 2 different mods, and when you find a mod, you can select what weapon to use it on, and which of that weapon's 2 mods you get. And there is definitely a case to be made for each of the mods that is available. But you do really need to reflect on your personal gameplay style to decide which mods you're gonna get first. For example, the shotgun can either have a fully automatic mode, or it can launch sticky grenades. Now, a fully automatic mode for a shotgun does sound very powerful, and it is. But for my gameplay style, I find those sticky grenades to be infinitely more useful to me, as many of the bigger demons have weak spots, and a sticky grenade on a weak spot makes it go away. There is definitely a story happening in Doom Eternal. However, as you're playing it, it feels as if you're missing huge chunks of information. For example, the Doomslayer needs to take out 3 Hell Priests. The Hell Priests are under the impression they're immortal, and Doomslayer has some kind of disc that makes them not immortal. What that disc actually is, or where it came from, is not explained. At one point, you encounter a gentleman apparently living in exile, known as the Betrayer. Who exactly did he betray? And who put him into exile? The game doesn't say, and there are bits of lore scattered about here and there, but even reading those doesn't really answer these questions. I'm assuming there's some other media that actually answers these questions, but if it's not in the game, I am not going to find it. But I guess not answering these questions does sort of work for being the Doomslayer, as clearly his only goal is to wipe out more demons. So anyone and anything he needs to interact with is clearly just in service of his goal of wiping out demons. So is Doom Eternal worth your time and money? Well, if you're looking to do all kinds of terrible things to demons, yes. This game builds upon what Doom 2016 did. It takes that game to further extremes, and in new directions in some ways. Not all of the directions necessarily work, like the platforming discussed earlier, but other than that, everything else on offer here is truly amazing. And not just from a gameplay standpoint. There are things that are on display here clearly just to get a reaction from the audience. Like when you need to go and use the BFG 10,000 to punch a hole in a planet. It's just so ridiculous and over the top. And powering this thing is apparently just the handheld version of the BFG. There also is some replay value on offer here. I could certainly see someone going through using particular weapons and weapon mods, and then going through again, but deciding to use the exact opposite of what they used the last time. As all weapons in this game are viable, but some of them do require different strategies if you're going to use them effectively. So yes, I do absolutely recommend Doom Eternal. I think it may be the weakest of this current incarnation of Doom, as it is sandwiched between Doom 2016 and Doom the Dark Ages, but it's still a worthwhile experience and very much worth its $40 price tag. And really, even as the weakest of this particular trilogy, it still puts it far beyond most other games in this genre. If it wasn't for the platforming, I might actually call this one the strongest. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Axiom Verge 2, released August of 2021, retailing for $19.99. Available on all modern platforms. Axiom Verge starts with us being delivered to an Antarctic research station. We play as a woman named Indra, the founder and CEO of some mega corporation. We're here to find out what happened at the research station, and specifically what happened to our daughter. After a little exploring around the abandoned station, we find ourselves transported to another world, possibly another reality altogether. But you'll find in the only direction you can go, a voice calling out to you. Trying to get to that voice, you will drown. It turns out that voice is something called an arm. They are effectively the game's way of giving you new abilities. This particular arm, and several others you get, actually have a consciousness inside them that can communicate with you. And apparently they were living beings at one time, but now they are entirely artificial. This particular arm makes it impossible for you to drown, and also makes you respawn at save points. And shortly after your first respawning, after your last drowning, you will discover a big change from the first Axiom Verge, in that there are other people here with you. These are the people that were part of the research station you were investigating. You and them are now trapped in the world you're currently in, as the way you arrived here is a one-way trip. Of course, over the course of the game, your actual goal will change, though your desire to find your daughter never fades. Speaking of your goals, you will always have a dot on your map showing you where you need to go, though actually getting to that point in the world can be counterintuitive, as in more than one situation, you have to get something that's far away from that dot on your map before you can actually get to the dot. And sometimes you have to go completely to the other side of the map, as after all, this is a Metroidvania, and you probably need to find yet another arm to give you an ability to make another area accessible. Interestingly, as you explore the world, you will actually encounter bosses. However, in the vast majority of cases, you can simply run right by them and ignore them entirely. However, it may be in your best interest to actually fight these bosses, as all the various arms you acquire can be upgraded, and you can choose which ones to upgrade as you see fit, as the items for upgrading arms are dotted around the map and hidden away in corners. The bosses you encounter, if you actually choose to fight them and win, will always give you several of the upgrade items. But honestly, the most useful thing to upgrade is probably your hacking ability, though I suppose that does depend on your playstyle. It's interesting to note that these arms actually slowly strip away your literal humanity, to the point that late in the game you cease to have a human body. But our character Indra never actually loses her humanity in a more abstract way. Still thinking of the safety of the people that are trapped here, still thinking of her daughter. One of the arms you find allows you to spawn a little drone, very similar to the first game. This drone has several uses, but the most interesting of them is that it can go into yet another world. There are particular points where you can enter and exit this world, and it is separate from the main map, but also connected to it, meaning things accomplished in one world can affect the other world, and at several points you have to use this world to access areas you otherwise couldn't. At first, this game does seem as if it's completely unconnected from the first Axiom Verge. However, very late in the game, it becomes very clear that this game is directly connected to the original. And even before that point, if you're thoroughly looking and find the right text documents, you do see references to the first game here and there. So is Axiom Verge 2 worth your time and money? Well, it does fill in a lot of background details for the world of Axiom Verge. In fact, the game seems far more interested in fleshing out the world that the two games take place in than in actually being a gameplay follow-up to the original, as both games are technically Metroidvanias, but they are very different games despite this, as this game is far more interested in you exploring the world and finding little details, making most of the combat avoidable if you choose, though it doesn't go all the way with that idea, as not all combat is fully avoidable. You will, at the very least, have to fight two bosses, and honestly, if you haven't fought any of the others to get upgrade materials yet, they'll be pretty hard. Overall, I would say it's a much weaker experience than the original Axiom Verge. However, that doesn't make it a bad experience for what it is. So yes, I do feel that Axiom Verge 2 is worth its $20 asking price. However, if you're looking for more of the first game going in, you are not going to find it. And if you are a huge fan of the first game, I would recommend waiting for a sale. And yes, much like the original, Axiom Verge 2 goes on sale frequently, and for very cheap prices. This game does mostly feel like it's just here to fill in details, and makes me wonder if there's an Axiom Verge 3 in the works somewhere. But I guess time will tell on that one. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Doom 2016, released May of 2016. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $19.99. This was the first in a new series of Doom games, being an attempt to stay somewhat true to the original Doom in Doom 2, while also moving the series forward with slightly more modern sensibilities in some ways. And this was clearly successful, as the game received excellent sales, rewards, and has spawned 2 sequels since. The game begins with our hero breaking out of a stone sarcophagus. He picks up a gun, puts it to immediate use, finds his armor in the next room, and is quite ready to start about his work. However, he is contacted by Samuel Hayden, who will be a constant presence in the game, and sounds like Discount James Spader.
And resolve this problem in a way that benefits us both.
However, at this point, after a few words, the Doomslayer's done with this conversation, and begins about his work. His work, of course, being eliminating any demon unlucky enough to be found by him. And that is the majority of the game, simply taking out your frustrations on demons. And this game introduced the idea of glory kills to the series. Do some damage to a demon, it starts flashing. Hit it with a melee attack to see it taken out in a spectacular fashion, and it will drop a little health, and sometimes ammo. This mechanic would stick around for the sequels, and only be improved. If you have played the sequels, you will notice something missing from the combat. Demons don't have particular weak points or weaknesses, so you can't take out a cacodemon by throwing a grenade at it, or take out the cannons on the back of a revenant. Every demon is simply taken out by you putting enough rounds into it, and that makes the combat feel very reminiscent of the original Doom games. The vast majority of demons on offer are also based on the demons from Doom 1 and 2, and the redesigns are such that you immediately recognize everything for exactly what it's supposed to be. You'll also notice that combat encounters are not quite as hectic as they become in the sequels, as demons are not quite as numerous, and generally speaking, there is enough ammo that you won't need to change weapons if you don't want to. As the game goes on, you will find yourself being forced to listen to expositionary dialogue, which seems very odd, as right at the beginning you had that cut off so you could get right to the action. But then later you find out that Samuel Hayden is a robot who's quite content to trap you in rooms to force you to listen to him prattle on.
Is pure argent energy you've just taken into your system. It seems to agree with you.
And I wonder if this is meant to be him getting revenge on the Doomslayer, as Samuel Hayden is an evil businessman that has decided the best way to deal with an energy crisis is to siphon energy out of hell. And he realizes that things have gone wrong. So he'd like the Doomslayer to take care of things with as little damage to company property as possible. But at every turn, the Doomslayer goes out of his way to just completely destroy what this company has been working on, which honestly is probably the right thing to do. So I'm wondering if him inflicting the story upon the Doomslayer is actually him trying to get a little bit of revenge. As he can't get rid of the Doomslayer, because who would do the slaying? But he can get a little bit of revenge by annoying him. As you go through levels between your demon slaying, you will find a lot of collectibles and secrets. Upgrade tokens for your suit. These can improve your auto map and improve your resistance to environmental hazards. Tokens that can upgrade your armor, health, or ammo. Weapon mods. Each weapon has 2 mods that you can choose from. And Funko Pops of the Doomslayer in different colors. As stated, each weapon has 2 different mods, and when you find a weapon mod, you get to select which weapon and which mod you're getting. You also get weapon points from slaying demons, and can further upgrade each mod, until you unlock a challenge for each mod. And completing a challenge doesn't just give you a cosmetic, it actually improves the weapon in some way. Though not all of these bonuses are created equal. The plasma rifle in particular, with its heat blast mod, becomes ridiculous when you beat its challenge. Overall, Doom 2016 is easier than its sequels and considerably less frantic. But it's also more straightforward as it doesn't have any of the gimmicks present in the later games. This even applies to the bosses in the game, of which there are several, and all of them simply require you to pump enough rounds into them to finish the fight, while dancing around their various attacks. And honestly, I think a little more could have been done with them to make them stand out from one another. But at the same time, had they done anything different, it would have really ruined the homage to the earlier games they were so clearly doing. What is odd is the amount of story that's there to be found if you actually go looking for it, as dotted around every map you will find logs filled with information, and in some cases even audio logs. But I'm not really sure how this tale of corporate corruption and the brilliant idea to siphon energy out of hell is adding anything to the game. As easily, the worst parts when you're actually playing the game are when you're trapped in a room and have to listen to Samuel Hayden monologue for a set amount of time before you can just move on. As I really think the beginning had it right, can we just punch him in his robot face and move on to slaying some demons, please? So is Doom 2016 worth your time and money? Well, it retails for $20 on every platform, so absolutely, yes it is. However, I do think if you're planning to play Doom 2016, you should play it before Doom Eternal and Doom the Dark Ages. At least if that is an option that is still available to you, as the success of its sequels do make it likely that you've played them at some point before this game. As while Doom 2016 is an amazing experience, those two games expand upon the experience, making Doom 2016 seem limited in comparison. It's a situation that's rather similar to the Batman Arkham games. However, if it's already too late and you've played Doom the Dark Ages and you're just looking for something else in a similar vein, you can't really go wrong with picking up Doom 2016. You just need to be aware that certain features of Doom the Dark Ages are not going to be present in this earlier game. And if you're on the fence about spending a whole $20 on a game, Doom 2016 goes on sale frequently on digital storefronts, sometimes for less than $5. So yes, I absolutely recommend Doom 2016 on whatever platform you prefer. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends.
You've won. It's over. You stopped the invasion and closed the portal. But it's come at a price. Argent, Vega, this entire operation. You see, I've watched you work, come to understand your motivation. You think the only way is to kill them all, leave nothing behind. And you may be right. But we can't just shut it all down. Without Argent energy, it will be worse. I don't expect you to agree. But with this, we can continue our work. I am not the villain in this story. I do what I do because there is no choice.
Rerouting tether coordinates complete.
Our time is up. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. Until we see each other again.
Grand Theft Auto, The Trilogy, The Definitive Edition. Released November of 2021. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $59.99. This is an update of Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It replaces the renderware engine of the originals with Unreal 4 To varying degrees, it does update the gameplay and the controls of these games, which in general makes them feel quite a bit more modern. Of course, this was infamously not really ready at time of release, with all versions of it being essentially broken back in 2021. But 4 years after release, there have been patches, and things have been improved. Are things absolutely perfect? Well, no, absolutely not. But they are at the very least in a playable and passable state. And in some ways, these games are actually preferable to their original incarnations. And I say that especially in reference to Grand Theft Auto 3. If you go back and play the original PlayStation 2 version of that, you will be playing an open-world game without a world map to look at, where the right control stick does not control the camera, and every time you fail a mission, you basically need to reload your save. And the Definitive Edition addresses all of those issues. In fact, the way it's been changed, it makes Grand Theft Auto 3 a considerably easier game. In fact, there were some missions in the original Grand Theft Auto 3 that were frustratingly hard because of the lack of a world map. And of course, now that you have one, they are laughably easy. And it's debatable if this shift in difficulty is actually an improvement or not. As on the one hand, it does make the game much more accessible to a modern gamer, but on the other hand, it fundamentally changes an aspect of the original game. And a lowering of difficulty is actually present throughout all of these games, because of the addition of checkpoints on your various missions. Now, when playing Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City, these checkpoints are mostly just the start of the mission. And that is because the missions were much simpler in those two games. The checkpoints really come into play when playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, as missions were long and fairly complicated in that game, especially for 2004. But the checkpoints do just take you back to where you were. They don't actually give you anything. If you have a high wanted level and almost no health at a checkpoint, when you reload that checkpoint, you'll still be in that sorry state. You won't find your health refreshed, and you won't find your wanted level reduced at all. But it still makes the game easier, because at least you don't have to replay the whole mission. As the engine has been changed, the graphics are different. And I say different because I'm not sure that they're any better or worse. As they were quite good back in the day, by today's standards, none of them are all that impressive these days. But I will say the graphical difference does take a little getting used to if you actually played the originals. But for all of the little things that have changed, a lot of major things haven't changed at all. The voice acting in cutscenes is the same as it ever was. Your vehicles still, by and large, feel the same. And collectibles are all still in the same locations. At this point, the definitive editions are acceptable ways to experience these games. So is Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, the Definitive Edition, worth your time and money? Well, at this point, this is literally your only option to experience Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, or San Andreas. As with the release of the Definitive Editions, they stripped the other versions off of various storefronts. In 2021, that was a very bad thing, as the definitive editions were essentially unplayable at that point. But years after the fact, after mini patches, the definitive editions are in fact good ways to experience these games. And yes, I do recommend the trilogy for its $60 price tag. It would be preferable if you could buy these games individually, as I personally had a great deal of interest in playing Vice City again, and didn't really care about Grand Theft Auto 3 at all. But you have to buy the entire trilogy. You simply don't have an option. And in fairness, each of these games retailed for $50 when they released back in the day, so $60 to get all three of them isn't really all that bad when you look at it that way. It would have been nice if this collection included the original version of these games done through some kind of official emulation, or if you at least had the option to play these games with their original graphics. But as it stands, these are three classic open-world games that have all aged fairly gracefully, all things considered. And yes, having a modern control scheme does improve the experience quite a bit. So yes, I absolutely recommend Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, the Definitive Edition. please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Revenge of the Savage Planet, released May of 2025. Available on PlayStation and Xbox platforms for $39.99, or available on PC for $29.99. Revenge of the Savage Planet is a sequel to 2020's Journey to the Savage Planet. However, it takes place on a different planet. In fact, several of them. It is a third-person perspective as opposed to the first person of the original. And the company that our main character is associated with is a different company than from the first game. So, this is a very different sequel from the original in some ways. But in terms of style and overall attitude, these games are clearly cut from the same cloth. As mentioned, you work for a different company than in the first game. And importantly, you technically don't actually work for them, as the first thing to happen in the game, upon you waking up from cryosleep, is to discover that you've been terminated from your job at some point during your 100 years of cryosleep on your way to the planet.
I'll let you know how much we appreciate your commitment to the Alta Interglobal Way. Unfortunately, however, we've been forced to let you go. So, we hope you, however, are alive, and that you managed to arrive safe.
As apparently, colonizing planets did not turn out to be as profitable as the company thought. But the good news is, all the equipment they sent for you ahead of time, you can keep, because apparently it would be more expensive for them to get it back. And here is a big difference from the first game. Where the first game was all about how incompetent the company you worked for was, the company in this game is just greedy and corrupt and clearly doesn't care about anyone, especially its employees. As they sent you on a 100-year trip to a planet alone, decided to terminate your employment during that time, and have absolutely no plans or intent to bring you back home. And this comically exaggerated corporate apathy will be reiterated at every turn during this game. As much like the first, the game has one joke and it's gonna keep telling it. The game itself is a third-person open-world game with Metroidvania elements. And it's not just one open world, it's actually 4 open worlds. And also a 5th that's not so open. On these worlds, you have 2 major goals. The first being to find a way to get home, and the other being to uncover as much dirt as possible on the company that fired you. To accomplish these goals, you will need to keep upgrading your equipment. And that is where the Metroidvania elements come in, as each major upgrade to your equipment makes the worlds a little more accessible to you. And of course, in addition to the major upgrades you definitely need, you have many minor upgrades, which are very useful to have, though technically speaking, not 100% mandatory. The major upgrades will require you to find something specific on one of the worlds. It might be a blueprint or a piece of the equipment, or you might need to research something specific on a world in order to make it available to you. And if research is required, it can actually take a couple of forms. You might just need to scan something, or you may need to actually capture some alien creature. In fact, you can capture almost every alien creature you encounter in the game, with the exception of a couple of bosses. However, the difficulty in capturing different creatures varies wildly. As some creatures, you just need to get your lasso around them and you're done. Other creatures need to be stunned first, some of which are stunned by doing something specific to them, like squirting them with water. Others require you to shoot them in very specific places, and targeting those specific places can be rather difficult. The minor upgrades, on the other hand, are unlocked by completing a series of challenges. And you don't get one upgrade per challenge. You get a set of challenges, you need to complete all of them, at which point you're rewarded with a whole set of upgrades. Or, I should say, access to these upgrades, as you still need to spend resources to actually get them. But getting them is usually worth it, as they do make things considerably easier once they are acquired. All upgrades, both major and minor, do require resources. All will require some amount of aluminum, carbon, and silicon. Some will also require spools of printer thread. The first 3 can be attained from deposits on the various planets, aluminum being green, carbon being blue, and silicon being yellow. All three can also be found on various creatures if you go hunting the creatures. Spools of printer thread, however, are always found in chests, and the vast majority of chests have some kind of puzzle associated with them to unlock them. The good news is, the chests that actually have the spools in them are marked on your map, so you'll know ahead of time if you really need to deal with the puzzle or not. And early in the game, it doesn't seem like resources are going to be any kind of a problem, but at least in my experience, the end of the game saw me going places to farm resources to get those final upgrades to actually finish the game. And there are actually two separate endings. One where you fight a big boss and it's more just kind of a joke on the player, and the other ending where you successfully make your way home and take down the company that abandoned you on these planets. And yes, you can get both of these endings in one run. So is Revenge of the Savage Planet worth your time and money? Well, it's an under 20-hour experience for $40 on console and $30 on PC. And it has really no replay value. As to actually complete the game, you'll see everything this game has to offer. And the jokes are at best mildly amusing the first time around, but without any element of surprise, there will be no charm to them. If you are truly a completionist, there are extra things to do outside of the story. You can hunt down the various cosmetics there are to find, as there are many outfits you can mix and match on your characters, and all of them are a cute reference to something. And you can go around capturing the unimportant animals, so you can get different colors for your costumes. But the value of cosmetics is entirely up to the individual player. I personally do not care about them. You also have the option of finding caches of currency around the various planets. You can use this to customize your living area. So you could make yourself a fancy bedroom, a fancy bathroom, an entertainment area, so forth and so on. However, none of this actually serves a practical purpose within the game. It doesn't in any way help you accomplish your goals or help you get upgrades. So it's basically just digital dollhouse furniture that you can move around as you see fit. And I saw very little point to it. Unlike the first game, there is a multiplayer mode here. It is co-op, and you're working towards the exact same goals as in the single-player campaign. It can be done locally or online, but as it doesn't add anything new to actually do, I here again don't see much point to it. While Revenge of the Savage Planet certainly has its charm, I don't particularly find it worth its $30 to $40 price tag. I think it is something that is best saved for a sale, as this would be a delightful game to have at $20 or less. But in the $30 to $40 range, there are other similar games that will scratch the same itch as this one, and scratch it better. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Warhammer 40k Space Marine Master Crafted Edition. Released June of 2025. Available on Xbox and PC platforms. Retailing for $39.99. This is a remaster of Warhammer 40k Space Marine, which originally released back in 2011. This version now supports 4K resolutions, has improved the textures on everything, supposedly improved the character models, though I personally can't tell much of a difference, and modernized the UI and control scheme, which is actually the biggest improvement here, with one key exception. When you select weapons, you do it with the left stick instead of the right stick. I could not quite adjust to this, and I was frustrated by it every single time I wanted to change my weapon. Other than that, this is still the same game you played back in 2011. You are a Space Marine of the Ultramarine chapter, Captain Titus. And despite being an Ultramarine captain, he seems wildly liberal about actually enforcing the codexes that govern every aspect of a Space Marine's life. Sometimes he will be fighting alone, sometimes he will have a small squad with him. At the beginning of the game, you are fighting orcs. The orcs have attacked the Forge World because they want to get their hands on some Imperial Titans. And needless to say, we can't let that happen. While dealing with the orcs, you find a lone Inquisitor. And looking at this character, I'm sure you can't possibly guess the twist that's coming. Yeah, it turns out he gave himself over to chaos. I know you could never predict that based purely on the way his character model looks. So around the midway point, we do less fighting of the orcs and more fighting of chaos and demons, which is pretty par for the course in terms of being a Warhammer 40k game. And truthfully, the gameplay here isn't all that bad. It's aged fairly well, and you have a fairly interesting selection of weapons, although some are simply better than others. If you can get your hands on a Thunderhammer, keep it as long as the game will let you. Yes, it does restrict what range weapons you can use in tandem with it. It's a totally worthwhile trade-off, trust me. Much like back in 2011, this new remastered version is still a very short affair, clocking it at only 8 to 10 hours, and still manages to get repetitive in that short time, as it doesn't matter if you're fighting orcs or fighting chaos, it still plays exactly the same. And the best sections of the game where you get to use a jump pack are few and far between, and fairly brief when they happen. So is Warhammer 40k Space Marine Master Crafted Edition worth your time and money? At its current price of $40, absolutely not. The graphical improvements are fairly minor, and the control scheme changes are kind of a matter of taste more than anything. Nothing has been done to actually improve the game that released back in 2011. It's basically just a Gears of War game with a Warhammer skin, and that gameplay was already stale back in 2011. Coming back a decade and a half later has done nothing to make it feel fresh. Honestly, this kind of remaster should be much cheaper than $40. Really, a $20 price point is about where something like this should be. And if you already owned the PC version of this, you could have done all of these changes yourself with mods. It's also a little strange that this is only available on Xbox and PC at the moment. I can't find any information about this coming to PlayStation 5 or Switch 2 at the moment, and it's possible it simply won't be. So when it comes to this remastering of Space Marine, you can definitely skip it. Even a die-hard Warhammer 40k fan won't get much out of this. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Grand Theft Auto 3 Definitive Edition, released November of 2021. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $59.99 in the Grand Theft Auto Trilogy Definitive Edition. This is, of course, a remaster of Grand Theft Auto 3, originally released way back in 2001. And at the time of its release, this remaster was not well received. It had many issues, but here we are, 4 years later, and most of the problems have been addressed in patches. The game starts with our silent protagonist, Claude, getting betrayed by his girlfriend, Catalina. This leads to Claude being arrested, but that doesn't last all that long. The mob frees someone he's incarcerated with, and Claude takes advantage of the situation. And this is where the game actually starts, as you become the driver for your fellow escapee. And here you will notice one of the biggest changes, and I would say improvements, in the Definitive Edition. The controls have been modernized. Unlike in the original release, the right stick now controls the camera. The gas and brake for the cars are assigned to your triggers. And you will notice you have a full map. Something that was lacking in the original release, as you only had the mini-map. And you can use that map, like in later Grand Theft Auto games, to set a waypoint and be guided to it. And the addition of having this map radically changes how you play Grand Theft Auto 3. As in the original, you only had the mini-map, so you really needed to learn Liberty City's layout. You'd have to spend some time driving around each area, learning where the big landmarks are, figuring out your own shortcuts. But now, with a full map one button press away at any given moment, there's no real need to familiarize yourself with the city that much. as any mission that simply requires you to go to a marker will no longer pose any challenge. You will know exactly how to get to that marker. But anyway, your first mission is simply to go to a safe house with your fellow escapee. This safe house will serve as your first save point, and safe houses do work a little differently than in later games, as using a safe house does not wipe your wanted level or heal your character. It will, however, wipe your wanted level if you save and then immediately load the save, which is a bit clunky if you're just looking to lose your wanted level. And as with all Grand Theft Autos, using a safe house advances the clock by several hours. And all safe houses in the game will have rewards from finding hidden packages outside. Every 10 hidden packages gives you something. So, having been rescued by the mob, albeit incidentally, Claude goes to work for the mob, and you'll mostly do a series of very easy tutorial missions at this point, but you will notice quite a few celebrities in the voice cast. Frank Vincent, Michael Rappaport, Michael Madsen, and a lot of other people you'd recognize from various mob movies. And while you're doing missions for them, no matter how simple the mission might be, they pay out a lot of money. In fact, every mission in this game pays out huge sums of money. Which is great, except for the fact there's very little to actually spend your money on in this game, as you can't spend money to customize your character. Claude is always going to be wearing a leather jacket and cargo pants. You can't buy more safe houses, you simply have the 3 that are in-game, and that's it. The only things to spend money on are getting your car sprayed to avoid the cops, or to buy guns at a shop, but you're not likely to ever need to buy guns at a shop, because hidden packages are not all that hidden in this particular game. But even if you're not inclined to get hidden packages, there are guns all over the map you can just pick up at any time. And they respawn pretty quickly. So you can quickly get to the point where you have hundreds of thousands of dollars and absolutely nothing to do with it. And it's not just missions that give you money. Any civilian you happen to run over will probably drop money. And anytime a car explodes, you get money for some reason. But anyway, you continue doing jobs for the mob, and you seem to be gaining favor, until they betray you out of nowhere. Apparently the Mafia Don's wife claimed she was having an affair with you, which I kinda think there would have been a little investigation before they jumped right to the betrayal. But instead, you flee with her, because you definitely want to keep a person around that just destroyed everything you've been working towards, and start working for the Yakuza. And unlike Catalina and the mob, they don't betray you. You do betray them and start a gang war, but the Yakuza never actually put together that you did that somehow. And ultimately, you do track down Catalina and extract your revenge for her betrayal. As you can tell, things are a little simpler and shorter than GTA games that would come later. But that does come with being the first 3D Grand Theft Auto. And there are, of course, things to do outside of story missions. You can do stunt jumps in cars. You can look for the Berserker challenges. And there are optional missions you can do on all 3 parts of the map. All of which revolve around you going to a payphone. I suspect to save on 3D models. The map itself is fairly small by today's standards, though was fairly impressive back in 2001. And the game is very slow about opening up the entirety of the map. When the game first starts, you can only be on the one island. After you're done with the mob, you now have access to the second island. And after a handful of missions on the second island, you now have access to the full map. But that last section, they don't really do all that much with, as only the last story mission actually starts in the 3rd section of the map. And weirdly, there's a safe house in that 3rd section, even though it would be very inconvenient to save there, and then go do missions on any other part of the map. But I imagine the save point is mostly there so you can get your hidden packages in that last section. So is Grand Theft Auto 3 the definitive edition worth your time and money? Well, at this point, Grand Theft Auto 3 does seem very limited, especially compared to what would follow in the series. However, due to the changes in controls, and inclusion of a map, it does make this Grand Theft Auto far more playable than it might be to modern audiences otherwise. It would be nice if you could just buy this game by itself without having to buy an entire $60 bundle. But yes, I do think it's worth picking up that $60 bundle in order to play Grand Theft Auto 3 The Definitive Edition, and of course, Vice City and San Andreas. And I do thoroughly recommend playing this game first if you do pick up the bundle. I do think they could enhance this game slightly by offering you the ability to play it in a form closer to the original PlayStation 2 release, as the changes made to this do make it a far easier and quicker experience than the original version, as it's not just the map and controls. If you fail a mission in this version, you can just immediately restart the mission, whereas in the original, you would have to travel all the way back to where the mission started. Possibly just reload a save if your wanted level was too high. But honestly, I think the changes made here were just to streamline the game. And yes, it is very much worth your time and money. So do pick up Grand Theft Auto 3 Definitive Edition on whatever platform you choose. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Originally released on the Super Nintendo in 1992. It has received a number of re-releases and ports over the years to various Nintendo platforms. It is currently available on the Nintendo Switch as part of the $20 tier of the Nintendo Switch Online service. This was the third Zelda game released, and this is very much a sequel to the original Zelda, more so than to the second Zelda, as it ignores virtually all of the gameplay changes made in the second game. So in many ways, Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past is a bigger, fancier version of Legend of Zelda. The game begins with Link waking up in the middle of the night and breaking into Hyrule Castle. You find the princess in the dungeon and help her get out of there and the castle as a whole. You then leave her in a church and start your adventure. This time around, you're not actually after the Triforce. During this first part of the game, you need to go to 3 dungeons to get some pendants so you can get the Master Sword out of the forest. And when I played this game as a child, back when it first released, I actually thought these 3 dungeons were going to be it. And honestly, that seemed a little short to me as I'd played the first 2 games, and they both had considerably more than 3 dungeons, but I also thought there might be a second quest like in the first game, where things were shuffled around a bit, possibly made more elaborate on this 16-bit version. However, once you get the Master Sword and fight this evil wizard here, it turns out the game is just getting started, as now you have your 8 dungeons. And not only that, you have this whole dark world to explore. And as you can go back and forth between the dark and light world, there are times when things you do in one world affect the other world. And it's also worth noting that the dungeons are numbered on the world map. And you pretty much do have to do number 1 first, as you get a hammer there that lets you access more of the world. But after that, you have a great deal of freedom to sequence break if you're so inclined. And personally, I think you should absolutely go to the 4th dungeon next, because once you get the treasure from inside the 4th dungeon, you can upgrade the Master Sword. How exactly a mythical sword of power can be upgraded by a common blacksmith, I'm not really sure. But apparently, that can happen. But doing this makes the Dark World, by and large, easier to deal with. However, not everything you need, or can find, is actually in dungeons. There are items to be found in the overworld, some of which are optional, some of which are necessary. And how necessary some of the overworld items are is definitely on a sliding scale. There are, for example, 4 bottles for you to keep either fairies or potions in. They are incredibly useful to have, but technically speaking, you don't need them to complete the game. The ice rod might just seem like a silly novelty, but it's actually needed to fight at least 1 boss in the game. What about the medallions that let you cast spells, kind of? Well, of the 3, 2 of them are actually needed to access dungeons. But then there's a cape you can find that'll make you invisible. That seems very useful, but is not necessary to complete the game. And there's also optional things you can miss that make the game much easier if you actually go looking. There are several great fairies in the game you can find. Some of them will upgrade specific items for you. This is actually how you get the final version of the Master Sword. Another will upgrade the amount of bombs and arrows you can carry. All you need to do is pay her enough. And truthfully speaking, there's not a whole lot else to do with the currency in this game. But that's sort of the thing about this game. There are the 11 dungeons you need to get through. But there's so many other things you can do outside of the dungeons, most of which is entirely unnecessary, but will give you an advantage if you just seek it out. So is Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past worth your time and money? Well, if you're inclined to pay for the $20 Switch Online service, this is certainly one of the better games to play that's available on there. It would be nice if there still was a virtual console where you could pay, say, $10 to just own this game. But sadly, the idea of a virtual console seems to have died with the Wii U and the 3DS. But this particular Zelda is very worth playing, because this is where the series really crystallized on what it would be going forward. Because every Zelda that would come after this, well, up until Breath of the Wild, would use this game as something of a blueprint. You have your dungeons to get through, but you also have a bunch of other stuff you can do outside the dungeons. Ocarina of Time might have lost the overhead view, but it was still doing essentially what this game did, just in 3D. And beyond that, we'd actually revisit the world of A Link to the Past in A Link Between Worlds for the 3DS many years later. If you're interested in playing this game and don't have a Switch or don't wish to pay for the online, you could of course track down a cartridge, possibly a reproduction of the original Super Nintendo version, or you could find a copy of the Game Boy Advanced version of A Link to the Past. The controls are slightly different due to the limitations of the GBA, but it's every bit as good as the original Super Nintendo version. It also comes with 4 Swords Adventure. But before you get excited, that will require you to have 4 other people with Game Boy Advances and a copy of the game. And also the 4-way link cable. Besides that, if you happen to find an old Wii, Wii U, or 3DS where someone had it on Virtual Console, you can certainly play it that way as well. It's also not impossible that this particular game will get a remake, as Link's Awakening, a game heavily inspired by Link to the Past, got a remake not too long ago. So it's very conceivable we might get a remake of Link to the Past in the same style. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Grand Theft Auto Vice City Definitive Edition. Released November of 2021. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $59.99 in the Grand Theft Auto Trilogy Definitive Edition. Grand Theft Auto Vice City was the sequel to Grand Theft Auto 3 and was released almost exactly a year later, having actually started development as an expansion for Grand Theft Auto 3. And despite its humble origin, Vice City managed to be an improvement on Grand Theft Auto 3 in virtually every respect. The game starts with our protagonist, Tommy Vercetti, being sent to Vice City. He has recently gotten out of prison after 15 years, and he is meant to establish some drug connections while in Vice City. However, the deal he was sent to make is ambushed, and the drugs and the money are gone. His boss doesn't really care about the situation. He expects Tommy to get his drugs and his money back. And now the game proper starts, and we find Tommy in mid-80s, fake Miami. And the first thing you're going to notice is that Tommy is a very different character from Claude. For one, he's not a silent protagonist. In fact, he's voiced by Ray Liotta, so pre-mission cutscenes are very different. Rather than someone simply speaking at you, They are actual conversations you witness. And depending on the situation, Tommy might be friendly, sarcastic, threatening, or even a little abusive.
You for ages, mate. You know why?
Looking for some English guy.
Kent Paul. Kent Paul, mate. Yeah, I'm the governor around here. I'll sort things out. You know what I mean? I'll treat you. Whatever you want, I'll get you, girl. Don't you worry about a thing, mate.
Get lost, honey.
Wait.
You Ken Paul? I'm a friend of Rosenberg's.
Rosenberg. Oh, that bonkers ambulance chaser. That guy could defend an innocent man all the way to death row. Get another drink, bruv.
Everybody's a comedian. Listen to me. I'm missing 20 keys and a lot of cash.
Drugs, mate? It's a mugs game.
What do you know about it?
Wait, well, what I was coming to was, there's some chef come trumpet shifter who deals at kitchen of a hotel on Ocean Drive. He's been looking real pleased with himself lately. You could go and check him out.
I will. And I'll be seeing you around.
The missions themselves can also be considerably more complicated than they were in Grand Theft Auto 3, frequently being a series of events as opposed to go to place, do a thing, with some of them even having mid-mission cutscenes, or dialogue between characters while traveling to a destination. Missions are also much slower to reward you money this time around, and there is much more to actually do with your money this time around, as firstly, even if you're collecting hidden packages, you'll still need to frequent the gun shops, as what you get from hidden packages is less immediately useful to you, as the first 10 will get you body armor, which is very nice to have, and 20 packages get you a chainsaw, which is a lovely Scarface reference, but not very useful for most missions. In fact, the packages will never give you a submachine gun or an assault rifle, so your bread and butter weapons will need to be bought or found out in the world, and they're hidden a bit better this time around. You can also use money to buy properties around Vice City, and there are two kinds of properties to buy. There are ones that can be purchased from the very beginning of the game, assuming you have the money, and they are simply new safe houses. You can save your game, usually store a vehicle or two, but these safe houses that you buy will not have your hidden package items. Only the hotel at the start of the game will, and Vercetti Estates later on. The other kind of properties, which you can't buy till about midway through the game, are actual businesses. When you buy a business, you will unlock missions to do for that business. When you complete all the missions for a business, it starts generating income on a daily basis. The amount of missions and the amount of income generated vary greatly from business to business. The boatyard only has one mission you need to do, and only generates $2,000 a day. The Malibu Club has a whole heist storyline you have to do, and it will generate $10,000 a day. As you work your way through the game and do your missions, you will encounter many memorable characters, many of which will unsurprisingly betray you at some point, but such is a hallmark of the Grand Theft Auto series, and several of them are voiced by notable actors. Luis Guzman, Gary Busey, Burt Reynolds, Danny Trejo, all make appearances here. As you do your missions, Tommy will frequently have to have different wardrobe. And post-mission, you will then have access to this wardrobe in a roundabout sort of way, as you can change Tommy's outfit whenever you please, but you can't do it on the fly. All the wardrobe is not waiting for you at a safe house. Each outfit is found at a different location in-world. So if you want to wear Tommy's very 80s style suit, you have to go to Raphael's to pick it up. Your jeans and Hawaiian shirt will be waiting for you back at your safe house if you want them. And so forth and so on. Unfortunately, your outfits are not marked on your map, so you're just going to have to remember where to find them. Though it is nice, there is at least a small level of customization available for your character. Also nice to have in Vice City are motorcycles, as they were nowhere to be found in Grand Theft Auto 3, and they do have a certain advantage over cars. That being that you can fire a gun straight ahead when you're on a motorcycle. This makes any mission where you need to destroy a car much easier, as you can just get behind the car and start firing. No more having to do a drive-by. Once you have every business producing money, it's time for the game to end. In this case, your boss that sent you here has come to collect his cut of all you've been doing in Vice City. And Tommy is not inclined to give him a cut. So you have to defend Tommy's mansion from an all-out attack. Like much of this game, this is of course a reference to Scarface. But unlike Scarface, it's not all that hard to come out on top in this situation. And like most open-world games, at this point you can just go around enjoying the world. So is Grand Theft Auto Vice City Definitive Edition worth your time and money? Well, I'm not going to try and hide it. Vice City is my personal favorite Grand Theft Auto. And while this Definitive Edition had a very rocky release, it has been fixed with patches over the years. And while this Definitive Edition added less than the Grand Theft Auto 3 Definitive Edition, it still does add some very nice conveniences for the modern age, such as a modern control scheme. It is unfortunate that you have to buy this in a collection, and you can't simply buy Vice City Definitive Edition just by itself, as I personally would have been more inclined to just buy Vice City. But still, $60 to get the definitive versions of Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas is not a terrible deal, as this game, along with the other two, are all easily worth $20 apiece. And there's a lot to do here, even outside the story missions, as there are stunts to complete and rampages to do, and side missions in the form of delivering pizza, being a vigilante, driving an ambulance, or a taxi, all of which do provide you with some kind of gameplay benefit, and none of which turn into a chore before you're done with them. So yes, I absolutely recommend Grand Theft Auto Vice City Definitive Edition. Maybe one day we'll actually get a definitive edition of Vice City Stories. Though I understand making a deal with Phil Collins is the major stumbling block there. Yet another reason to hate Phil Collins. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. River City Ransom Underground, released February of 2017, exclusively for the PC, retailing for $19.99. River City Ransom Underground is a beat-em-up in a faux 8-bit style. It takes its style and gameplay largely from the original NES game, River City Ransom, and story-wise takes place 20 years after the events of that original game. It can be played alone, or with as many as 4 players. There are many characters to choose from, most of which are unlocked through the story, and a few of which are unlocked other ways. And each character has something setting them apart from the others. And each character also levels up individually. As yes, there is leveling in this game. As while it's mostly a beat-em-up, it does contain some RPG elements. Though exactly the way leveling works is not quite how you might expect. Leveling up increases what a character's stat cap is. To actually increase your stats, you need to go to shops and buy food. Every piece of food affects different stats. However, the game doesn't actually tell you what stats each piece of food affects, so you'll only know what a piece of food does after you've bought it, eaten it, and then checked your stats, which you can do on the pause menu at any time, or see when you're changing your character at a hideout. And hideouts are areas scattered throughout the game where you can change your character, save your game, etc. And if you're looking to get your stats high enough to actually affect anything, you're gonna need to spend a lot of money on food. And you get money by defeating enemies. So you're going to be in for a grind. And the grind is going to be worse than you think, as it's not only food you need to buy. As scattered throughout the game, there are dojos where you can buy new moves for your characters to do. And in addition to requiring money to buy, most of these moves also have a level requirement associated with them. So you're going to be fighting a lot of extra enemies to get experience, to get your level high enough, and to get enough money. And if your character gets knocked out, you will lose some of the money that character has on them, as well as you will then find yourself at the last hideout you were at. And that makes this very grind-heavy for something going for a faux 8-bit style. But a lot of that grinding will be done organically. Because this game is really bad at telling you exactly where you need to go and what you need to do. The map will show you where bosses are located, roughly, but it doesn't really tell you exactly what screen you're gonna find them on, or what you have to do to make them show up, as you think it might be as simple as just clearing out all the enemies to make them spawn. But sometimes there's other factors at play, as there is a day-night cycle in this game, and some things will only happen during the day or at night. And so far as I can tell, there is no way to either accelerate or in any way manipulate the day and night cycle. So you're going to spend a lot of time wandering back and forth, fighting enemies, trying to get the exact set of circumstance you need to progress things forward. And that's kind of where I'm conflicted on this game. The actual beat-em-up part is quite fun and enjoyable. The characters are different enough from one another to actually keep things interesting. But then there's the grinding element to actually make your character stronger, and the issue with the game being very obtuse as to how you actually move things forward. So is River City Ransom Underground worth your time and money? While the game does have a lot of old-school charm to it, and certainly a fun game of spot the reference on every screen, the sheer amount of grinding required for any character to become powerful, along with the game's seeming desire to keep you from progressing the story, makes me think that you should pass on this $20 game. Which is a true shame, as River City Ransom is an all-time classic, as well as being part of a long-running and well-revered series of games. This particular incarnation of it is simply not worth your time and money, as if you want your River City Ransom fix, there are better ways to get it. Both from the actual series itself, and from other games that simply pay heavy tribute to it. So save your money, and unless you see it on a very cheap sale, maybe $5 to $7, don't waste your money on River City Ransom Underground. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Definitive Edition. Released November of 2021. Available for all modern platforms. Retailing for $59.99 in the Grand Theft Auto The Trilogy Definitive Edition. This is of course a remake of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which was originally released in October of 2004, and this by far has the fewest changes of any of the definitive editions, as San Andreas has been re-released and tweaked a number of times over the years, meaning that it's mostly the graphical changes that stand out in this version. But, moving on, this is the story of Carl Johnson, who will be referred to as CJ throughout most of this game. CJ begins the game coming back to Los Santos. He left a number of years earlier after the death of his brother Brian. A death is also the reason for his return. His mother's death, unfortunately. CJ doesn't get any time to process any of this, as he's leaving the airport, he is picked up by Officer Tenpenny, a corrupt cop, played by Samuel L. Jackson. Seeing CJ back in town, Officer Tenpenny wants him to do a number of tasks for him. And he's going to frame CJ to force his compliance with this. And that is actually where the game begins. We find ourselves in a hostile part of Los Santos, and we need to make our way back to our dead mother's house. And here we're introduced to something new. Bicycles. They are faster than going on foot, but slower than even the slowest car, and there's a small number of missions where you will be forced to use them. Getting back to his mother's home, we're introduced to the fact that Carl was part of a gang before leaving Los Santos, the Grove Street families. While Carl was gone, things did not go well for his gang, and the first third or so of the game is mostly about Carl trying to restore the Grove Street families to their former glory. However, this comes to an end when a betrayal is revealed, and the game opens up to a much larger world. As Los Santos, while being a fairly large city for the time, is not the whole game. There are two other cities in the form of San Fierro and Las Venturas, and a great deal of open space between them. And in that open space, there are sometimes interesting things to find, but in certain missions it can be burdensome just to navigate all the open space. The three cities themselves are very distinct from one another, each being based on a real-life city and taking the aesthetics from that real-life city. Los Santos is very overtly Los Angeles, San Fierro is very overtly San Francisco, and Las Venturas is very obviously Las Vegas. Each of these cities will provide you with one free safe house, and have other safe houses dotted around them that you can buy. Each of the cities also has its own collectible, which once completed will provide you with weapons at your free safe house. And that's a big change, as you need to find all 100 tags in Los Santos before you get your safe house weapons. You don't get them trickled to you every 10 collectibles as in previous games. Another big change is the fact that you can alter CJ's appearance. You can go to clothing stores and buy pants, shoes, shirts, etc., all of which will be waiting for you at all of your safe houses if you ever want to change up your style. In addition to that, you can also get different hairstyles and tattoos. You also have the option to change Carl's physique. But the changes to Carl's physique are not just superficial. If you go to one of the restaurants around town and way overeat, Carl will gain weight. Gaining weight will make him move slower, and make it so it's hard for him to pull himself onto ledges, and sometimes even have different dialogues with characters. On the other hand, you can go to one of the in-game gyms and get Carl a muscular physique. That will actually increase the damage he does with melee weapons, and again will sometimes trigger different interactions with characters. This is an interesting but flawed mechanic for changing CJ's appearance, as once you get him fully muscular, you can just stop going to the gym. You don't need to do anything to maintain his musculature. It's also odd that lifting weights only affects his musculature, as CJ has a number of stats that change over the course of the game. Max health, stamina, lung capacity, etc. Working out with weights at the gym only seems to affect his muscles. It never seems to increase his stamina as far as I can tell. But sprinting after people on foot does increase your stamina, albeit very slowly over the course of the game. Much like in Vice City, there are businesses you can buy, and after you've done missions for them, they will start producing money for you. This time around, however, the businesses don't cap at 1 day's worth of profit, so you don't need to constantly be going around to collect. You could go every couple of in-game days and get larger amounts of money from them. San Andreas introduces a lot of new mechanics to the Grand Theft Auto series. Some of them are very core to the gameplay experience, like taking territory for your gang. Others are introduced in a mission, and you're told you can do them outside of that mission, but there's nothing forcing you to, so you're likely to just forget they're an option. You can, for example, modify cars, which can be useful if you're interested in doing the game's races. You can get a particular kind of van and go around robbing houses, but you do need a specific kind of van, and the amount of money you get doesn't really make this activity worthwhile outside of the one mission you have to complete doing this. You can find women for CJ to date, and at one point, very late in the game, you have to go on dates with a woman as part of a heist. But outside of that, there are bonuses you can get from dating and charming these women, but these bonuses are fairly small, and charming them takes a lot of time, and some of them are only interested if CJ meets very particular requirements. Another thing you can do is go to various vehicle schools dotted around the map. To progress the story, you are required to go to flight school, but there's ones for other kinds of vehicles you can go to, and doing well enough in these schools will provide you with some bonuses. But those optional schools are fairly difficult, and it may not be worth the effort to unlock those bonuses, as your skills with bikes and cars will simply increase from driving around the map. And doing these schools will just have some unique vehicles spawn outside the schools, which hardly seems worth it for the amount of effort they take. But I don't mean to be too harsh on any of these mechanics, as I said, interacting with most of them is wholly optional after the initial mission where you have to. And I think most of these were here so you could almost play San Andreas as a life sim if you wanted to. I personally am not a fan of life simulation elements, but I do know there's an audience for them, and I think that's why most of these optional mechanics were here in the first place. So is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Definitive Edition worth your time and money? Well, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas for the PlayStation 2 is often held up as one of the, if not the greatest game on that platform. And while the Definitive Edition did have a very rocky launch, it has been fixed in the years since its release. It is unfortunate that it has to be bought in a trilogy, as the trilogy still costs $60. Admittedly though, Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas are all worth playing, and are definitely all worth at least $20 to play. And it is interesting to watch how this game changes as you progress. First, you're trying to restore your old gang to a position of prominence in the city. Then after a betrayal, you're opening businesses in a different city, end up working for an unnamed government organization that will have you steal a Harrier jet. At some point, you end up stealing a jetpack for a hippie, which you can then cruise around the whole map in your jetpack. At what point exactly does San Andreas go from Gangland to Toontown? I'm not really sure. It just happens so gradually you hardly notice until you reflect back on it. So yes, San Andreas is an experience you absolutely should have, on whatever platform you prefer. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Warhammer 40k, Shoota's Blood and Teeth, released October of 2022. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $19.99. In the bleak future of Warhammer 40k, there is only misery. Unless, of course, you're an orc. They're big, they're green, they're technically fungus, and they love a good fight. So, in a terrible future of only war and misery, orcs are the sole creatures that are actually happy and content. And you play as an orc, and the game starts with your good friend betraying you, stealing your hair squig, and kicking you out of the plane.
You's having fun there, Carcass, me old mate. Yeah, boss, yeah! Wah! That there hair squig is snazzy, ain't it, Carcass? I reckon it'd look more snazzy on my head. What you doing? What you doing? I's the boss, so I get the snazziest things. You, I'm having this.
And you're not the kind of orc that's gonna take that lying down. So you're gonna get revenge. And you're not gonna let anything stand in your way. Not the Umis, not gene stealers, not even other orcs are gonna stand in your way. You are gonna shoot your way through all of them. And yes, that does feel a little Saturday morning cartoon, but that is highly appropriate for both the orcs and the tone of this game in general. And that is of course because this is a run and gun kind of game. And the running and gunning do account for the blood in the title. But what about the other two parts? Shootas and teeth. Well, shootas are what orcs call guns. And there are quite a few in this game. They're all broken down into different categories, and you can have one from each category on your orc at all times. Some have ammo and need to take a break to reload. Others generate heat, and if they get too hot, will start to hurt you. But every weapon has its advantages and disadvantages, and different enemies in different situations will call for different weapons. Also, when you start the game each time, you can select what kind of orc you are, both in terms of what clan you're from, and what kind of job you have as an orc. Selecting a clan is just superficial, it doesn't actually change gameplay, so choose whatever color you want, really. However, the type of orc you are does affect gameplay. Flash Gits, Weird Boy, Storm Boy, Beast Snega. All of these have slightly different abilities, but the difference is not gigantic between them. I personally just pick at random when I start playing, because ultimately the gameplay here is not super deep. You shoot whatever's in front of you. You do your best to avoid damage, and if you have time, you go looking for crates of teeth so you can buy more shooters. Though why there's crates of orc teeth lying around different places doesn't make much sense. It makes sense when you're fighting other orcs, as teeth are literally orc money. But when you're fighting the Imperium, why would they have boxes of teeth around? Seems like that would be seen as heresy in the Imperium. But it is just a gameplay conceit, because you need those teeth to buy more shooters and also cosmetic items. If you care about cosmetic items. Once I got all the guns, I pretty much stopped caring about teeth. One thing worth noting is how completely insane boss fights get, as every boss in this game seems like it'd be too much for any single orc to take out. Though admittedly, some are more ridiculous than others. But all of them do come with a little animation beforehand. And quite honestly, those cutscenes are pretty hilarious the first time you see them.
Attention, Orc! You face Lord Horik Canorum, son of High King Valeric Canorum, High Prince of House Canorum, Master of the Blade of Gaia, Keeper of the Gates of Loralo, Wielder of the Caloric Flame, Bringer of Hope, Herald of the Holy Order of the Adamantine Lance, the Paladin of Koto, Slayer of the Lion of Essa, the Triumphant, the Light of Stars, the Eradicator. You what? I am Lord Horik Canorum, son of High... Yeah, whatever.
This game at the end of the day, though, is kind of a time killer sort of game. It reminds me a lot of things you would have played on Newgrounds about 20 years ago. And I mean that on multiple levels, in terms of its gameplay, its style, and even its sense of humor. And I don't mean those as negatives. Quite the opposite, as I think this style contrasts well with the sheer misery of the Warhammer 40k setting. And it's nice to actually see something trying to have a little fun with the setting. So is Warhammer 40k, shooters, blood, and teeth worth your time and money? Considering its low price of $20, I would say absolutely yes. It's not a deep gameplay experience, and if we're being honest, it's not super accurate as to the world of Warhammer 40k. Instead, it chooses to have fun within a setting that takes itself far too seriously. And I always appreciate that kind of attitude. The fact you have a single orc plowing through hive cities and battlefields, taking out tanks and giant mecha all by himself, and not for any real high purpose. He's only doing it because he wants to get his hair squid back, and probably pump a few rounds into the guy that stole it, and all while being thoroughly unimpressed by everything going on around him. And the sheer silliness of this concept laid against the just horrendous backdrop that is Warhammer 40k. That contrast gives this game a unique kind of charm. And there's also a bit of replay value here. While the game won't change that much, you could play through with different weapons, and experiment with the different classes. So yes, I do think Warhammer 40k, Shooters, Blood and Teeth is worth its $20 price tag. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Black Myth Wukong, released August of 2024. Available on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC platforms. Retailing for $59.99. Black Myth Wukong is a Souls-like, or at the very least is closer to being one than any other genre. You play as the Destined One, a monkey raised on the tales of Wukong. You are seeking 6 relics that represent the 6 senses of Wukong, which will allow him to be revived. This game's story takes place after the journey to the west, and the game very much assumes you're familiar with that novel. And if you are completely unfamiliar with it, very little of what's going on is going to make any sense to you, as things will be referenced with no explanation, characters will show up with no introduction, And in general, there's going to be a lot here that you will not have context for. Now, if you are familiar with the Journey to the West, the story here is quite interesting, and worth getting invested in. Now, on the other hand, if you aren't familiar with the source material, and don't feel like reading it, you can still enjoy this game based on gameplay alone. As the game starts, you are the Destined One. You're a monkey with a staff. You can do light and heavy attacks, and your main means of defense is by dodging. As the game goes on, you'll learn you have 3 stances to use with your staff: Smash, Pillar, and Thrust. Smash is what you start the game with, and I found it to be the most useful as the game went on. However, both Pillar and Thrust have their uses, as certain enemies and even bosses can be easier to deal with the right Pillar or Thrust moves. And yes, your only weapons are staffs. Technically, they're all the same staff that you modify in various ways. And yes, different variations of your staff have different properties, with some having a benefit for one stance or another. In addition to your staff, you also have armor. Armor sets are unlocked as you progress the story, and all sets of armor have some manner of set bonus. At first, every new armor set will provide better protection, but at about the midway point of the game, you get the ability to upgrade your armor sets. So if you liked the bonuses from a very early set with low protection value, a few upgrades will make it just as strong as a later game set. Like many Souls-like games, you have limited healing items. In this game, it's a gourd filled with alcohol. You take a hit off it to heal, but there are many different gourds you can get, some of which can be upgraded, and there are different alcohols you can put in your gourd, all of which have different properties, and there are things you can add into your gourd to attain even more properties. This means that your gourd is for far more than just healing, as it can grant you resistances when you take a sip, increase your attack power, restore your magic, or any number of other things. In addition to your gourd, there are other items you can take with you, though you can only have access to a small number of items at any given time. The last tools at your disposal are magic and spirits. Spirits don't use the same bar as your magic, but their effect is very similar. You will encounter strong enemies, some of which are even optional bosses. After you defeat them, you may collect their spirit. You can then equip one of their spirits, which oftentimes give you a bonus to one stat or another, and you can summon spirits to usually do an attack, and they take many different forms. Sometimes the attack they do is worth keeping them around, other times the bonus they grant is just good enough to keep it on you. These are very much situational, and can be upgraded. Spells, on the other hand, are trickled to you very slowly over the course of the game. They have fairly long cooldown times, and all require a certain amount of magic. And their cooldown times are such that during most boss fights you'll only be able to cast any given spell maybe twice. But these have many different effects. You can immobilize targets, turn yourself to stone, summon a small squad of clones of yourself to fight, and all of the spells can be upgraded. There is one spell I want to talk about in particular. It allows you to change your form, and your alternate form lasts until you run out of health or you run out of time. And your transformation's health is separate from your main health. And yes, there are different forms to acquire with this spell, and each of these alternate forms have different movesets and can have different elemental properties and whatnot. And having the right alternate form to use during a boss can make things so much easier. The game itself is broken up into different chapters. Each chapter has its own location, and each chapter ends with a boss fight and you attaining one of the relics. But each chapter also has a hidden area and other optional content. There's usually something specific you need to do to unlock the hidden part, but if you're exploring thoroughly, you should be able to figure it out. Each relic you get has 3 upgrades it can offer you, but you can only pick one, and you cannot change which one you picked. But the good news is you don't need to pick your upgrade immediately, so take time and think about it, because you're stuck with whatever you pick from that relic. Now, between chapters, this game rewards you with animated cutscenes. And each of these cutscenes is actually animated in a different style, and these are reflective of what was happening in that chapter. And honestly, these would be worth watching by themselves without the game attached. So is Black Myth Wukong worth your time and money? Well, I am a bit biased, as I am a big fan of The Journey to the West, and this game is essentially a sequel to that story. A sequel that retreads a lot of the same ground, but still technically a sequel. But even without that, I do think this game is strong enough to justify purchasing. Each of the game's chapters is fairly vast, every boss fight provides its own challenge, and each chapter does have a lot of optional content to do, finding a hidden area, and many optional bosses that are oftentimes just off the beaten path. While the game does limit you to only having staffs as weapons, there is still a lot of variety in the combat with the different stances, the variety of spirits and spells, and of course the various transformations. The game can be a little grindy at times, as every time you level up, you get 1 point. You can put that 1 point into a physical ability or into one of your spells. And a lot of upgrades cost more than 1 point. And if you're looking to upgrade your staff or your armor, that will require you to get items to actually do the upgrade. Some of these are guaranteed to drop off bosses. Others are just drops off of enemies that you'll have to grind for. It is a little annoying that a central hub area doesn't unlock till fairly deep in the game. So before that point, you'll have to remember where certain NPCs are at to do certain things like upgrade your gourds and wine. It's a fairly minor issue, but I did find it annoying. This is an excellent Souls-like that is definitely worth its $60 price tag. I do recommend that you familiarize yourself with the Journey to the West before playing, but that is ultimately up to you. At the very least, you might want to look up a Cliff Notes on it. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Hollow Knight Silk Song. Released September 4th of 2025. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $19.99. Hollow Knight Silk Song is the long-awaited sequel to Hollow Knight. And on its release, it crashed all 4 major digital storefronts, which is quite impressive for an indie 2D Metroidvania. Hollow Knight Silk Song actually started life being a DLC expansion for Hollow Knight. At some point in the last 7 years, it became clear that this was going to be bigger than that. And actually playing it, we can see that it is not simply more of the same, as this game has completely new mechanics, while other returning mechanics have been altered to be almost unrecognizable. So, in this game, you play as Hornet, who was at times an ally to the protagonist of the first game, while at other times serving as a boss. At some point after the first game, Hornet found herself captured and was being transported to a new kingdom, Farloom. But as she's about to be delivered, she ends up falling into a pit. And our game actually starts with her crawling out of the wreckage of her containment. And we will start going upwards, which is an ongoing theme in this game as you keep trying to reach higher levels of Farloom. Once you've worked your way out of the hole you fell into, you will reach the first little town of the game. And it's here you'll notice 2 big changes from the first game. First, the game actually keeps track of things characters want, in the form of wishes, which you can find either from talking to NPCs, or from going to wish boards at the various little towns of the game. The other difference is there's 2 kinds of currency in this game. First, you have shards, which every enemy drops. Sometimes NPCs will want these, but more often these are just used to make your tools when you rest at benches. The other currency, the one NPCs generally want lots of, is rosaries. As in Farloom, they have never heard of Geo, and everything runs on rosary beads, which does imply a terrible theocracy in the kingdom of Farloom. Moving on, you'll find that combat has changed a little in this game, as Hornet's default moveset is quite different from the Knight of the first game. You can't attack downward directly, you instead go down at a 45-degree angle. This takes a lot of getting used to. And you'll notice a lot of things actually do 2 points of damage to you instead of 1, making Hornet feel far more fragile than the Knight of the first game. But the good news is, if you don't like the moveset you start with, you can change it, eventually. as her current moveset comes from the Hunter's Crest, which she starts the game with. And with a bit of looking, you will find other crests you can equip around Farloom. Each crest determines your moveset, how many charms you can use, and they almost all have some unique bonus to them. Charms this time around are broken up into two kinds, blue and yellow. Each crest starts with a default number of each, and they can be expanded at least a little bit. Blue charms tend to be more combat-oriented, yellow charms tend to be more utilitarian. You also have red slots on your crests. These are for tools. These are combat items that have a limited number of uses. At benches, you restore the number of uses, assuming you have enough shards. And of course, there are ways to increase the number you hold, and the amount of damage they do. And using the right tools on the right boss can really make things easier. And it's interesting that a lot of the tools, moves, and abilities you unlock as the game goes on are things we saw Hornet do and use in the first game, which makes me wonder exactly how much time passed that she needed to relearn how to do these things. Though eventually we do start seeing her get new things that we haven't seen her do before. In a lot of ways, this game is much harder than the first game. There is often a lot of space between the last bench and where the next boss is, meaning runbacks get very tedious. Along with this, many bosses can summon enemies mid-fight, which can make keeping track of everything on screen difficult. And to make things worse, as you get later into the game, many bosses will have you fight several waves of enemies before they show up for the fight, making some of the later boss fights feel more like endurance tests than regular boss fights. Hornet, as a character, is quite a bit more agile than the Knight ever was. Because of this, the game has you do a lot of platforming, and a lot of that platforming requires a certain level of precision. And that's well and good, as she is clearly built for that. However, as the game progresses, many of these precision platforming bits start having a timed element. And how forgiving the timed element is varies wildly. But if you want things like the double jump, you're going to have to endure these bits. Through the game, Hornet gives a lot of attitude to various NPCs, because Hornet is not a silent protagonist. Frequently, she can be rather surly, if not outright insulting, to the various bugs she's helping, though on rare occasions she can show a bit of a softer side. So is Hollow Knight Silksong worth your time and money? Well, with it only costing $20, it's very hard not to just say, yes, it's worth it, as this is a great example of a Metroidvania, and has a lot of polish and charm put into it by Team Cherry. However, this is a very difficult game, and players unfamiliar with that kind of difficulty may be put off by the game. It is an excellent follow-up to the original Hollow Knight, and it very much assumes you both played and mastered that game before picking up this one. But it has been the better part of a decade since the original Hollow Knight released, so if you haven't played that in a while, you may want to do a run-through of that before you attempt Silksong. And while I could heap praises on this game all day, there are things the game could certainly do better. It would be nice if there were benches a little closer to boss fights, as long runbacks get old very quickly. And I'm not a fan of having to do several waves of normal enemies before an actual boss fight starts. And really, I think each boss should pick one or the other. Either have the long run back, or have the series of waves before you show up. No boss should have both of those things. And no matter how much I might like the style of your game, I am never going to be happy about a timed precision platforming section. Ever. The game also takes place in multiple acts, and certain things are only available in certain acts, so it's possible to unknowingly lock yourself out of something if you're doing a completely blind playthrough, and it's also possible to waste a lot of time trying to get to a place that you can't get to till later in the game, as the acts work in both directions for locking things out. Still, despite these annoyances, I very much recommend Hollow Knight Silksong. It brought down digital storefronts on its release because the one thing digital storefronts weren't ready for was a quality game released at a reasonable price. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Hollow Knight Silksong. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Grand Theft Auto 4, the Complete Edition. Released March of 2020 for the PC. Retailing for $19.99. This is a PC update to Grand Theft Auto 4. It changes a number of things, such as stripping out multiplayer completely, removing some songs that Rockstar no longer has the license to, and of course, removing games from Windows Live since it no longer exists. There are other things that seem to have been changed, such as the motorcycle handling, for the worse, and dozens of other little things. This is, of course, a re-release of Grand Theft Auto 4, which originally released in 2008. And unlike other Grand Theft Autos, it has not received much in the way of ports or remakes. Outside of this version on PC, the only other modern way to play it would be on an Xbox platform through backwards compatibility. And that can be difficult, as you'd either need a physical disc and an Xbox that can play a physical disc, or get it on the Xbox Store, which it is not always available on, for reasons that I was unable to find. But this is Grand Theft Auto 4, the Complete Edition. That means it contains the base Grand Theft Auto 4, and both of its DLCs, The Lost and Damned, and The Ballad of Gay Tony. As this gives you the option to start with any of these, I think it's only right that we talk about all three. And I'm going to go in the order of their original release, and start with your base Grand Theft Auto 4, which really was an attempt to make Grand Theft Auto serious. You play as Niko Bellic. He is from an unspecified Slavic country, and a veteran of an unspecified war, in which he may have committed some war crimes, and importantly, his squad was betrayed by a member of it. He's come to the US to see his cousin Roman, and to find the two men that may have betrayed the squad. Through the course of the game, we'll find out that Niko has some powerful enemies, and that he had a past in human trafficking and other crimes. And all of this is taken very seriously, and there is no levity to anything involving Niko. It's also interesting that there's no reference to him having any kind of visa or immigration status of any kind, so it's unclear what his legal status in Liberty City actually is. But as he gets to this country, he gets picked up by his cousin Roman, who he will be living with. Roman is a constant companion for Niko throughout the game, and oftentimes Niko will have to help Roman out of a bad situation, which usually serves to move the plot forward. But the plot does the same move repeatedly throughout the game. Things start going a little better for Niko and Roman, such as at the beginning where Niko works for the Russian mob. And then something bad happens and their situation is even worse than it started. Then Niko starts working for some various drug dealers, only to have his love interest betray him, and then he's forced to work for a seedy US government agency against his will. And events go on like that until the very end of the game, where Niko has to make a choice, both of which lead to bad endings for Niko. And I understand they wanted to be more serious, but that is not synonymous with being hopeless and bleak. In terms of gameplay, it's quite a bit more limited than Grand Theft Auto San Andreas or even Vice City. Niko will not open any businesses, nor will you ever find him flying around the city in a jetpack. You will mostly drive around the city and very rarely use a helicopter. And for the most part, Niko is a hitman for everyone. The overwhelmingly vast majority of missions are Niko taking care of business with his guns. Though throughout the game there are several times where Niko can choose not to execute someone, and sometimes letting people live can lead to interesting results down the line. Not in any major story way, but just in little asides that you might get to see. When not out doing missions as Liberty City's cheapest hitman, you do have options of other things to do. Niko can go hang out with his friends, call one of them up, and go do an activity. After you do this with anyone enough, you unlock some kind of bonus through that friend. Like Roman will give you free cab rides, or little Jacob letting you buy cheaper guns. Not all of your friends' bonuses are created equal. And sometimes your friends will call you when you're in the middle of a mission, and Nico will explain to them he can't hang out right now. And sometimes they'll call you when you just want to save and stop playing, and your options are to lose progress towards their bonus, or force yourself to go hang out with them in the quickest way possible. This mechanic is a sticking point for some, and was controversial when the game first came out. While driving around the city, not on a mission, you can also encounter people. They will show up as a little person icon on the minimap. And what these are vary greatly. Sometimes these are just a little cutscene, other times they are a quick mission, and other times they are very long and involved missions. Which is strange, as these are very easy to miss. As if you're not paying attention to the minimap closely, you may never even notice these are available. The overall experience with Grand Theft Auto 4 is sort of depressing. Nico can never really get a win. He will ultimately find both of the men he's looking for, but that doesn't really resolve anything for him. And in the end, there's not a happy ending to get him somehow. You have a terrible ending, and an alternate terrible ending. By itself, I don't recommend Grand Theft Auto 4 that much, but this package does have more to offer, as there are 2 DLCs on offer here. Starting with The Lost and Damned. This is about a motorcycle gang in Liberty City. You play as the second-in-command of this motorcycle gang, a Jewish biker named Johnny. This starts with the head of this motorcycle gang being released from rehab, and the gang going in formation to pick him up. And as this DLC is very motorcycle-centric, I need to point something out. Motorcycles in Grand Theft Auto 4 and its DLCs are not great. And something about this re-released package actually made them worse. And that makes this DLC very hard to play and enjoy, as the act of turning on a motorcycle almost always leads to you spinning out. And it's not just you as the player, as NPCs on motorcycles seem to have the same problem very consistently. And I loaded up my copy of the PlayStation 3 version of this to see if it was the case in that, and yes, something is different here. And as this is now 5 years after release, and they have not fixed it, I don't believe it's gonna be fixed. But regardless of that, Lost and Damned is very much in the same tone as base Grand Theft Auto 4, in that it's trying very hard to be taken seriously, and the situation for our lead seems to perpetually be getting worse. As before the events of this game, Johnny was in charge of this gang. He made truces with other gangs, and concentrated on the gang making money. When their leader, Billy, is released from rehab, he immediately wants to throw things into chaos. He laughs at the idea of there being truces, immediately throwing you into a gang war, and seems completely disinterested in the gang actually making money. His actions essentially lead to the Lost destroying themselves. Outside of that, this DLC added mid-mission checkpoints, which it's odd it took the series this long to actually add those. You have the option of hanging out with friends, just like in the base game, but as your friends are all in your gang, you get the bonuses from them regardless of if you hang out or not. There are some new weapons in this DLC in the form of a machine pistol and a sawed-off shotgun. They make thematic sense, but they don't really add anything gameplay-wise. Johnny as a character is very much cut from the same cloth as Nico. His world's a pretty dark place. Between having to watch his motorcycle gang being driven into the ground, and his interactions with his drug-addict ex-girlfriend, this DLC is not exactly a feel-good experience. The gameplay here does get kind of interesting, as members of your gang will get better at what they do when you call them to help you on missions, assuming they survive you calling for help on missions. As fighting other gangs is a big part of this DLC, and you generally fight them in large hordes. I do think some of the ideas they play with here are quite interesting. I just wish the story could have taken time for a few moments of levity. Now, the Ballad of Gay Tony, on the other hand, actually remembers that not everything needs to be bleak. You play as Luis Lopez. business partner to the gay Tony of the title. They run the two top clubs in Liberty City, Massonet 9 and Hercules. Tony apparently owes some money to some gangsters, and the story mostly revolves around trying to dig Tony out of this hole. Surprisingly, there is no betrayal coming here, and you and Tony remain friends till the very end. And thankfully this time around you're not just a hitman. They actually remembered there's other types of missions. Not to say there isn't a fair amount of shooting in this, but it isn't every single mission. And unlike the other two pieces of this package, there is actually a happy ending to be had. For a third time, they try to make your character serious, but they don't take it nearly as far this time. Lewis was in prison, and has issues with his mother, and at times he's shown to be torn between his old friends and his new business dealings with Tony, which shows us that serious things don't necessarily also have to be hopeless. It's also great that this DLC starts during a mission of Grand Theft Auto 4, as Lewis is one of the people in the bank when Nico and the McGreeries are robbing it, and he's actually smart enough to not try and fight the robbers. Missions this time around also tell you how you did after the mission, giving you a rating on how well you did and if you accomplished extra objectives. And after you finish it, you can replay any mission to try for 100%. I had no interest in doing that, but I can really see where some people would get a lot of mileage out of that. Overall, I do think Ballad of Gay Tony is the best part of this package. And having all three pieces in one place is actually kind of nice, as there are points at which all three of these stories intertwine. So you frequently see events from more than one perspective if you're playing all of this one after the other. And it's interesting how certain details change. For example, in the base Grand Theft Auto 4, both Johnny and Lewis look very different from how they look in their actual DLCs. But even when you're seeing the same events, certain details are different, and I'm unclear what that's actually meant to represent. Are these differences because of the perspectives of the characters you're playing, or is it just Rockstar being intentionally inconsistent? As I doubt Rockstar was really setting out to make a point about subjectivism. So is Grand Theft Auto 4, Complete Edition, worth your time and money? Well, at a price of $20, there is a lot of content on offer here, even if some of the old content is simply missing, like Grand Theft Auto 4's online component. I did notice a number of times things seemed to glitch out, though never in a game-breaking way, like characters' movements in a cutscene becoming blurry, or characters getting stuck on cars instead of entering them. They'd usually glitch out for a moment, but then resolve it somehow. Older versions of this game didn't have that problem, so I'm not sure what happened in this version to cause any of this. I'm also not sure exactly what they did to the motorcycles, but they are so much worse than they were in the original release. And motorcycles were never great to begin with in Grand Theft Auto 4. But even with those issues, for $20 I do think this is worth playing, as Grand Theft Auto 4 and its DLCs have more or less become the forgotten chapters of Grand Theft Auto. And while this is restricted to PCs, you don't need a top-of-the-line PC in order to run this at this point. While 2 of the 3 stories on offer are very depressing, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily bad. It's just a very different kind of Grand Theft Auto. So yes, for its $20 price tag, I absolutely do recommend Grand Theft Auto 4, the Complete Edition, as the 3 smaller stories on offer here actually blend together to tell one larger story, not of any one particular character, but the story of Liberty City, at least this version of Liberty City. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Mr. Driller, Drill Land. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $29.99. Originally released for the Japanese GameCube in 2002, it received a remastering in June of 2020 for the Nintendo Switch and Windows. Later coming to Xbox and PlayStation platforms, November of 2021. Mr. Driller is a puzzle game and a spin-off of Dig Dug. You try to go deeper and deeper while destroying blocks. and trying to avoid being crushed or running out of air. Mr. Driller Drill Land uses this as a base for 5 different variations. There are different levels of difficulty for each of the 5 variations. However, you cannot get to the harder versions of any of the 5 games unless you have beaten the same level of difficulty on all of them. So you must first beat the initial difficulty level on all 5. Then you have a brief boss fight, and you now have the next harder level unlocked for all 5 games. And when you beat that on all 5 games, you will then have another little boss fight. And so forth and so on, until there is no higher level to reach. And you can tell what the inherent problem with this is. It is highly unlikely that you'll enjoy all 5 variations to the same extent. But if you do want to play more of the ones you actually enjoy, you're going to be forced to play the ones you don't. So what are the 5 flavors on offer? Well, first we have the basic version, Drill Land World Tour. If you've ever played a Mr. Driller game, you've played this. And while there's nothing really new on offer in this mode, it is my personal favorite mode. Next we have the Hole of Draga, based very loosely off the Tower of Draga. Instead of air, you have hit points in this version, and you need to find particular items before you get to the bottom to fight a boss. Finding exactly what you need can be frustrating. The faux RPG elements here sounded interesting on paper, but they don't work out that well in actual practice. However, this is far and away the most different of the modes. Whore Night House sees you fighting ghosts. You need to collect holy water, inject the holy water into blocks containing ghosts, and then quickly destroy the blocks containing ghosts before the holy water effect wears off. You don't have air in this version, but if the ghosts attack you, you can lose hit points. And of course, no hit points means game over. Drindy Adventure is another mode without air. You instead can be hurt a set number of times, and your goal is to find a certain number of golden statues before you reach the bottom. While trying to reach the bottom, there are a number of different traps that you have to avoid. Sort of has an Indiana Jones thing going on. This mode definitely starts out the easiest, but as you get to the higher difficulties, the traps become more ridiculous. With some of them, I think it's purely a matter of luck if you'll actually be able to avoid them or not. And of course, there's almost always traps around the golden statues you need to collect. Star Driller is the final mode. This is highly similar to the basic mode I talked about first. But you can make star blocks appear that quickly disappear, and they can potentially cause the layout to shift. You also have asteroids that will roll and possibly crush you. And while it is not a mode you can select, after you've beaten a set level of difficulty for all 5 of these, you will have a boss fight. Though these are fairly underwhelming, and between all of what I've described are little skits involving the characters. These are kinda cute the first time you see them, but they wear out their welcome quick. In addition to all of this, there's also the ability to farm for collectibles. As all of these are gotten through random chance, I don't see much of a point. So is Mr. Driller Drill Land worth your time and money? Unless you are a hardcore fan of the Mr. Driller series, it is certainly not worth its $30 price tag. The basic gameplay of Mr. Driller is very solid and enjoyable. The problem is, you can't just enjoy the basic Mr. Driller gameplay here. You have to endure other modes, which you may or may not enjoy to the same extent. I personally very much enjoyed Whore Night House and Star Driller a great deal. But Drinny Adventure and Hole of Draga were almost painful to force myself to play. And I like the concept of having different variations of Mr. Driller to play. I just hate that this game forces you to play all of the variations, even the ones that absolutely do not grab you. I personally think there would be more value in one of the other, more basic versions of Mr. Driller, than this particular collection of sub-games that we received. So no, I do not recommend Mr. Driller Drill Land, and certainly not at the $30 they want for it. It's a real shame that this is the only bit of Mr. Driller that's available on modern hardware, as this series has been on the PlayStation, the Game Boy Advance, and even WiiWare in the past. Maybe if we're lucky, one of those versions will get ported. As is, definitely avoid Mr. Driller Drill Land. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Secret of Mana 3D Remake. Released 2018 for PlayStation and PC platforms. Retailing for $39.99. This is, of course, a remake of the 1993 classic for the Super Nintendo, Secret of Mana. Now with 3D graphics. New music, though you can choose to have the classic music. Voice acting. And a few minor additions. And of course, tweaks in various places. But this is a very faithful remake overall, and feels a lot like the original. The game of course starts with you as an orphan living in a village. While playing with some other village children, you get pushed off a log, and end up finding the Sword of Mana. Which seems really strange that this item was just left in the middle of nowhere. We're told it's a sacred and powerful artifact, so it seems like there should have been some kind of shrine built around it. At least a fence or something, some kind of protection for it. But no, it's in the middle of a very shallow pond, and our protagonist picks up the sword and uses it to fight his way back to the village. And apparently, the sword being picked up is all it took to set the world into chaos. As a hole opens up in the village, and you have to fight a giant mantis monster. This isn't a real boss fight. It's impossible to lose, because there's a knight Gemma who's here to throw you items if you get hurt. But once you're done fighting that mantis, you are banished from this village for picking up the sword, which is odd considering you're seemingly the only line of defense for this village at this point. But you're told you need to go to the first mana shrine, which is conveniently closely located to your village. There, you get to talk to Gemma some more, and his message about the sword you picked up is a little vague. On the one hand, he says only the chosen person could possibly have gotten the sword, but then he also says you could probably pick it up because mana has gotten so weak in the world, but no one else can take the sword from you. But which is it? Were we destined to wield this sword? Or were we just in the wrong place at the wrong time? But either way, you're gonna have to go around with your sword to the 8 shrines of mana. Each shrine has a seed from the mana tree, and you need to touch your sword with it. And somehow that will help the world. But that's not all. Each of these shrines will be themed around something. This one is themed around water. The next one you go to is Earth, and at most of these shrines you'll encounter an elemental spirit that will teach magic to your 2 companions. You, as the hero, don't actually get anything from them, which is kind of a letdown, honestly. But speaking of your companions, you get 2 of them. A girl and a sprite. The girl you get fairly early on. Depending on the exact route you take, you'll either meet her in the first major city, or she might save you from some goblins. Either way, she mostly learns support magic, and very much wants to be reunited with Dyluck, a famous soldier that you seem to just keep missing as you travel the world. She seems to think they were an item, but whenever you see Dyluck, he doesn't seem that interested in her, so you be the judge. Your other companion is a sprite. You find them when you have to go deep underground to meet the dwarves. The sprite really just wants to get back to where they came from. They learn mostly offensive magic. In a change from the original, when you stay at inns after major events in the game, you and your companions will actually talk to one another.
What sort of place is Sprite Village?
It's great! I mean, I only just got my memory back, but I'm pretty sure it's great.
These scenes are mostly for comic relief, but they do tell you a little bit about who these characters really are. And if you pay attention, sometimes these scenes will give you hints of what direction to go. As you go around the world to the 8 shrines, you will find weapons along the way. A total of 8 weapons. And every time you beat a boss, you will get an item that lets you upgrade a specific weapon. And every time you upgrade a weapon, you can get to a higher level of skill in it, up to a total of 8. And each of your characters can use any of the weapons at any given time, including the sword, which supposedly only the hero was supposed to be able to use. And certain weapons actually do things in the environment and are used for puzzle solving, specifically the axe and the whip. And having options in weapons is great, but in order to get your skill up with them, you have to use them. So becoming skilled with your weapons becomes a very grindy affair, especially if you want all 3 of your characters to become skilled in all 8 of your weapons. Though it may not be worth it to you, as when you skill up you can simply charge your weapon more for a fancy attack, and it's very difficult to charge anything past about the 3rd level. It can be done, but there's a huge element of luck involved, and you still might miss with the attack. Much like your weapons, you have 8 kinds of magic. At first these are elemental, but then you start getting magic that's a little more abstract in concept, such as light, dark, and moon. Each type of magic will give 3 spells to the girl and the sprite. Each time you touch a new mana seed at a shrine, you are able to level up all of your magic 1 more level. So much like weapons, magic becomes a very grindy affair. However, there is a silver lining, as all of the 3 spells in any given type all level up together. Now you still have to level them on each character, but all of the sprites' water magic levels up together, all of his fire magic, so forth and so on. Same goes for the girl. So for every category of magic on both characters, just cast the cheapest spell. It's still gonna be pretty grindy, but honestly it's not as bad as the weapons. But you'll want to do it near somewhere where there's an inn, as when you run out of mana, you're going to need to rest at an inn to get it back. The actual combat here is a little weird, as oftentimes you will hit an enemy to no effect. And this isn't a change made to the remake, this would happen just as much in the original 16-bit version. And also, between hitting enemies, you're going to need to wait for your bar to refill. If you attack without letting the bar fill, you'll either do very little damage, or no damage. There is one big change to combat in this remake, however. When you cast a spell, you need to wait for it to finish casting before you can cast another. This makes fighting bosses much harder than in the original. As in the original, you could chain cast spells, so the boss would suddenly get hit with 10 casts all at once, instantly ending the vast majority of boss fights. That has been removed in this version. Whether or not that is an improvement is a matter of some debate. So, is the Secret of Mana remake worth your time and money? Well, Secret of Mana, in and of itself, is a great game, and this is a way to play it on a modern platform. Some of the additions, though, don't really add anything, like the conversations between characters at the inns, or the new music for the game. I was very glad to see you could turn on the original music in the menu, but the core gameplay of Secret of Mana is still here. You will still go around to the 8 mana shrines, only to find out that the mana fortress has been razed, and you have to fight the mana beast. The 2 things you were actively trying to prevent by going to the shrines. And spoiler alert, you'll still have a very tragic final boss fight, where you find out the loyal creature you've been riding on to get from place to place is actually the mana beast you need to deal with. So yes, I do think this remake is worth your time. I would, however, advise you to wait for a sale, as $40 is a little steep for this game at this point, but when various sales happen, I've seen this game go under $20, and that's when you should pick it up. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered. Released December of 2024. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $29.99. As the title suggests, this is a remastering of Soul Reaver 1 and 2, which together tell you most of the story of Raziel, who was one of the vampire lieutenants of Cain, but when he grew wings before anyone else, Cain couldn't have any of that, so had him executed. This would lead to Raziel working for the Elder God, a cosmically powerful squid that needs Raziel to serve as a wraith, a being that can go between the two worlds and collect souls for the Elder God to eat. Though truthfully, Raziel doesn't work for the Elder God for all that long, as Raziel does awake to a dystopian world that's slowly dying, and is far more interested in getting revenge on Cain and his fellow lieutenants than on doing any service to the Elder God. So in Soul Reaver 1, you'll go around to the various strongholds of Cain's lieutenants, fight your way through, get some revenge, and Raziel will get a shiny new ability for defeating one of his former friends. It's kinda like Mega Man, but with vampires. And this remaster actually improves Soul Reaver 1 quite a bit, as it was a 3D platformer for the PlayStation 1 that predated the analog controllers for the PlayStation 1. And having analog controls does make this game considerably easier, as most areas do take the form of prolonged platforming puzzles. Having more precision in your controls makes things far less frustrating, though you'll still have the frustration of fighting enemies, as a great many of the enemies in this game are actually vampires, and they need to be impaled in order to be finished off, so you either need a spike around the room to throw them on, or a weapon to run them through with. This does make sense in the context of the universe we're in, but it still gets old pretty quick. But overall, this remaster is definitely the best way to play Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1. On the other hand, Soul Reaver 2 doesn't receive as much of an upgrade, as it was a PlayStation 2 game, albeit a fairly early one. It already had a fairly modern control scheme. Soul Reaver 2 picks up almost exactly where Soul Reaver 1 left off. Raziel finds himself in the past. The sorcerer Mobius has taken Raziel to a time before Cain was actually a vampire. Though in fairness, Cain is also doing some time travel shenanigans through this game. But this makes for an interesting contrast with the first game. As the first game, everything was in decay. The world looked as if there was not much time left for it. But here in Soul Reaver 2, you see a world that actually looks livable. And at first, this might actually give you hope for the world of Nosgoth. However, the only way to change anything is through time travel paradoxes, which have their own repercussions, which does still paint a very bleak future for Nosgoth no matter what may unfold. Soul Reaver 2 has a very interesting story to tell. Unfortunately, its gameplay is not quite as strong as the first game. Still, having both games in one package is very nice, as you can almost play them as one continuous experience. Unfortunately, you don't get a resolution to Raziel's story. The last part of his story was told in Legacy of Kain Defiance, which is unfortunately and rather strangely absent in this release. So is Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered worth your time and money? Well, at its price of $30, it's actually a fairly good deal, as that is only $15 per game, and both of these games are easily worth more than that, with their original retail prices back in the day being $40 and $50 respectively. And you are getting more than the games here. There's a great deal of bonus content that will be of interest to anyone that is a fan of the Legacy of Kain series. And I would assume you're a fan of that series if you're interested in this collection to begin with. It is somewhat odd that it's just Soul Reaver 1 and 2. At the very least, Legacy of Kain Defiant should have been here, as that does actually give an ending to Raziel's story. But perhaps we'll see that release in a separate collection down the line. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered. It shows you the dark future of the world of Nosgoth, and gives you a small sliver of hope that this may be avoided. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Star Ocean First Departure R, released December of 2019. Available on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation platforms. Retailing for $20.99. And this release is a port of a remake of the original Star Ocean, and I realize there's a lot to unpack there. The original Star Ocean releases in Japan for the Super Famicom back in '96. It stays a Japanese exclusive. In 2008, Star Ocean First Departure releases for the PlayStation Portable. And what we're talking about today is an HD port of that PSP game that's available for the PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch. So anyway, Star Ocean is a JRPG. In fact, it's basically Star Trek as a JRPG. We start off in a fairly generic medieval fantasy setting. Par for the course for a 90s RPG, really. We see the people have tails and pointy ears. We'll find out later there's other kinds of people on this planet. Some with wings, some with other things. But the people here are surprisingly diverse. And there is a plague spreading, turning people into stone. And our heroes are going to climb a mountain to find some herbs that they think can counter this plague. When they get to the top of the mountain to where the herbs are at, they encounter some humans. And these are sci-fi spacefaring humans. They tell them the herbs they're seeking won't help the plague, and invite them aboard their ship. Only after which telling them they're not going to be able to go back home, due to some kind of rule about not interacting with non-spacefaring people. I think they should have warned them about this before they got to the spaceship, personally. But even with advanced sci-fi tech, there is no cure for the stone-turning plague, and there's some implications about this plague actually being spread by enemies of these spacefaring humans. But it turns out the only way to find a cure is to go into the past of this alien planet and find Patient Zero. Conveniently, Patient Zero is a very famous villain known as the Archfiend. And luckily, the people that just so happen to have found our heroes are willing to completely break the rules and throw away their careers to help them go back to the past. And they do it by going to what is totally not the Guardian of Forever from Star Trek. Sorry to keep bringing up Star Trek, but seriously, there's a lot ripped off from that here. And to explain why they don't have any future tech with them during the adventure, there's a throwaway line about how the means of time travel won't allow you to bring anything with you. And for absolutely no explained reason, the party doesn't end up in the same place when they travel back to the past. So we only have half of the party together when we actually start our adventure in the past. And the first part of our past adventure is trying to find the other half of our party, before we can then go about finding and confronting the Archfiend, and hopefully find a cure. Now, of course, gameplay-wise, this is a JRPG, but there is a lot here that stands apart from other examples of the genre. Firstly, combat is not your traditional turn-based affair. In fact, early on, you can get the impression it's more button-mashy than anything else. But button mashing's only gonna get you so far. As you go deeper into the game and your enemies get stronger and smarter, you're going to need to do more than just hit the attack button a lot. And you might want to turn down the volume when you're in combat, as characters shout out the names of their attacks when they do them. That gets very old very fast. And being able to move around does mean you can literally avoid attacks by simply not being near an enemy. Also different is how your characters become more powerful. As yes, there is your standard gear situation and a traditional leveling scheme going on, but with each level up you also get a number of skill points. And these can be spent on, well, skills. But you don't actually acquire skills from nothing. You have to buy sets of skills when you're in town. And there are different kind of skills: combat, sense, knowledge, etc. And when you buy a set of skills, everyone in your party gets them. Or I should say, gets access to them. And here's a little tip. Before getting any other skills leveled up, first get determination to its max level, because every point you put into determination makes other skills cost less. And skills serve a number of different purposes. Some of them will increase your stats. They are marked as doing so there's no guesswork. Some will do things in combat. Again, they're clearly marked. And the right combination of certain skills will allow you to create items in various ways. This can ultimately allow you to cook food, forge weapons, appraise unknown items, so forth and so on. And you're going to want to do all of these things, especially as you're limited to only having 20 of any given item. That means you can only have 20 berries to heal you from the store. But using cooking, you can make other items for healing, and curing status ailments, etc. And yes, your characters have different leanings towards different item creation skills. Speaking of characters, your actions will actually determine what characters you end up with in your party, as there are many characters you can get, but you cannot get all of them in one playthrough. If it's your first playthrough, don't consult a guide. Play through it going with your first instinct, and just experience what you'll get organically. Playing this game does leave me with a few questions. 2 of your party members are from this planet, born and raised, and you're only going back 300 years into the past, but they seem completely unfamiliar with what's going on in the world at that point. And sure, they might not know everything, but it seems like they'd at least know the broad strokes of 300 years ago. And there's also the issue of why nobody's shocked at the appearance of the 2 human characters, as this planet has people with tails and people with wings, etc. How is it that nobody finds the appearance of the humans unusual? So is Star Ocean First Departure R worth your time and money? Well, given its low price of $21, I would say absolutely yes. It's a JRPG that has a lot of unique twists on the formula. And the PSP version of this game was a vast improvement over the 16-bit original. And this is, of course, the PSP version of Star Ocean, just on your TV. And even with its story being highly reminiscent of many episodes of Star Trek, it does manage to stand apart from bad fan fiction by taking a unique perspective. That is to say that most of the story is told from the perspective of the primitive natives. Primitive, relatively speaking, of course. And because of this, and the setup that they couldn't bring anything with them back to the past, we never have a moment where everything is magically solved by some piece of sci-fi technology. Though there are several moments throughout the game where we find out this world is no stranger to sci-fi shenanigans. Though I won't spoil exactly how that plays into everything here. So yes, if you have a Switch or a PlayStation, I'd absolutely recommend spending your $21 on Star Ocean First Departure R. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Hotline Miami and Hotline Miami 2, wrong number, retailing as a bundle for either $20 or $25, depending on platform. These games originally released in 2012 and 2015 for the PC, but much later came to various consoles, and are now available on all modern platforms. These games are getting reviewed together because most of what I have to say about the first also applies to the second, as both of these games are trying very hard to do 2 things. The first being to remind us of the 80s, which admittedly both of these titles do for better or worse. And the other is to give the impression that they have some kind of greater message about anything. They don't, but they'd really like you to think they do. The first game sees you playing as a character that is possibly mentally unstable. You receive mysterious phone calls to go and commit horrendous acts. You then attempt to do said horrendous act repeatedly, and because your character is very delicate, you're going to find yourself repeatedly trying to do virtually every level. You can punch, you can pick up a melee weapon, and you can pick up guns. Melee weapons are silent, and can be very useful when thrown. Guns are of course very powerful, but also very noisy and will attract attention. You also don't have any way to reload a gun. So whatever ammo a gun has when you pick it up is all the ammo you're gonna have with that gun. Once you've eliminated everyone in a level, you then go and do something very pedestrian. Rent a VHS tape, order a pizza, etc. During these parts, you will always encounter the same NPCs, and they will always say some kind of mindless platitude to you. I assume this is to sell the mentally unstable angle. Now, before you go in to commit your horrendous acts each level, you will get to select a mask. Each mask resembles a different animal, and each mask does afford you some kind of bonus. These masks are unlocked as you play through the game. In theory, your playstyle will dictate which masks are actually useful to you. In practice, I found the only useful one to be the one that allows you to get hit more than once. And very late in the first Hotline Miami, the mechanics of the game suddenly change without telling you that they're changing, which may be the worst design decision I have ever seen in a game. Hotline Miami 2 plays much the same, with the additions that you're playing as more than one character throughout, and this time your characters can have abilities such as dodge rolling and other such moves. Though honestly, they don't seem all that effective, so I'm not sure what the point was. And the point of there being different characters for different levels, I can't actually deduce. I assume this has something to do with the attempted storytelling that's here. I say attempt because it seems like mostly gibberish, honestly. This game also did the ultra-classy move of starting the game off with a woman being SA'd. It does turn out that this is for a movie being shot, so it didn't really happen, but that's still a pretty grim way to start off any game. And no, I'm not going to show how the game depicts that here. Even in a pixelated, overhead style like this, I don't think YouTube would appreciate that. But honestly, if I found the gameplay more appealing in these games, I could forgive most of the other aspects. But most of the levels seem to be more a matter of luck than anything else. Which is a shame, as I think there was an interesting idea here that neither of these games are able to deliver on. So are Hotline Miami, either 1 or 2, worth your time and money? I think it's pretty obvious I'm gonna say no here. Both of these games are simply exercises in frustration as you play them. And I know that kind of gameplay does appeal to a certain audience, but I am most certainly not it. I think both of these games were more concentrated on trying to seem deep than actually having any real depth. And if you're looking for some 2D overhead action, there are better options available on every platform these days. I think ultimately the problem with these games is that they are about style over substance. So no, even at their minimum of a $20 price tag for the pair, I do not recommend these. Even at the low price of $20, there are better gaming options out there. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Star Wars Outlaws, released August of 2024, available on all modern platforms, retailing at $69.99 on everything except Switch 2, where it is only $59.99. Star Wars Outlaws is an open-world game, taking place across multiple planets, the space around the planets, and is centered around the illegal activities that go on in the Star Wars universe. And it takes place between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. You play as Kay Vess, a young woman hoping to make a name for herself as an outlaw. You work for 4 different outlaw factions: the Pike Syndicate, the Crimson Dawn, the Hutt Cartel, and the Ashiga Clan. You will inevitably work for all 4 of them, and against all 4 of them, with all of them having minor missions you can pick up at essentially any time, with some missions being restricted till you have worked with them for a little bit. Small missions will raise your standing with that syndicate and get you a little credits. You'll almost always get an offer at the end of the mission to betray the syndicate you're working for, oftentimes for more credits. The bigger contracts, and story missions oftentimes, will make you choose one faction or another. Do you want to help the Pike Syndicate? Well, it's gonna really hurt you with the Crimson Dawn this time. Do we let the Crimson Dawn keep the information, or do we transmit it to the Hutts? And this is always phrased as being a big, important decision, but in reality, it's very meaningless in the long run, as the game keeps reminding you that these syndicates expect you to betray them at a certain point, and won't hold it against you. So really what you need to do is as many small missions as you can for all of the syndicates, till you're at fairly decent standing with all of them. Then, even if you go against them in a later mission, it'll hurt you with them, but it won't completely erase your good standing. So you can then pick up a few little missions and make it like nothing bad ever happened at all. And once you start having a large amount of credits in the game, you can just buy intelligence reports and give them to the various syndicates to get better standing with them. So essentially in the long run, this mechanic of playing one syndicate against another is completely pointless and a waste of your time to worry about. Now K-Vess as a character has a ton of skills to unlock. And you're going to be unlocking things hours upon hours into the game. Seriously, 30 hours in, you're still going to be getting new tools. Which is a little annoying, because early on you'll see there's places where you need a fusion cutter if you want to get in. You don't even get the fusion cutter on the first planet you're on. In fact, you're not going to get it until you've completed a significant chunk of the story. And that's just her practical abilities. There's a lot of other things you unlock from meeting people out in the world, and then you get something of a to-do list from them. And every goal you accomplish for them gives you some minor bonus. Being able to hold one more healing item. Being able to move a little quicker when you sneak. Which is all technically useful, but how important is any of it in the long run? You're also going to have to find a large amount of resources to upgrade your various equipment, which include your blaster in all of its various modes, your spaceship, your speeder bike that doesn't look like any other speeder in the game and looks more like a motorcycle with a jet engine. There is one aspect of this game that legitimately surprised me, and that is the fact we don't meet any known, notable Star Wars character in the early stages of the game. You do see stormtroopers filling the role of cops in this open-world game, but beyond them, the first thing I recognized from Star Wars was that Tatooine is one of the planets you can go to. And once you're there, you very quickly hear reference to Jabba the Hutt, which makes sense as the Hutt cartel is part of this game. But even then, it's not till you've been on Tatooine a while till you actually get to meet him. And when you do, you also get to see Boba Fett if you're looking for him. But it was interesting that this game wasn't overly concerned with the big important characters that most people know and love. In fact, this game goes out of its way to paint the Rebel Alliance as not being great people. As early in the game, K-Vess gets a death mark on her head, which means she has an extremely large bounty on her head. And she only has this problem because of direct actions on the part of the Rebel Alliance. And despite knowing their role in this, the Rebel Alliance still tries to manipulate Kay to do things for them. And she points out that they're no better than the syndicate she's working for. And she's right. On the other hand, the Empire is of course present everywhere, which does mean you'll be sneaking into Imperial installations at times, or having to bribe an Imperial official. They never really go out of their way to deal with you. And it's interesting that neither the Rebels or the Empire is treated as another faction you can get in good with. The overall story of this game involves you planning a heist and picking up members of your crew for said heist. And of course, it's not a simple task to recruit any member of this crew. So each member is on a different planet, and once you get to the planet, you have to have a series of misadventures before they join your crew. And each planet is primarily dominated by one of the cartels, with the others having small presences there. So each planet pretty much requires you to get in good with a specific cartel to make things a little easier while you're there. And on top of this, there's other things you can do everywhere. You can gamble. You can find collectibles. You can search the city to listen for pieces of intel. Then you can go find what those pieces of intel refer to. But the problem is, with all the stuff there is to do in this game, a lot of it just feels like busy work. And that oftentimes includes the story missions, unfortunately. And part of that is the various upgrades you get and benefits you unlock from getting in really good with the syndicates are also minor. They never really feel like they are important enough to really bother with. Like, each of the syndicates has cosmetic items you can get from them, which is great if you care about cosmetics, but they mean virtually nothing to me personally. It's a shame there's not really anything deeper here, as this game looks great. The shooting and speeder stuff works pretty well. Even the space combat's pretty good. But all of it's in service to what is just sort of bland busy work. So is Star Wars Outlaws worth your time and money? At its current price of $60 or $70? Absolutely not. And it really doesn't help the game's case that it keeps trying to sell you things whenever you go to the pause menu, as there's a lot of DLC you can buy, and a lot of aspects of this game have mini-games associated with them. Like a rhythm game when you try to lockpick something, or a puzzle game to hack a computer. Interestingly, all of these mini-games can actually be turned off in the options. Individually too. It's almost like they knew these mini-games were more annoying than fun. And more annoying than fun is really what could be the tagline for this particular Star Wars game. So no, do not go spending full-price money on Star Wars Outlaws. If you are really morbidly curious, I'm sure this game will be $20 before too long. Get it then! Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Heretic plus Hexen. Released August of 2025. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $14.99. This is a collection containing Heretic, Shadow of the Serpent Raiders, Hexen, Beyond Heretic, Hexen, Death Kings of the Dark Citadel, and 2 new to this collection episodes, Heretic, Faith Renewed, and Hexen, Vestiges of Grandeur. For those unfamiliar with these games, these are first-person shooters, specifically of the kind we used to call Doom clones back in the day. With the Heretic portion of this collection, it is very much just Doom, but with some superficial fantasy trappings. Like downloading a Dungeons & Dragons WOD for Doom, really. Hexen, on the other hand, goes a little further with the fantasy elements, having you actually select a class, and there being stats that do actually affect gameplay, at least to a small extent. But even saying that, it's still not all that far from the Doom 1 and 2 formula. But this is a collection that's primarily aimed at people that have nostalgia for the Heretic and Hexen games. And unfortunately, this collection omits the games that weren't made by id. So if you were a dedicated fan of these games and their sequels, you're not even really getting a very complete collection. But this is somewhat compensated for with the 2 original episodes, which are only available in this collection. But everything here is ultimately in the classic Doom style. You will wander about levels, fighting groups of enemies. You will occasionally find doors for which you need a key. You will then stumble around trying to find a key. Eventually, you will find the exit, and the whole process can start anew. But that was pretty much every first-person shooter before the release of Half-Life, and you're likely completely aware of that if you have any interest in this collection at all. So is Heretic plus Hexen worth your time and money? Well, that entirely depends on your nostalgia. Personally, I was a Doom kid that later moved on to Duke Nukem and Quake, so these games mean almost nothing to me. And this collection doesn't even represent a terribly good value, as the Doom 1 and 2 collection contain much more content and is also $5 less than this collection. And there were definitely more games and expansions they could have added to this collection to make it a better value. And I'm sure licensing problems are what prevented that from happening. But what we're left with here just feels like a half-baked collection, and one that's being sold at slightly too high a price to really justify it. So I personally would recommend passing on Heretic and Hexen, or if you're morbidly curious, maybe just wait until there's a good sale. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. The Outer Worlds 2. Released October of 2025. Available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Retailing for $69.99. The Outer Worlds 2 is a sci-fi open-world RPG. The game concerns the events taking place in one star system, Arcadia. You play the role of an agent and commander of the Earth Directorate, an organization that oversees colonies. Although it was established in the first game that Earth is not in contact with its colonies, so who exactly they report to is rather ambiguous. But regardless of that, you have a mission to accomplish in Arcadia. You are to stealthily board and take over Horizon Point Station, which is currently controlled by the Protectorate, and the Protectorate are essentially space Soviets. But things go wrong when another agent on the mission betrays you. Horizon Point is seemingly destroyed, and you are in suspended animation in an escape pod. The game then continues 10 years later. You are found floating in space by another surviving member of your crew. After a little catching up, it becomes clear that you need to go hunt down the traitor, and that goal is going to take a long time. By the time I got to the point where you confront the traitor, I thought that was actually the end of the game because it had taken so long. But that's not the end. It turns out that after you do that, you still have to save Arcadia, which is also going to take a while. During your time in Arcadia, there are a total of 4 factions to deal with. The Protectorate, who owned the space station at the beginning, which you cannot ally yourself with. As mentioned, they are space Soviets, and you have no choice but to be at odds with them. Although, strangely, you can recruit one member of their faction to your crew. Then you have the Order, and Auntie's Choice. You will need to ally with one of these factions, or make them come to terms. The Order are a cult-like group of scientists that believe with the right formula everything can be predicted. Auntie's Choice are super capitalists. They are exploitive and negligent to a comical degree. There is also a criminal organization you can ally yourself with, Sub Rosa. They don't really do much in terms of the story, but there are benefits to being on their good side. In fact, when it comes to the 3 factions that you can curry favor with, it's very difficult not to gain favor. You really have to go out of your way if you want to be seen in a negative light by any of them. As you level in the game, you will get 2 skill points for each level. You will also get a perk every other level. The level cap is 30, so there are a total of 60 skill points for you to distribute. And this is not a game that's going to be friendly to you if you try to evenly distribute those points. You will need to pick and be dedicated to a small number of skills. The maximum value for any skill is 20, so hypothetically you could max 3 skills at most. Interestingly, not all dialogue options are necessarily tied to your speech skill, and quests will often be completable in a number of different ways depending on what skills your character has. Like, you might need to repair something, which you could do with engineering, but you may be able to achieve the same result by using your hack skill on the computer that controls what you're trying to repair. Or possibly bypass the situation altogether with your observation skill. Or talk your way out of needing to do the repair to just get what you need from the person without fixing anything with your speech skill. Of course, the amount of points needed in a given skill to accomplish those things can vary wildly, but it's good to know you have options, and sometimes using those different skills will lead to slightly different outcomes, and that can have ramifications further down the line. You are, of course, not working alone. You can have 2 NPCs with you whenever you're off the ship. You start with the crewmate that rescued you and their pet robot, but you can also recruit a failed Auntie's Choice super soldier, a man that serves as judge, jury, and executioner for the Protectorate, a science cultist, and a covert agent of the Order. Other than your crewmate and his robot, all the other characters are fully optional. They are, however, worth recruiting, as they all have stories of their own, and having them with you at different events can greatly influence what happens. And sometimes they allow you to bypass a specific skill check, although in my experience that was quite rare. Although it's fully possible, I just had the wrong characters with me. It's worth noting that this game very much rewards exploration. as firstly, there's a huge number of quests that you'll only find if you go off the beaten path just a little, and secondly, because there's information everywhere. On computers, sometimes you need to hack for it, or just left sitting out places. And it's really amazing how often that seemingly random and pointless piece of information can be used to change a situation later. And not just in minor ways, as you can talk your way out of every boss fight in this game. Doing so will require you to find the right pieces of information, and sometimes will require you to have the right skills. Doing that will of course spare the character you would have had to fight, and sometimes they show up later. Sometimes in a way beneficial to you, sometimes just as a humorous aside. But the fact you don't have to necessarily choose violence in a game like this is rather unique, even if avoiding violence does require a bit of hoop jumping. So is The Outer Worlds 2 worth your time and money? Well, it is definitely a game that has replay value, as at multiple points you need to make a choice, and that choice sends you down a path that will lead you to certain things. And the need to make choices happens fairly early on, such as deciding if you're going to back a man climbing a corporate ladder, or back his more militant rival. Both will resolve the situation you need to deal with, and both will have lingering consequences. And this type of thing lends itself very well to multiple playthroughs. The skill system also does this, as to accomplish anything you're going to need to specialize, but almost every problem can be accomplished with different skills, sometimes leading to slightly different results, sometimes leading to wildly different results, and the aftermaths of these different results can be quite entertaining. So yes, I do recommend The Outer Worlds 2. I actually enjoyed it enough that I am interested in the 2 upcoming story DLC expansions. At the time of recording this, there is not a huge amount of information about those yet, but if a game is good enough to make you want more of it, it's clearly doing something right. And if you haven't played the first Outer Worlds game, don't worry about that too much. There are a few references here and there, but as it takes place in an entirely different solar system, the events of the first game do not have a huge bearing on what's happening in this game. So yes, The Outer Worlds 2 is absolutely worth your time and money. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Loop Hero. First released March of 2021. Available on PC, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox platforms. Retailing for $14.99. Loop Hero is a retro-style, deck-building roguelike. It takes place in a medieval fantasy setting where some manner of apocalypse has apparently happened. Everything has disappeared, leaving only a black void. But things from the world can return, if they are remembered. Rather, our hero was the last thing left in the void, or was remembered by something else within it, is unclear. But we do know that things were slowly blinking out of existence for a long time before we got to this point. The game will always begin with a black void. In this void, there will be a road that loops. As you fight monsters, you will get cards that represent different geographic details. These might be mountains or meadows, forests, or buildings of different descriptions. Each one will in some way affect the stats of your hero, and sometimes can affect the stats of monsters too. And if two things are placed next to each other, it is very possible for things to affect one another, or for you to unlock bonuses by arranging things in specific ways, such as putting a 3x3 area of mountains that will combine into one large mountain, also causing harpies to begin spawning. But effects can also happen just from having too many of a certain tile. Put down 10 or more mountains, and a goblin camp will spawn along the road somewhere. This means you need to think about where you are putting tiles, and how many tiles you are actually putting down, as interactions between different tiles can be good, bad, or a little of both. After you unlock enough different kinds of cards, you can no longer carry every type of card with you, and you have to decide what will and won't be available to you. Would you rather have forests or deserts? Do you want to be able to lay down ruins? Or haunted houses? And sometimes cards are only good if you have other cards to go with them. Villages are good for healing you, but they do more healing if you put down wheat fields next to them. But that's taking up 2 slots in your deck, and what are you going to leave behind so you can take both of them? And if you're actually hoping to see the end of a loop to fight a boss, you need to be very mindful of what you've taken with you, as you need to complete a certain number of loops, as well as filled in so much of the world, and it needs to be filled with the right thing, as if the world is too challenging, you won't get enough loops. And if the world is not challenging enough, you won't find the kind of gear that will actually make your hero strong enough to beat the boss. And as you beat bosses, you will unlock new classes that you can play as. At first, you can only be a warrior, very much the generic knight of a fantasy setting. Then you unlock Rogue. That's quicker and more attack-oriented, but doesn't have near the defense of the warrior. And you will unlock Necromancer, my personal favorite, as they summon undead minions to fight with them. And you have no control over what happens in combat. You can pick your class, you can put gear on your class, and different tiles will affect stats, but combat is just automatic. And sometimes your class will actually affect how things treat you. You can get outposts at a certain point, and they will help the warrior and rogue in combat. But the outpost will not help a necromancer. They will in fact be hostile towards them. There's also the matter of determining what gear you want to put on your hero. Each one of the classes is dependent on different stats, and it does require a certain amount of trial and error to determine what's the most effective strategy, as you might think it's always best to put on gear of a higher level. The truth is that unless the gear has the right stats for your class on it, you don't want to put it on. There is also a small town building mechanic that you can interact with between playing your loops. With resources you gather during your loops, you can upgrade this town in various ways. This will give you various benefits on your loops, such as starting a loop with some basic gear, or improving your stats at the beginning of a loop. In general, anything you do in camp will directly benefit you, though grinding materials to upgrade everything is quite time-consuming. It's also interesting the first time any creature shows up, as you will almost always have a conversation with them, as apparently everything remembers that it was forgotten and in the void, and is aware that it's only back because it's been remembered. Oddly, this doesn't make any monstrous creatures decide to help you. I guess you remember the world as it was, for both the good and the bad. So is Loop Hero worth your time and money? Well, it's only a $15 purchase, so it's hardly going to break the bank, and it is the kind of game that is endlessly replayable, as you can try loops with different variations on your deck, and the 3 classes do affect how exactly you should be playing, thus allowing you to do challenge runs with decks that aren't necessarily suited to the hero class you choose. It's a kind of game that's easy to play in short bursts, as actually completing a loop takes less than half an hour. That is assuming you reach the end of a loop to fight a boss, as more often than not you probably won't make it that far. But even when not completing a loop, you'll still get resources to upgrade the camp, and do have a chance of unlocking new cards by finding interactions between cards you already own. This is, after all, a game that is very much about experimentation. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Loop Hero. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Grand Theft Auto 5, originally released all the way back in September of 2013. Currently available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms, retailing for $29.99. Grand Theft Auto 5 originally released back on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, and ever since, as new hardware has become available, new versions of Grand Theft Auto 5 have followed suit. But honestly, aside from some graphical improvements, there isn't much difference between playing the PlayStation 3 version or the PC enhanced version that was used for this review. Regardless of which version you're playing, the game starts exactly the same. Mid-bank heist in a town called Yankton. Things seem to be going smoothly, till suddenly they aren't. A shootout ensues, and the game introduces us to the mechanic of switching characters. Things continue to go poorly, and we get a scene of the funeral for one of the crew, before cutting to that same member of the crew in therapy years later. This is Michael, and he is one of our protagonists. I say one of the protagonists because the big conceit with Grand Theft Auto V is there is not just one protagonist, but instead 3. And each of them starts with their own stats, and at least to an extent has their own specialty, including a special ability, which it's possible to go the entire game without triggering any of the character's special abilities, which tells you how important they are as a mechanic. But Michael here is a middle-aged man with a family. He's tried hard to hide and retire from being a criminal. He lives in a big fancy house, lives a life of quiet misery, as he has a rather dysfunctional family and very little to do. But it's not long before we're introduced to our second protagonist, Franklin, who might give you Grand Theft Auto San Andreas flashbacks. He works at a car dealership that's pulling a car repo scam. When the dealership attempts to scam Michael's son, Franklin and Michael have their first encounter. This leads to Franklin losing his job at the dealership, but it does lead to Michael taking Franklin under his wing, with something like a criminal apprenticeship, and things might actually go well for both of them, until Michael freaks out when he catches his wife cheating, and decides the best response to this is to pull a house down from the side of a hill. The house didn't actually belong to the guy that was with his wife, and instead belonged to a very dangerous member of the cartel that politely asked Michael to repair the house he destroyed. Needless to say, Michael doesn't quite have the cash for that kind of repair, so he has to go back to his criminal ways and commit a heist, which is a recurring theme in this game, as over and over again we are doing heists and prep work for said heists. And heists also give this game a certain amount of replay value, because this first heist, and every heist afterwards, has 2 ways you can go about doing it. And in any given playthrough, you can only do each heist once. So in order to see all the heist options, you'll have to play through the game a minimum of twice. And when planning the heist, you can hire different criminals to help you with different aspects of the heists. And depending on what optional things you do in the game, you might unlock different criminals at different points to help you with heists, many of which can make things play out at least slightly differently. But regardless of which way you go with this heist, it will lead to the introduction of our third playable character, Trevor Phillips, who is far and away the most unhinged of the characters in this game. He sees a news story about the heist and realizes that his friend Michael is not actually buried in a grave. But before he can deal with that piece of information, he has to deal with some other problems. Trevor has a meth business that's in conflict with a group of bikers, specifically the bikers from the Lost and Damned in Grand Theft Auto 4, and also has interest in taking his meth business international, and does gun running on top of that. And that's in addition to being a generally violent person that causes chaos everywhere he goes. It's easy to understand why Michael may have wanted to separate from this person. Once our trio of protagonists are together, things don't exactly go smoothly, as they have to do jobs for the government agency that helped Michael fake his death, deal with some military contractors that Trevor has come into conflict with, and have some shady dealings with a billionaire they get in contact with. And it's interesting because at no point do our 3 main characters actually bleed into one another. They all have a distinct personality and view on the world, and this comes out whenever they're dealing with anyone. Like that previously mentioned billionaire. Michael likes dealing with him because it will let him break into the movie business. Trevor doesn't trust the billionaire simply because he's a billionaire, and Franklin simply wants to get paid, and rightfully thinks the man will find a way not to pay them for their work. It is worth noting, however, that Michael and Trevor may not be as different as Michael would like to believe, as we see Michael is capable of insane overreactions, just not quite as frequently as Trevor. Whereas by contrast, we never actually see Franklin completely lose it at any point during the game. He tends to stay calm and rational, no matter how bad the situation might get. Grand Theft Auto V is a vast improvement over Grand Theft Auto 4. Missions here are far more varied, as none of our characters are simply a hitman, repeatedly. Though, admittedly, Trevor's missions are often very violent. And many of the missions actually use more than one character. And at points, you can switch between your characters to do different aspects of the missions. Sometimes you absolutely have to switch, other times you just have the options of doing one role or another. And interestingly, depending on which character you start a mission as, can actually affect the cutscene at the beginning of a mission. Like early on, when Franklin is dealing with Michael. If you start a mission as Michael, you get to see the family blow-up happen. If you come to the house as Franklin, you miss the fight with the family, and just see Michael storming out, and the mission starting. You can also buy property again, with some of the properties being exclusive to one character or another. Some of these are businesses that will make the character more money, others are just additional storage and safe houses. And that's in addition to each character having unique activities that only they can do. The idea of hanging out with friends is back from Grand Theft Auto 4. However, your friends won't call you to hang out, you have to initiate it each time now. So if you have no interest, you're not forced to engage with this mechanic. The only character that regularly receives calls is Michael. Oftentimes, his terrible family will need help with one thing or another. And thankfully this time around, Rockstar remembered it is possible to have a happy ending. Though it's up to you to make the decision to have a happy ending. So is Grand Theft Auto V worth your time and money? Well, it did have over a decade of being the current Grand Theft Auto. It has a fairly long story, and just a ton of optional content if you're interested. And the game is worth playing through at least twice so you can see all of the options for heists. And that doesn't count the minor variations that can happen depending on what crews you take with you when you do heists. And if you're a completionist, each mission gives you a rating when you're done. And you can go and replay any mission you want at any time, if you're really interested in getting 100% on every single mission. So while this game might seem rather old, being originally from 2013, it still feels modern, and there is a lot to do here. Meaning that it is a pretty good deal at its current $30 price tag. And it also comes with Grand Theft Auto Online, which I didn't mention in this review because it's an entirely different beast from Grand Theft Auto 5 at this point. So yes, I absolutely do recommend Grand Theft Auto 5 on whatever platform you care to play it on at this point. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Released September of 2024. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $49.99. As the overly long title would suggest, this is a collection of arcade games. A grand total of 7 games, 6 of which are fighting games, 1 of which is a beat-em-up. The games included are The Punisher, the sole beat-em-up in the collection, X-Men, Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. Marvel vs. Capcom, Clash of Superheroes. And finally, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, New Age of Heroes. And the 6 fighting games on offer here are actually an interesting collection, as they do an excellent job of showing the evolution of fighting games in the arcade, with X-Men Children of the Atom being very much Street Fighter II, but with X-Men. And I don't say that as an insult. Many fighting games of the time were doing that exact same thing, being Street Fighter II, but with the next game, Marvel Superheroes, being still like Street Fighter II to an extent, but a bit more experimental with the Infinity Stones as a gimmick. And it keeps going on like that till finally you're at Marvel vs. Capcom 2, with a truly massive roster of characters, and all manner of extra bells and whistles, representing a different era of fighting games than the others offered in this collection. It's also interesting to see how characters changed over time from game to game. The Wolverine you can play as in X-Men Children of the Atom is just a little different from the Wolverine you play in Marvel Superheroes, and so forth and so on. He's not necessarily a radical departure by the time you're at Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but there is enough of a change that is noticeable to even a casual player. And of course, in addition to your fighting games, you still have the Punisher beat-em-up here, which is a very competent beat-em-up, but it just seems like an odd inclusion since everything else here is a fighting game. But we all know it's only here because it is another Marvel license. In addition to the games, there is of course the galleries of artwork and music libraries. Every collection includes stuff like this, and I honestly don't know why. I know it's extra content, and I guess it's nice to have, but how interested is the average player in any of it? I personally only go into these galleries and whatnot when I'm making a review because I want to confirm that they're there. But honestly, if they weren't here, I wouldn't hold it against the collection. And of course, all of the games on offer here can be played in their Japanese or Western released forms. And yes, sometimes there are minor differences between the two, and it is nice to have both versions on offer if you're so inclined to really dig deep into them. So is Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics worth your time and money? Well, honestly, on digital storefronts it's $50, and I think it's a bit much for this collection. So if you're going to go the digital route, I do recommend highly that you wait for a sale, as this is a great collection of games, and a lot of fun can be had with it. Now on the other hand, if physical games are an option for you, it's not hard to find this collection brand new for $20, or even a little less. And at $20, this collection is an absolute steal, as I personally easily spent more than $20 worth of quarters on each of the games on offer in here, back in the day when arcade machines were still a fairly common sight at places. These days, it's sadly rare to see an arcade machine of any description anywhere, but I digress. So yes, I absolutely do recommend this collection, but no, I don't recommend you spend $50 on it. With only 7 games on offer, this is the kind of collection you should be spending $30 or less on. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends. Raido Remastered: The Mystery of the Soulless Army. Released June of 2025. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $49.99. Raido Remastered is a Japanese RPG, and is a spin-off to the Megami Tensei franchise, and that franchise has a number of different spin-offs and sub-series. If you played Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, you will actually recognize the lead character, as late in that game he showed up to join the party. In this game, we see that he is a devil summoner with the rare ability to summon 2 demons at once. He is working for a detective agency in pre-World War II Japan. The game itself is broken up into chapters. Each chapter deals with one particular mystery that you are to solve, with all of these cases being connected and just being part of some grander mystery. You are, of course, a devil summoner as well as a detective, and most demons have some kind of skill that you will use to help find clues and solve mysteries. Sometimes you might need a demon to fly or swim to a particular area. Others you might need to find clues and items in the environment, and all manner of other things. Your demons are a very big part of this game, and as with most games related to Megami Tensei, you will have to do a lot of fusing of your demons. You get into combat with a demon, you capture it. You can then level it up a bit and get it to be loyal to you. And then you can fuse it with another demon, and hopefully make something more powerful than the two demons you used. But be aware, while a fused demon can inherit combat skills from its parents, it will not inherit abilities that are used outside of combat for mystery solving and whatnot. Those type of skills are innate to the type of demon they are. So you may end up keeping very weak demons around, for lack of any others that do their particular skill that you can find. This isn't really a problem, however, as throughout the game you keep being given the ability to hold more and more demons. The number of demons you can have with you becomes almost comical by the end of the game. And it's also very easy to recruit a demon in this game, as they don't really have the chance to get away. They will sometimes ask you a question, but the question will only determine if they have a small bonus power-up when you recruit them. Recruiting demons is of course done in combat, and combat in this game actually took me by surprise, as it isn't turn-based. Instead, combat is real-time. You have light and heavy attacks. Light attacks restore your magic, which is very important because your demons use that for their attacks. Heavy attacks do much more damage, obviously, but they don't restore your magic. In addition to light and heavy attacks, you can have up to 3 magic attacks of your own to choose from. You have many options over the course of the game, but I found it most useful to keep your magic attacks elemental, so you could exploit weaknesses. Because of the real-time nature of the combat, most of the damage that's going to be inflicted is going to be by you rather than your demons. So when it comes to distributing your stat points, you're going to want to pile most everything into strength, and maybe a little bit into vitality so you have some hit points in case you mess up. And the combat does become quite intense as the game goes on. Early on, it might seem as if button mashing is the way to go, but as you start fighting stronger things, you really do need to employ some strategy. As mentioned, each chapter you will get a small mystery to solve, though saying you solve it is a little disingenuous, as the game really does guide you along on these story cases. You will know exactly where you need to go, and if you need to use a particular demon skill, the game will be very heavy-handed in its hints. In most chapters, you'll have some need to go into the demon realm. You're usually there to free a person that's trapped there, and finding the person is never enough. Sometimes there's a puzzle, but more often there's a boss fight waiting for you. The only aspect of this game that truly became annoying is that you need to pay to travel around the map, and frequently you need to travel to many different places to solve the case you're on, and that can get expensive. There is, however, a safe way to take care of this problem. Early on, you gain access to a training grounds of sorts. There, you can fight demons that are much weaker than you, and not even have to engage in combat with them. This gives you a small amount of experience, demon loyalty, and most importantly, money. So, at the start of each chapter, I would recommend going to the training grounds and just spending 20 minutes, half an hour, just grinding on these demons you don't even need to fight. Then you'll have the extra money you'll need to travel around the map and solve your case. So is Rydao Remastered and the Mystery of the Soulless Army worth your time and money? Well, it is a very different experience from anything else I've played in the Megami Tensei family. Not just from a gameplay standpoint, but also with its setting of pre-World War II Japan. The combat was very engaging, and admittedly there were times where the story took me legitimately by surprise. The game also had the right amount of extra things you could do, going around closing astral tears, finding people and demons that need just a little help with something. And even though you as the protagonist are silent throughout the game, you do have a cat with you that can talk. And having the cat around does make me wonder exactly how much detective work you are actually doing, as generally the cat seems to know exactly what you need to do next. I am also curious how the whole demon summoning works in the context of this game, as many of the games I've played in this franchise presents demon summoning as being somehow digital. But taking place when this game takes place, digital technology would certainly not be available in a handheld format. And I don't bring this up until now because it's in no way important to the game or its story. It's just something that I was wondering from the very moment you first summon a demon. But regardless of that hanging question, I do fully recommend this game, and I do think it's worth it at its price of $50. It will give you about 30 hours worth of gameplay, and it's easy to play this game in small chunks. The chapter format does lend itself to that very well. Though it is worth noting that not every chapter is exactly the same length, though no single chapter should take you longer than one evening to complete. And every chapter will end with a boss fight, and a nice resolution for the case you are working on, and of course more questions as to how this relates to the bigger mystery in the background. And it's not all entirely straightforward. There are several points in the game where there are red herrings. And oftentimes, these are revealed as such with a bit of comedy. Though, there may be a few things that'll leave you scratching your head. The bit with Rasputin comes immediately to mind, actually. But overall, I absolutely do recommend Rito Remastered and the Mystery of the Soulless Army. Please do subscribe, comment, like, and tell your friends.